Hi, y'all. And are you ready for day 9, the final day of the Donna Adelson trial? Could be long jury deliberations, of course, but this is the last day when we will hear from the parties before the jury gets the case. We are going to hear closing arguments. Everything's done. We're going to hear jury instructions and then 2-hour long closing arguments from the state and then from the defense. I don't know if the defense can even think of 2 hours worth of stuff to say. I'm not sure that their case was that long if you put it all together. So will they really take that long? I don't know, but they have that long. We are popping in right now because the court is already live and I don't want to miss anything. The court went live a little early. The parties have come in with some arguments. Very normal before you get started on, but before you go with the final closing arguments and the jury, it's pretty normal. So let's pop in and see what is going on. We're about a minute and a half behind. I don't even hear any noise yet. The camera was caught off guard too. Let's try to this. They'll get they will get there because it was the noise that alerted me. But it's not up yet. I don't know. Here we go.
Instruction is proposed as it applies to intent.
Per usual, the arguments by the attorneys are really soft. We're gonna have to listen up hard.
777.011 requires that the intent to commit the crime. It's in the plain language. So in other words, in order to be a principal, Ms. Adelson had to have conscious intent that the criminal act be done and that she did some act or said something intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to commit the crime. Sorry. Removing.
It sounds like they're talking about jury instructions. We popped in the middle, and what they're saying is they're talking about the difference between Donna Adelson being involved versus Donna Adelson actually doing it and the way the jury instructions are written.
Intent to commit murder, we believe, in the proposed instructions runs counter to that. So specifically,
well, as it relates to the intent to commit the crime, but there does not have to be an intent that a death occurs with either second-degree murder or manslaughter.
I think the way it's written, Your Honor, is confusing. That's my concern with the jury.
Mr. Evans, Ms. Kaplan.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it is. Second-degree murder, it's, I think, because this is from standard instructions, as I recall.
This is.
And so I think it's sufficiently covered because it is not saying that the state doesn't have to prove that the person intended the act. It's simply not necessary the state prove that they intended the death to result from the act. And so I don't think anybody's going to be arguing that. I think the instruction is clear, the standard is clear on it.
I think specifically as to that portion of this matter, Mr. Zellman, that does crystallize the issue. The state must argue there was intent that the crime be committed, but as far as there being an intent that the victim of the crime actually died, that is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it now.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So I've got a little chart for you of what the elements are and what the state will have to prove for each of these crimes. They're talking about the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder and manslaughter. Her top charge is first-degree murder.
Explaining what I'm about to make, what I'm about to request to make sure that our client agrees with me. Your Honor, given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, charging document briefly. As I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Danny Markel. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. As I indicated, it's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessers.
Moment.
They don't want the lessers. Interesting.
As I'm understanding, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty.
That's crazy.
No, Mr. Evans, to omit the lines pertaining to second-degree murder and manslaughter and the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given. And
What?
Eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
You're talking to the phone, Judge.
Huh?
How did they do that? So normally the defense would like lesser included offenses, right? Because the defense is looking to talk the jury into something a little lower. Maybe they would go with second degree. Maybe they would go with manslaughter. That would be a lot better for Donna, right? Than a first degree murder conviction, but not in this case. In this case, the defense here is arguing, don't give the lessers. First degree, and that's it. In or out, guilty or not guilty, first degree murder. No manslaughter even offered to the jury. They must be feeling pretty confident around that. There's also this issue. Remember, Donna is definitely older, right? It's a grandma murder, it's been called. So if she gets manslaughter and gets 15 years or 30 years for second degree, what's the difference for her? You know, that is basically life in prison for her, most probably. And so maybe they're just thinking, roll the dice, go for broke, see if we can convince the jury it's not first degree, and then maybe she gets off entirely.
We're fine with doing away with the lessers on count one.
On this matter, I will need to take a call away from defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand if you sworn.
Yeah, I can't understand why he wants that. It's a big choice.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first degree murder?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser included crimes?
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is.
Then add, you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second degree murder and manslaughter as options.
I am very surprised, but
I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
We'll remove any reference from second degree murder and manslaughter in the principal instruction as well.
they are pinning their hopes on the idea that Donna Adelson may be able to convince the jury not first degree murder. Interesting. Still solicitation, still conspiracy. Those are included. Getting out of all three would be huge.
I'd like to consider on principle
Give me one moment.
So, why would the state agree? I see SC Runner wondering about that. I think the reason the state would agree is because the state knows that in general, lesser included offenses can draw off jurors. The general principle is the defendant wants there to be lesser included. So maybe a juror will say, well, I'm not willing to do first degree because, she didn't go shoot the gun.
Mr. Evans raised a good point.
Give me one moment.
So maybe they can pull off a juror down to second degree, down to manslaughter, and if they can do that, there's a lower penalty. It seems to me like the Donna's team is just going for broke here. They're saying it's all or nothing. If she gets any sentence, it's sayonara for Donna, and so.
Right, concerning the principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions, where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count 2. We would suggest that it be changed to this instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the request to change.
This is a surprise, and it's a last minute surprise. What we can
I'll
tell,
repeat it once again, so this is,
I'm gonna stop it for a minute. What we can tell for sure, this is apparently not something Donna's team wanted last night, because last night they went through all the jury instructions, everything was fine, and then this morning they come in and they say, let's pull off lesser. Brand new. This is something they're just now thinking of, and therefore they must have debated that last night, thought about it, and said, yeah, let's go for broke in closing. Let's go for the first degree murder. It doesn't quite fit that. Let's go for that argument. So that probably gives us some insight into where they're going to go in their closing argument.
reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor, and given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request to move principle after count 1. So it seems more, it would be more consistent with the fact that principle applies to count 3.
The positioning of the instructions will be after, it will be introduction to homicide, count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir, and I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to both sides.
Yes. Right, as to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness. After reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold. As that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those two items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
one of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach.
Demonstrative though is not a.
Now, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, the document itself was admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab.
I don't remember what that language was. So to give you a quick, like, where are we? What are they talking about? Yesterday, the defense said they wanted to put in some other entries from Donna's planner. Remember, she kept a planner with details about things she was supposed to do. One of the ways the state used that was they said, look, here's a list of these things she wants to sell, entered in her planner right before she's about to go to Vietnam. It's talking about selling, I think it was plates, China. There's my word, China, talking about selling China and jewelry. And they're suggesting, this tells us that Donna Adelson is actually trying to flee the country when she goes to Vietnam. She's not planning to come back. She's selling the good stuff. And what the defense wanted to put in was, this wasn't the first entry of, I need to remember to sell these things. Those entries go back to January of 2023. So by now it's November. So all year long, she's been meaning to sell these things. This isn't connected to the flight to Vietnam, and they want to put those entries in. The problem is Donna didn't testify. No witness put those in. And the judge is saying, look, you can't look at a calendar and say, well, if one little piece of it gets in, then rule of completeness, the whole calendar comes in. You can do that with a contract because it's one document. So if somebody tries to put in the whole contract except for paragraph 3, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So the rule of completeness says you put the whole document in. This is different. This is an entire planner. He's saying those are different pages. And so what the defense is trying to do is get those in, and they're continuing to make arguments trying to get those in. No witness put them in. They're trying to get them in retroactively based on what the prosecution's witness said and did, and the fact that the prosecution got in a piece of it. So that's what we're fighting about. And they obviously want to use it during closing argument, but thus far the judges ruled against them, and now they're continuing the argument. So we'll see if they can get anywhere. And remember, sound early in the morning is always worse. The judge always leans back in his chair. He does not talk into his microphone, and the attorneys are standing up. They're not by their mics. So this will all pick up during the day. I think it's very unlikely they're going to get these in. I just don't think that's going to happen. Plus, the judge has already ruled against them. I would fast forward, but I don't know when they'll start talking again. I don't want to miss the argument. Tammy asking an interesting question. Well, how long had she been planning on leaving? Maybe she'd been planning on leaving since January. It didn't sound like it, though, in that phone call with Charlie in prison. It sounded like they were putting this together pretty fast. They hadn't applied for a visa, for example. They hadn't even picked the country. So it sounded like it was more of a last minute after Charlie got convicted thing. If you ask Donna's team, it was just a vacation clearing her head. If you ask the prosecution, this is trying to escape.
Tag number. I don't see that here on it.
So yeah, one of the things they put in the 2014 planner that Donna had was an entry that had Dan Markel's license plate number. I thought that was far more persuasive than selling the property, because that license plate could have been the foundation for the hitmen being able to figure out and follow Dan Markel. Where is he? Who is he? Do I definitely have the right person? It's really important.
It's pretty much in the middle of the page.
As to this particular page, making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. How are the other separate pages, which are separate writings, in any way connected to this as completeness?
And it's all about the birthday party. That using admission of that page alone creates misleading impression.
Again, court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from the submitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by other parties?
He said it was on the same page, so I guess he's going to blow it up really big and hope they notice the part at the top.
Yes.
Mr. Evans and I discussed on count 2 to conform to the indictment. We would ask that the count 2, we the jury find as follows as count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And additionally, to conforming word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment.
Okay, so this is an all-in argument. They are going all the way on. It's not first degree. They're now even wanting to change conspiracy to, it's not a conspiracy to commit first degree murder. And they're asking
You
the
wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
So that's their plan.
Your Honor.
It's not first degree. Speed it up a little bit. There's a lot of lag time here. If we can't understand it, we'll slow it down again. But a lot of this is people sitting and thinking about what they're going to say or do next.
I believe that stays with the evidence.
Would you please hit the like button? That'll help YouTube know we are alive and well. We are awake. We are doing the trial right now. I would appreciate that. And if you haven't subscribed, please do. We would love to have you back for more. For those of you who are members, you should have gotten our post.
Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Your Honor, I just want to make sure you under subsection, which is defendant to guilty conspiracy, you did add first degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as count 1 of the indictment. First degree murder, the defendant is guilty of first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as count 3 of the, change that to indictment, not information. Count 3 of the indictment, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No, sir.
Okay, so
Done on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments as well as all previous motions or objections.
9.
As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has at its burden to present all 3 counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer in the Unified Detention Center. We were able to get her served. Our investigator was able to, an investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible. And that is why we did not seek to call for prior arrest today.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
I'll give you a comment in just a second. Okay, so we are having our last minute arguments. These are very expected, very normal. We'll go ahead and tab through while they're up there talking, save a little time. Where are we? We're like about 2-something minutes behind, so.
A brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and
Okay.
presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures. You're not to make any facial movements. You're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations and demonstrations.
All right, we are on the final stretch here, and we can easily move it forward and catch up. So there we go. Okay. Well, never a dull moment in the Donna Adelson trial. A surprise move from the defense. The defense has come in and has asked the court to drop the lesser included offenses. Now, as of yesterday evening, when they were closing up, finishing, doing the jury instructions, they were all on board. I guess I can make this a little bigger. They were all on board for second-degree murder and manslaughter charges, for discussing what that meant. Now, suddenly, they're omitting second degree. They're omitting manslaughter. And it's the defense request. The prosecution did not object. Those will not even be an option. The jury's only option will be first-degree murder. Guilty, not guilty. And then there are 2 other charges, but they also will be limited to first-degree murder. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Guilty, not guilty. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Guilty, not guilty. So this is a big change. Normally, the defense wants lesser included offenses, and they're hoping that some juror will say, I don't see it being, first degree. And she didn't have the gun. She didn't go up there. There's no evidence that it's just not strong enough. So this isn't first degree. So normally the defense is hoping they can draw a juror off to manslaughter, draw a juror off to maybe second degree, and that would be a good thing for them. The prosecution usually doesn't want that. So they're gambling here, basically. The prosecution believes they can prove first degree and that they could conceivably lose a juror to second degree or manslaughter, so this is better for them. The defense thinks while the state may have second degree or manslaughter, they haven't got enough for first degree. So they may be able to gamble everything and win on this. They also have to be thinking about Donna's age and the idea that if she's convicted of any level of these things, it's going to be essentially life in prison for her. There's no such thing as a lesser sentence for her in reality. In practical terms, they might as well roll the dice. They might as well go for broke on this. And I did let me stop that screen and share a different screen share with you. All right, here's a chart I did for y'all. Oh, and let me make sure it's showing. Yep. This is a chart I did on what the charges that the jury will be looking at are and what they mean. Depending on when we have time today and how the flow is, we'll go into details about each of these. Right now, you should know, see the first degree murder up there? I've got what the elements are, what it means under Florida law, and then what the potential sentence would be. And right now, though, and I mean, this is the way it is. The judge is removing lines 2 and 3, second degree murder and manslaughter. As of this morning, no longer on the table. First degree murder will be, second degree will not, manslaughter will not. Conspiracy to commit murder and solicitation to commit murder, those last two on there, those will both be presented to the jury. So the jury will be deciding 3 questions. Is Donna guilty of first degree murder? They'll have 2 choices, just binary, guilty, not guilty. And conspiracy to commit murder, same choice, guilty, not guilty. And finally, solicitation, just a choice, guilty, not guilty. So it'll be a pretty simple verdict form. That part's good. That part is definitely good. The question of exactly how much the person would receive for conspiracy to commit murder, I had trouble figuring that out under Florida law. And by the way, clearly not. I don't practice in Florida, and this is not legal advice. What I was trying to do was figure that out. The answer is that if it's a capital felony, which murder usually would be, and first degree murder would be, then the sentence is life or can be life if the person is convicted of it under conspiracy and under solicitation. The question I had was, does it have to be charged as a capital felony? Or if it's just charged as first degree, does it then, the sentence for conspiracy and solicitation, move to the level right below that, which would be up to 30 years? So I don't know. Florida lawyer would have to answer that part. But as far as what the sentence is, it's more than Donna's going to make, right? I mean, she's already, we have seen incredible aging as she's been in jail. Honestly, I think she looks pretty good. I think she looks healthy, and even maybe healthier than she did during Charlie's trial and when she was arrested. But 30 years, unlikely. And so that would be the minimum she's looking at if she is convicted of just conspiracy or just solicitation. That's what it looked like to me. So had they moved downward to second degree murder or manslaughter, then she probably would have received at least 15 years in prison. I think they have to be thinking, and what's the difference for her? It's basically a life sentence. And that probably is exactly what they're thinking about this. So let me pull back out and we'll talk about that some more later on as we move into the jury instructions. And we're going to have some time today. These are going to be very long closing arguments, 2 hours per side. I think that is too long. My personal opinion is it's really difficult to listen to one person talk for 2 hours. So I'm especially honored that y'all are here with me, but we break it up. We're watching the court and then I'll talk. And so watching one person 2 hours is a really, really long time. I do think they would be better off to do a little shorter and see if they can't get this a little bit faster for the jury. All right, so I'm going to head over to your questions. I'm wondering, Sam, I'm not sure how long we're going to have, and I don't want to start into the elements of the crime and what they are. You know what? I'll just do it. Let's just start here. All right, so first degree murder, and it's a little shorter now, right? Since we no longer have to deal with second degree or manslaughter. As of this morning, gone. So first degree murder is the unlawful killing of a human being, and there has to be premeditation, not just premeditation like I want to attack the person, premeditation to effect, cause death. So the premeditation has to be specific, premeditation to cause death. In this regard, one of the things the jail inmate said about Donna is actually really helpful to her. Do you remember one of the inmates said that Donna said it was all a mistake. She only wanted them to scare him or hurt him. I don't know if she was even really all that specific, but that she never intended for this to happen. They may be relying on that. The very jailhouse informant that the state put on the stand may be where they're going with this, that Donna never had any idea that this was a premeditation to cause death. She never knew that. And maybe that'll be their argument. That would certainly be fascinating. If we go down to conspiracy to commit murder, and I've got the Florida statute there listed, and we can look at the statutes later. I've got those to show you as well. A person who agrees, conspires, combines, or confederates. So that's one element. Agrees, conspires, combines, or confederates with another person or persons to commit any offense. In this case, that's going to be specific. The offense of first-degree murder, not the offense of second degree, not the defense of manslaughter, first-degree murder. Then, and so 3 elements: agrees, conspires, combines, confederates, works with somebody, in other words, with another person or persons, and in this case, Charlie has been specifically named, Katie has been named, to commit first-degree murder is what it's going to say to the jury. Solicitation to commit murder is a person who solicits another to commit an offense prohibited by law, and which would be, of course, first-degree murder. That's what they're going to be told. A person who solicits another to commit first-degree murder, they'll be told, commands, encourages, hires, or requests, so ask somebody else to do this, specific conduct which would constitute such offense. So they're asking somebody to do some conduct which would be first-degree murder. That's how it's going to be limited. And the reason I thought it would be useful to kind of see it like this, so you can kind of think through what the jury is going to be instructed and what they're going to have to think through back there. This is going to be a way we can evaluate the arguments. It's the arguments, of course, I imagine they'll be very well done by both sides, but there will be a lot of emotion in there. Then the jury is going to be instructed, okay, that emotion, take that out. Let's look specifically at what exactly the person did. Does it fit the definition of the crime under Florida law? And it's supposed to be a very technical look at that point. It's not just, how do I feel? Does it seem to me like she did it? What's my gut here? This is, does it fit the definition of the crime under Florida law? So I would anticipate, based on their decision to drop second-degree murder and manslaughter, that there are going to be some pretty technical arguments offered by the defense, that this is not premeditation to effect death. Donna never intended that. And therefore, she can't be convicted of any of these crimes, because the conspiracy to commit murder requires the offense of murder or conspiracy toward the offense to commit murder. So if it's first-degree murder and she never gets there, then conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, she also doesn't get there. So it will be absolutely fascinating to see what exactly they will be planning to do. So I see a good question from Crab Kitten about, does conspiracy before the event automatically assume premeditation? And it might assume premeditation, but not to effect death. You might conspire with someone to rob someone, right? And that would be different from conspiring with them to commit first-degree murder. Now, the two might end up all in the same crime. That's not what I'm saying. But as far as two different crimes, those would be different. So it's possible for her to conspire with someone about something that isn't first-degree murder. That could happen. And that may be what they plan to argue. Very, very interesting to see what is actually going to be argued during the closing arguments. I personally am really excited about it. Okay, so I'm not sure. Marlon is sending me a message. I'm not sure what that means, Marlon. I'm no good at cryptic messages. Everyone has to be very overt with me. So one more try, Marlon, on that, and I'll see what you mean. Okay, so, and thank you. Marlon is one of our mods here on the channel. Marlon and Mama Pinks keep me straight and have been such an incredible help. They keep the chat, everything running really well, and I am very grateful to them. So I'll remove that right now so we can talk a little bit more about the trial. So as far as what exactly will happen in closing argument, I expect the closing argument by the state to be incredibly thorough. She is Jordan Kappelman, I'm sure, will give the closing argument. Her fellow, Sarah Dugan, gave the opening statement, and I believe Jordan Kappelman will do this one. I believe Mr. Zellman for Donna's team will do the closing argument. Josh Selman, the other Jackie Fulford did the opening, and I think Mr. Zellman will be doing the closing. That's really typical that the lawyers split it. If there's more than one lawyer, one does opening, one does closing. Sometimes somebody has like a real skill. They're really good at closing or really good at opening. Sometimes not, but that is often the case. And that's how they split it up. It also might be split up based on seniority, but I would expect Georgia Kappelman to be very passionate. I would expect her to be very, I would expect it to be pretty dramatic. She is brilliant with her use of words and her ability to persuade and her command of the facts. And I think we will see all of that. She thought it was going to take her 2 hours. That is really long, but we will, if she said 2 hours, I think that's how it'll be. She's going to give part of it. Then the defense will have its 2 hours, and then she'll give the end. The state gets a chance to go again because they bear the burden of proof. So they get to go twice. They can split it up. They don't get more time, but they can split it up. Okay, so let's see. Oh, okay. I see. Actually, no, that was a really good point, Marlon. Okay, we have slid the YouTube sound button higher, so maybe it will be higher for us. We will hope that will work. Hopefully that will be the deal. All right, let's take a look at some of your comments. Brenda, thank you. And, Brenda was one of our first 5 in the chat today. Mildred, just Mildred. Christine Soward, Doctor, Go Do Basketball, Space Cat, and Brenda Cowan. Thank you all for being here early. I appreciate that. Nancy Perry saying good morning to everybody, and it's an exciting day. This is a long time in the coming. Will there be more trials after that? After this one, a lot will come down to today. If for any reason Donna gets off, there's, I think, zero way that they pursue Wendi. But if Donna is convicted, I think there's a possibility that that will happen. Jodzi is, if they drop lesser included and she's acquitted of first degree, could she be tried later for second degree? I don't believe so. I believe that would be the end of it. She would have been acquitted of this. I mean, they had their opportunity to charge her with that here. It was dropped. So I don't believe there would be any attempt later at that. If they lose, they lose. And I think that'll be the end of the case against Donna Adelson. There might be some different case. I don't know. Maybe there's some tax fraud or something somewhere. They might prosecute that, but it would not be the same case. They wouldn't do that. So Melinda is concerned about the fact that the best evidence against Donna Adelson came from people who were in cuffs, and that is certainly true. Katie Medbanowa was probably the most important witness against Donna Adelson. Also important, those jailhouse informants who told us that Donna Adelson was heavily, was pushing them to lie for her. She was trying to get them to say things about Katie Medbanowa, like Katie Medbanowa made these things up. Katie Medbanowa was just trying to get an advantage in her own problems, her own criminal problems, by turning against Donna. And that honestly, Katie had admitted it was never about Donna. This was all an extortion. So they came in and said, Donna tried to get us to do that, but it was a lie. Katie never said that. Donna was the one trying to pervert justice by ending up with a fake jury verdict based on false evidence. So they are definitely some of the most important witnesses against Donna in the case, but obviously not the only witnesses and not the only evidence against her. One of the most important pieces of evidence too, I think, is the bump and Donna's reaction when she was extorted, her lack of surprise, her lack of confusion, and the person she went to first, Charlie, her son, her own son. And Meredith gifted 5 lawyerly memberships. Thank you. This Sunday, if you're one of our members, then you will know that this Sunday we are having our first ever crime and chat. So we're going to be live streaming. If you're a member, you'll get a link. It'll be available on YouTube. And bring your craft. If you want, send me a photo of what you're going to be working on in advance, and we'll share them during the stream. You do have to agree that at some point you stop long enough to put in some questions and stuff. We're just going to talk our true crime cases and chat about those things while we all work. I'm going to be doing crochet And so my daughter is going to be here. She can read your questions so I can work. And y'all can bring whatever though. Maybe some of you do painting, or maybe you do something other than crochet. So I will look forward to seeing what everybody's going to be working on. Be sure to send that to me at my Gmail address, which they'll put in the chat right now. Let's see. And Jackie, good to hear from you this morning. Jackie has gifted a huge percentage of our lawyerly memberships. I'm very appreciative of Jackie. And these memberships you can get anytime by hitting the join button by Lawyer Lee right below this video. Unless you're on your iPhone, you're going to have to go in through the browser instead of your YouTube app, or you can always go to your computer and join that way. But it's really just a way of financially supporting the work I do here on the channel. And I'm very appreciative of that. And you get to use the amazing, marvelous emojis that Marlon has created and that you will see people using in the chat. They're all completely bespoke. They're just for our channel. He did those for us and they're really awesome. Well, we are waiting for the court. I don't want to have it on mute. Absolutely not. Are we all the way at the end? Yep, we're all the way at the end. So we are waiting for the court to get started. They've already done the arguments that you pretty typically expect right before a closing argument. And now we are waiting to see the actual closing arguments. We'll have jury instructions. That's where the judge reads the law to the jury and says, here is how you're going to make the decision. Here are the rules. So you will know how to make your decision. And then we'll move straight from that and honestly, sometimes they do the jury instructions at the end. I'm not sure which way this judge will do it, but both sides will have 2 hours for their closing arguments. And then it's the jury. It's all about the jury and where the jury will take the case. Charlie's jury came back super fast. There was very little hesitation. They came back with a resounding and very quick guilty. But of course, it could take several days. It might take everybody some time to look at the evidence, to go through it, to think about it. And so we will see. There might be jurors who differ. Not everyone may agree. Obviously, Charlie's jury reached a pretty quick consensus. Everybody looked at it and said, yep, guilty, and they moved very quickly. Speaking of Charlie, one of the huge disappointments for me is that we did not hear from Charlie. He was brought all the way from South Dakota as a potential witness in this case. And the plan was that South Dakota, well, for those of you wondering, South Dakota, wait a minute, he was convicted in Florida. Why is he there? Apparently, there were some threats and concerns about his personal safety in the prison system in Florida. And so he was moved out of that system to a place where supposedly he would be safer, which apparently is South Dakota. But they brought him back thinking he might testify. The state never called him. I don't even know if he would have testified without immunity in Donna's case, but she didn't call him either. And then the state didn't present a rebuttal case. So it's all over, and Charlie has not been involved. Will Charlie ever testify again? Will we ever hear from Charlie again? Probably not. Chances are not. Unless he gets a new trial or Donna does, it's not very likely that we will hear from Charlie again. We may have heard Charlie's last words, unless maybe there's some jail calls that someone is able to get or something like that. We may have heard from Charlie for the last time. Charlie's case is currently on appeal. It is difficult to get a case reversed, so his chances are not huge, not high. All right, let's do some questions while we're waiting. And there are a couple more super chats I need to appreciate and say thank you to. Brooke started following this case 10 years ago. Wow. Yeah, it's been 2014 Dan Markel was killed. So this is very long, but fascinating to me that Brooke started following it in Ireland. This is not just nationally followed, it is internationally followed, as Brooke is evidence. And I'm so glad you like the coverage. That is a high honor. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you very much. And speaking of our international crowd, Pascaline is from France. She lives in Paris, and she's been following with us this whole trial. And she's saying, okay, we have also jury trials related to my question yesterday. Yeah, I was thinking that typically a group of maybe 3 judges would decide the case, and then another group of 3 would decide. But she's saying they have jury trials. And of Questions about the instructions for the jury, why before or after the closing arguments? It doesn't seem to be that there's some mandatory way to do it. I just know some courts do it differently than other courts do. Some courts, the judge will come in and read the instructions, and then the lawyers, the two sides, will do their closing, and then that'll be it. But sometimes the judge goes last. I've just seen it both ways. I don't think there's any why to it. It's just the custom in a certain area and what people normally are used to the judge doing or judges doing. A lot of times I think people follow what they've seen other judges in the area do. So it starts to be sort of local. Who goes first in closing? I'll go ahead and pop over here. I may have missed some. Oh, I did miss some questions. I'll go ahead and answer that one and then go backwards a little bit. So, and I can't find the question again. I shouldn't have moved my cursor. Now I will never know who asked that question. It was a good question. Who goes first? The prosecution goes first in most circumstances. Usually most states, most courts, prosecutor will go, then the defense will go. In most courts, you then have the chance for the prosecutor to go again. The theory behind that is that they have the burden of proof, so they should be the last to be able to make their presentation to the jury. And the split is up to them. One thing they could do usually is 2 solid hours at the end if they wanted to, but most of the time the prosecutor will split. They think that gives them the best chance of persuading the jury. So I'm sorry, whoever asked that. Oh, there it is. It's Peggy. Thank you, Peggy, for your question. And Alice asked, why did the prosecution agree to drop the lesser included offenses? That just helps Donna. Well, the prosecution is doing what prosecutors normally would want to do. Normally, it's the defense that wants those lesser included offenses because the defense is hopeful that some juror will get pulled off on that. And the prosecution wants them focused in on first-degree murder because they think they can prove and have proved first-degree murder. And they don't want the jury copping out and doing a lesser sentence. They think first-degree murder is reasonable. So normally that's what the prosecution would do. So they have different views of the case, is how I would put it. The defense is thinking, we may be able to win on this technicality. And honestly, that's not a fair way to put it. That sort of minimizes what they are thinking, and that's not fair. But they're saying, we think we can win on the actual wording of the law. We do not believe they have met their burden of proof in meeting the exact wording of what is supposed to be proven with first-degree murder. So I don't think, so forget what I said there. I don't think that was a fair way to put it. Sun Devil, thank you. Sun Devil 42 at that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Mildred, just Mildred, has gifted 10 Lawyerly memberships. So if you are not a member, be sure to turn on your ability to receive gifted memberships. Marlon, Mama Pinks will put that in the chat, our two mods, so you can know how to do that. And YouTube does it randomly. Once you turn that on, you might get one of those. Mildred, after her 10 Lawyerly membership, says, members only on Sunday, come join the fun. Bring your craft, and don't forget to send me a picture in advance of what you're working on so I can share those while we're all talking. I've already been getting pictures in, so please be sure to send me your picture. Okay, Beth from Arkansas says, will the prosecution team have to agree to remove those charges requested by the defense or the judge only? The judge turned to them and asked them, are you okay with that? And they agreed. So would he have had to do that? Maybe not. He probably could have made a ruling about that, but in this case, the prosecution agreed, and so he removed it. Everyone was in agreement. That was taken out. Tammy asked, will they put Donna in the same prison with the other two jail informants, the snitches who testified against her, or will she be moved? And that's a good question. I believe since she's been in jail as opposed to prison, at least I think she has been, then typically she's going to be moved to prison. They may or may not, depending on the outcome of their cases. Both of them were hoping to get a deal from the state. They admitted that right up front. The state asked them, isn't it true you're here in part because you think you may get a deal from the state? No one hid that. So they may be hoping to avoid prison altogether or have it just be for a short time. It does seem Katie is off in a different place from Donna. To me, the super interesting question is, would Katie and Donna ever be in the same place? Typically, the prison system is going to look at issues like safety and whether or not people could be together. So I imagine they will look carefully at that. But theoretically, sure, they could be in the same place. That absolutely could happen. Mel asking me, do you think they would let Charlie do an impact statement for Donna if she's convicted? What an interesting question, Mel. I think no. I think that they'll just send him back. Typically, I mean, I don't know what he would say. What an interesting thing that would be. I would definitely like to see it. I'm here for it. I don't think they would let that happen, but boy, would that be interesting. All right. Looking for, oh, I forgot to say this probably. Question marks at the beginning. That will help me spot that you have a question. While we are killing time waiting for the jury, what is the split of jury members? If you mean in terms of gender, we are about to find out because we are going to find out who the two alternates are after they go through this process. Maybe they already know, but typically we don't find that out until the very end. Sheriff Sheena, do you think Harvey and Wendi will be arrested and put to trial after this one wraps up? I think a lot comes down to what happens here. If what happens is that Donna is convicted, I think there's a much stronger chance that Harvey or Wendi get arrested and get prosecuted. But we have to accept the fact that it's been 11 years and it still hasn't happened. Now, it was 9 years before they arrested Donna, right? So it doesn't mean it's over, but it has been a super long time. My personal thought is that if they win here, especially if they win easily, if it's a pretty quick conviction and it's first-degree murder, then I think the chances of further arrest is high. Just my personal opinion. Crab Kitten, is the second part of the prosecution closing limited to rebutting what the defense said in their closing? No, they can do anything they want. It's just the way they choose to allot their time. Sometimes they use different attorneys. One might do the first part and one the second. In this case, I'm pretty positive Georgia Cappleman's going to do the whole thing. Sometimes they leave just a little time at the end, and then they do use it for rebuttal. Sometimes they really literally split theirs in half because they think strategically they're going to be better off with that. So lots of different ways to do it. There's not a firm rule on this. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I have so enjoyed having y'all watch the trial with me. I've never gotten to watch a trial with y'all before, so that was really fun. It's been very different. It's been pretty exhausting. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad it was a short trial. It would have been difficult. But I really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed your comments and your questions and just getting to sort of mull over what happened for the day with you. It's been a lot of fun. Nancy, another nice comment. Thank you very much. I'm glad y'all have enjoyed it. I was not just a little, as Marlon can tell you, I was panic stricken about this. I thought, like, what am I going to say? What will I do? Will there be long periods where I have absolutely nothing to say and we're just sitting there staring at each other? Will y'all be looking at me like, what is Lee doing? Does she have no thoughts or opinions? What will happen? But it actually has worked out pretty well. It's been pretty fun, except periods of time like this where there are gaps, but y'all have plenty of questions. We're still having a really good time. Danette Smith is asking about how can they charge murder if she didn't do the deed? You are asking the exact question that I think we're going to hear in the closing argument from the defense. I think they're going to say, she didn't do this. This isn't first degree murder. And maybe it was conspiracy, maybe it was solicitation, but they're going to say it can't be either of those if it wasn't first degree murder. It has to be conspiracy to commit first degree murder. Now, someone committed first degree murder is what the prosecution is going to say. Somebody did, and if she conspired to do that or solicited to do that, you don't have to find her guilty of first degree murder. That'll be the prosecution's argument. But yeah, I think they are going to, that is exactly what they're pinning their hopes on. But remember, Charlie didn't shoot the gun. Charlie didn't go to Tallahassee. Charlie didn't walk up to Dan Markel sitting in his car, and yet he was convicted of first-degree murder. So the charge can be met, but the question is whether the jury will think that actually happened here. Hi, Jay Tanner. Good to see you from Charleston, South Carolina. Glad to have you along. It's so fascinating to me how many places y'all are from. This case is not just being followed in Florida and not just in the United States. Very much an international following. Megan, what a nice comment. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Very kind. Well, all right. So let's head back over and see what questions you have. I will keep looking. I see someone hoping there's a verdict today. That would be very exciting. That would definitely mean the jury was of one accord, not hard, able to figure that out right away. Very possible. Lauren Crime asking about how you turn on the ability to get one of the gifted memberships, which we have received several gifts this morning. Very much appreciated. And that instruction will be put in the chat. That is above my pay grade. But Marlon and Mama Pinks can explain that to you, and I'm sure they will put that in. Oh, there we go. Marlon putting that in. Thank you, Marlon. All right, let's see. Virginia wanting to know if there's a hung jury, will Donna go back to jail until the second trial? Almost certainly yes. Almost certainly her lawyers would say she should get out pending that, and almost certainly she would not. So she would go back to jail. Almost that. I'm just going to go with she would go back to jail. I'm just going to stop there. All right, looking for those question marks at the beginning. And there we go. Nope, that's someone's name. I'm like, y'all have no questions. Now come on. Ida Shaw wants to know if I think the state has met its burden. I usually wait until the end to go ahead and say, so y'all can keep having your opinion. Speaking of, why don't we do a poll? And the poll I want to ask you is this. Do you think state should have agreed to drop lesser included? I'm not sure the judge would have let them oppose it, but he did ask them, and they agreed. Do you think the state should have agreed? And we're going to do a yes or no. Curious what you think about that. I see Yoo-Hoo asking an interesting question. What charge do you think the jury will struggle with the most? I think it's going to be that first-degree murder, because that is a big charge, right? Let me put up this is the chart that I made for y'all about the Florida homicide and related offenses. And remember, lines 2 and 3 have been removed. Second-degree murder and manslaughter, those are out now. They took those out this morning at the request of the defense. So first-degree murder is the unlawful killing of a human being and premeditation to cause that kind of death. So unlawful killing has to be a human, and there has to be premeditation, not just premeditation like you thought about hurting the person. It has to be premeditation to cause death. So nothing in that says the actual murder weapon has to be wielded by the person. It's not that specific. Here is all it means: unlawful killing, human being, premeditation to effect death. So that the state will be arguing it fully meets that. No question from Scotland. Neil Morrison, Bill Slim's fan club, saying no question. Tons from Scotland today. So I'm not. Are you asking whether Scotland has a question? Maybe Neil Morrison, Bill Slim's fan club, wants to know if you have a question. Scotland. That's what I'm thinking he's saying, or maybe is from Scotland. I'm confused. But thank you for your super chat. Fairy Dust 80 is a new member, and we are glad to have you. So somebody turned on those ability to receive super chat or joined. Either way, thank you, Fairy Dust 80. Glad to have you. Let's head back over here. Why does the jail make moves in record to safety? I thought they let inmates handle things. Creepy GP is asking. Well, in my opinion, I know that is kind of popular, and let me pull that out while we're talking. So I know that it's kind of popular to say things about, I hope that, the other inmates take care of you and things like that. I personally think that's not the way we want to work as a society. I think the plan, we have a justice system, and the justice system sentences the person. And I think that should be their sentence, just speaking personally. So the jail does try to follow through with that. So if the person is sentenced to life in prison and not to death, then the prison system will try to protect them, because that's the point wasn't to put them in jail to be murdered by other people. That wouldn't be the justice that our system delivered. That would be some kind of jailhouse inmate justice, and that isn't what we were aiming for. So that's why they do that. I think they're trying to make sure that just what the sentence was is what's imposed, not extra. They don't want some kind of extra sentence imposed inside jail when the jury and the judge didn't award that. So good question. Thanks for asking. LLH, how long do juries take on average? I looked that up one time, like a few months ago, and I don't remember LLH. I do not recall how long it was. There was like an average, like they would typically take this amount of time. There was a study about that. It was several hours. It did relate to how long the case went. So if the case went for weeks or months, then it was going to take longer than a one-day trial. Obviously, that would be a little crazy, right? One-day trial and then you deliberate for 5 days would be excessive. April asking, if you conspire to harm, but the end result is murder, aren't you still liable for murder? Similar to robbing a bank. So if you conspire, there are two different charges. And here, so the first line is the first degree murder. And you can see that's the unlawful killing that we talked about. The conspiracy to commit murder is the person who agrees or conspires. We'll just use conspires to shorten this. You have to conspire with another person to commit, in Donna's case, it's going to be first degree murder. So the main part of it is that conspiracy, as opposed to the first degree murder. So the conspiracy with another person to commit the murder is what she could be guilty of, even if the jury says this isn't quite fit unlawful killing because she didn't do the killing. If that's what they choose, if that's the direction they go, and the judge will tell them it doesn't have to be, and the prosecution will tell them it doesn't have to be this person wielding the knife. It could be, or in the gun in this case, it could be someone, as long as they are involved in this killing and premeditation. That's the main key. Then the conspiracy is you're working with other people. It is a fine line, frankly. I think there's tons and tons of overlap and lots of room for confusion for juries, but they've been divided down this way to try to make sure that different crimes get included and get counted so that people are still found guilty if to fit all the different ways that someone might commit a crime. So I agree with you that it's sometimes dancing on the head of a pin, figuring out tiny little differences, but that is the way the law is set up, is divide it down, different things. Solicitation, conspiracy, murder are three entirely separate charges. Will Wendi or Harvey give impact statements? They did not for Charlie. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking, they sentenced Charlie without any impact statement. So what will happen with Donna? Good question. Harvey's right there. He could give an impact statement. So it is possible. April, if you conspire to, oh, no, sorry. I already talked about April's question. Angie, what case am I following next? What a good question. There are several that I'm super interested in. One is Corey Richens. Absolutely fascinated with that case. One is the Sheriff Steins case, which is getting more and more bizarre by the day. There's a case that's very similar to this one down in Florida that has intrigued me as well. but I am always on the hunt for what you're interested in too. Y'all may have good ideas. You may have some cases you know about. So please be sure to let me know if you have some like that. I'd particularly be interested in anything you know coming up for trial pretty soon that we could talk about, because I love the trials. That's really fun. Great question, and thank you, Angie. All right, let's see. Is court back? Not on my feed. Let's make sure. Am I all the way at the end? I'm all the way at the end. Yep. So not yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it over here, and we'll pop over there if I see anybody come in, because we don't want to miss a minute. Am I right? We absolutely want to hear absolutely everything. Jay Tanner, thank you so much. I completely agree. Shout out to the moderators, except for that Nightbot, which we cannot convince should stop taking out the word lie and giving people a timeout for that. I don't know what we have to do to convince Nightbot, but that's a YouTube thing. Like it does chat moderation, but it has these parameters you can set up, but you can't talk it out of some of its ideas. It is hard-headed. So, but as for Marlon and Mama Pinks, I completely agree with you, Jay Tanner. Shout out to the mods. They have done an amazing job. Oh, look, we got 3 new members. We've got Claudia, and we've got Petmo Mom 2, and Danny B. Fantastic to have all of you as new members. Don't forget, Sunday, 3 o'clock, we're going to be doing our crime and crafts. So if you can, send me a photo of what you're going to be working on in advance. And we're going to talk true crime cases, and we're going to be looking specifically. I'm going to be working crochet. You can do whatever you want to do. We're just going to hang out. All right, let's go back over for some more questions. Verified Vegan wants to know, why don't you put it? Oh, well, there you go. Verified Vegan says, why don't you put up the question you're answering? Well, that's a very good idea. Thank you, Verified Vegan. And I put Verified Vegan's question up there. All right. Let's see. Did we ever find out anything more about Miguel? Oh, Brigitte. Did we ever find anything more about Miguel? I don't. Miguel was the mysterious figure that Wendi went to Puerto Rico with. At first, we were thinking, or I was thinking, based on what the context, that this was while she was dating Jeffrey Lacoste, following her divorce from Dan Markel. But as it turns out, it appears maybe it was earlier than that. So maybe it was as she was getting divorced, or while she was separated, or who knows, at some point during the time with Dan Markel. But we did not find out anything more about the mysterious Miguel. We did find more about Dave. Dave was the person that everybody wanted Wendi to be involved with. Charlie, all on board for Dave. Donna, all on board for Dave. And we heard in a recording Charlie go on and on about how lucky Wendi would be to have someone like Dave at her advanced age. She was 37. Who would want a 37-year-old woman? Asked Charlie. If they could be a Victoria's Secret model. And if they were 37 and had kids, he wanted nothing to do with it. So, but despite Wendi's obvious flaws, she was able to get someone other than Dave. Apparently they did break up. So, Donna wants to know, can the defense fill up the entire 2 hours with their nothing burgers? I do not think they have 2 hours of things to say, because they didn't have that long a case. It was only a day and a half. Obviously, a lot of what they're doing is responding to the state. I personally think 2 hours is too long. I don't think either side should have 2 hours. It's just that you can't, one person talking, it's hard to hold the jury's attention. But remember how the state's going to do it. They're going to split it. And so one will go early, one will go late, and then that leaves the defense with a 2 hour block in the middle. So I don't think they necessarily, that's the outside cap. It doesn't mean they can't go shorter. The only worry for the defense is if they get up there and say 10 minutes worth and the state talks for 2 hours, it makes it look like they had nothing to say. So they've got to put in a reasonable showing. They have to actually bring it. And 2 hours, though, I don't think they have to do 2 hours. I actually hope they won't do 2 hours. I don't think there's enough. All right. Lauren Crime is asking me, if the jury hangs, will they retry Donna? I feel like they very probably would. They put so much effort into this case, and their chances are, again, strong when they go back for an well, when they go back and do a second trial. Cases are pretty strong. So yeah, I think it's pretty likely they would retry Donna if the jury hangs. They don't have to. They can make a decision. It's not worth it. We've spent our time, but I think it's very unlikely that would be their choice. Yes, Pascaline, I do intend to cover the Corey Richens case. There's been talk about it not being broadcast. We will find out more as the time goes on. That is a completely nutty case. It reminds me in a lot of ways of the James Craig case, in that Corey Richens, there was a certain amount of evidence against her. And then after she got in jail, she proceeded to create more evidence against herself, which is unusual. And it creates a lot of drama around the case. So I think that's a very fascinating case. It has some important legal issues in it too. Very, very interesting. I absolutely do plan to cover that. Daniel wants to know why, how come why would Donna demand a speedy trial? And the answer is it's a right under the Constitution. You have the right to a speedy trial, but specifically, the reason I think Donna would want that, not just it's a general right, but one reason would be her age. The fact of the matter is, at her age, if it's another 2 years till trial, that's 2 more years she's not out and 2 more years of age for her. This is obviously, prison at any age is going to be difficult on the body, and it's going to be even more difficult for her at her age. So I think that's part of the reason why. Just get it over with. Let's see what's going to happen. And if she's going to get out, get out. If she had bail, that might be another issue, right? She might be putting that off. Oh, thank you, Bartley. That is such a nice comment. I appreciate that. So, and Martha is asking me about Donna's story to the specifically the woman who said this part was Patricia Byrd. And yes, what she was saying to Patricia Byrd, as Patricia Byrd relayed it, was that her intent was for Garcia and Rivera, the two hitmen, to do something to, there's no way I'll find my notes fast enough to be able to get the exact wording of what she said. But bottom line, she never intended it to go that far. I think that's the way the wording was. She had no idea, never intended it to go that far. That's a really interesting point for the defense when it comes to first degree murder, because remember, it's not just premeditation, it's premeditation to commit first degree murder. And I'll pop it back up. It is premeditation to effect, cause death. And what she was saying there was she never meant for it to go that far. So ironically, right? Because this is a witness who is huge for the state. This is a witness important for the state. And Donna fought against the person testifying, given that they had switched sides. Of course, initially, Donna believed this person was on her side and was telling her information. Then it switched. She went over to the prosecution. Who exactly switched, whether Donna was pressing, obviously that's a hard fought issue. But ironically, this person ended up having a little sentence in there that might help the defense when it comes to arguing that issue of first degree murder. Oh, thank you, Tad. That's a high compliment too. This is my first ever attempt at live streaming a trial. I was highly, highly nervous, and y'all have been very kind to me, which I'm grateful for. Colleen wants to know if she is somehow found innocent or not guilty, would she go home with Harvey today? Yeah, I think she would. I think they would. She would probably have to go back to the jail to process out. But yes, I think that'd be it. She'd be free to go. I don't think there would be any holding her for anything else that I'm aware of. I agree with Stone. This was the perfect trial for my first gavel to gavel, because every day something very bizarre happened. Yesterday maybe being the culmination, but every day, just strange. Like, what? Over and over. As a juror, wouldn't you wonder why there are less charges suddenly? And I don't think so. I don't think they would have, maybe some juror with a legal background maybe would notice, but I think for the most part, they're going to receive this massive set of instructions. It's going to seem like more law than they can process. And I don't think most of them will notice that 2 charges got pulled out. They're going to see this big amount of stuff that they have to figure out. Oh, by the way, I should go. Let's see what our vote was. And I will go ahead and lock in your last votes. I'm going to go ahead and close out the poll if you haven't voted. So I was curious what you think. I need to write that down too. I always like to include these in the recap. At the end of the day, on the live, I'll do a recap for you. If you're here with me on the live, you can hear it live. And then after we get off the live, I pull it out and I post it separately for people who have not had time to actually watch the trial and just want the brief recap version. So, all right, I'm about to end it, and it's very interesting. So the question I asked was, do you think the state should have agreed to to drop the lesser included charges? And let me tell you, typically the state wants that. Typically the state is not pushing for the lesser included, it's the defendant. So to drop, it's moving out of the way. To drop lesser included, and your answers were, and you can probably, many of you can see this right on your screen, but your answer no says 62%. You're concerned about what Donna will be able to do with that first degree murder. And 62% no, 37% yes. They round depending on the decimals. In case you're wondering, why does that not add up to 100? What is the problem with that? Lawyer Lee and her math. Lawyers are never any good with math. That is a common comment. All right, JB Kids Go. Do you think it was smart to take off second degree and manslaughter? We will see, right? We will see. It's counterintuitive. It's not what you would normally expect, but the prosecution is doing what you would normally expect. It's the defense. It's not doing what you would normally expect. I really think they have to have been thinking, what difference does it make for Donna? A conviction for anything is a conviction that will mean the rest of her life in prison. So you can play around with sentences and 15, it doesn't matter. It's all the same for her. So I think it was a smart move for the defense in that they didn't lose anything, and the state feels like they may have gained a little bit. So from each perspective, yeah, probably a decent decision. Young Black economist asked me, don't they need overt act for both Harvey and Wendi to arrest? I don't think they have overt acts for either. So typically with conspiracy, and I can't say exactly what Florida's law is, but typically, oh, they're starting. Oh, let me hurry. So typically one person has to commit the overt act, but it doesn't have to be the person charged as long as they're in the conspiracy and one person committed the overt act. I don't know if that's exactly how it works in Florida, but it's a very good question, Young Black economist. All right, here we go. I am so excited. I mean, I have been waiting and waiting for this. I know y'all have too. Look at all these new members. I'm so excited. Claudia Harrigan and Pet. Oh, we already said that. Dana B. Dan E. B.
All right, jury entering courtroom.
Okay.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact.
You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly, or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden.
That's a direct dig at the defense that twice they had people in the courtroom who should not have been in the courtroom listening to the testimony of other people. There's also supposed to be a stipulation about that, which he hasn't read yet.
Burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it is called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway.
Wonder what that is.
Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number one, You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form, which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel.
She's really great at closing. This should be amazing. This should be one of the best closings you've seen. That would be my prediction. Let's stop just a second. I'll just say we've been through, for those of you coming in, we have been through jury instructions. They've heard what the law is, what they're supposed to do. We are now moving into closing. We're going to start with Georgia Kappelman for the state. She is going to divide her time. So the state will go, the defense will go, and then the state will go again. Each side, based on discussion yesterday, Georgia Kappelman asked for 2 hours. So the judge is going to, more or less anyway, limit them to about that 2-hour period. The states will be split into 2 pieces.
Good morning. Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendi Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those 2 little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member.
This
Each
is
defendant
excellent right
characterized
here.
himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before this defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. Evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. This horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendi Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendi and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendi's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendi. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine Magbanua to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendi's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendi on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law. And on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendi's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendi in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendi needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendi filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendi to leave Dan. Then Wendi calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendi strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendi's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendi as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendi pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendi should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Miss Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendi even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendi Adelson. Also remember how her son Rob described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendi even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendi's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendi had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendi and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendi sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendi should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendi forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendi with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendi on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendi is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendi files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendi to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendi took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendi put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendi failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendi exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendi or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendi's kitchen table working on Wendi's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendi wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendi an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendi to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendi an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendi forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendi can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendi's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendi seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendi thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendi's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendi with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, I'm too angry to write anymore. And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendi should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendi this email, and it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendi, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest. In fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is how they get that information. Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendi's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendi was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendi winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months case preparation, the judge listened to Wendi for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase "at the moment." Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email anyway. If I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendi expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendi to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendi to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendi, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie, but she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendi's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendi, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendi. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed mom and dad. And there's a few that are signed mom and dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendi, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendi's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendi's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendi, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendi sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendi to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendi, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendi. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendi starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendi's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendi officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendi backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendi out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendi not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendi pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendi that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendi. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendi up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendi and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendi to address the situation as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah. Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendi's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights? Wendi forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendi is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendi communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendi with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants. If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder. And the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendi threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendi's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depo. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoing Wendi to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendi was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendi, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendi light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendi, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendi's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce. And she says, it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendi yet again. If you speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depo, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise, but why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie, Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendi Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendi and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbano mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendi, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendi to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant, raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendi leaving the boys with her parent rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says, by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys. And because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendi to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendi wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendi were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendi wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendi wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But as it turns out, Gibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine Magbano about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbano said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendi's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendi was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine Magbano that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitmen. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. Magbanowa drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then Magbanowa calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. You saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with Magbanowa. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad, since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. The paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendi and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present. And she says, I know you'll come through. Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendi as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendi took a photo with Catherine Magbanowa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanowa. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendi sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendi never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendi and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendi drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. I think Harvey comes with her. Wendi was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanua to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanua were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendi's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanua. He was making Wendi's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanua understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect. It appears like it went to voicemail. And we would later learn from Magbanua that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendi's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendi was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up going to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendi and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendi Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendi and Lacasse meet at Wendi's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendi about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says, they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendi on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman? And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendi texts Charlie, this is so sweet. We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendi telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendi says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendi talk for 18 minutes. Wendi and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendi concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course, the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanoa. They want their money. Where is Magbanoa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45. So while the killers are calling Magbanoa and heading south, Wendi goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at $12.49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else." This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendi suggests her mother as someone who was very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendi expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanowa joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanowa, "My parents just left." They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanowa's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanowa says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanowa was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendi and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendi receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanowa that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. (9/12/14). The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment. If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business,
Members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
thank you, Judge, and regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendi and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, She's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. His picture's on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A, does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Yeah, let me do this. You want to take a picture of the letter and send me
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
what is it saying that when they ask for?
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. Couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendi. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder, an appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanowa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanowa, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanowa, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanowa was just a victim of the hitmen too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitmen, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanowa. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanowa the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, oh, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanowa then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitmen for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionists. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanowa on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this like alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014. But he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine Magbanowa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine Magbanowa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here. If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that it's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. Defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendi was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McVanoa, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Please approach.
Right, let me, I'm glad they stopped right there because I do think the way she just, first of all,
Take you to the jury room.
oh, okay, we're gonna have a real argument here.
Yeah, leave everything right there on the chair, please.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Councilman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
Okay, I'm glad they stopped there. First of all, overview. Absolutely pitch perfect, brilliant opening statement. That would be my analysis. It was every bit what I expected from Georgia Kappelman. Her ability to command the facts is astonishing, just amazing. She has a complete memory of all of that. She is reciting everything. She is putting together a case that is absolutely overwhelming against Donna Adelson. A lot of it is circumstantial evidence, but it's being put together in a way that I think is very, very persuasive. This is a very powerful closing argument. She has nearly used up the 2 hours she said that she wanted to use. So she has 35 minutes left. She's going to save some part of that, I would assume, for the end. And so she, at this point, I frankly counted she had used up about a little bit more than that, but the judge said she has 35 minutes left. So the one thing right at the end here, I did think her discussion about what Charlie had said was a little bit incorrect, because what Charlie said was that he was the one who was extorted. Then he told his mother about it. And so she wrote checks and so forth on his behalf. But I don't think it was ever completely clear that the extortion reached Donna herself, as opposed to he confided in her what was happening. Then, of course, came the bump. So that was the one part I felt like, okay, that I remember it differently from Charlie's trial, which is a huge problem with putting Charlie's trial in the center of this case without actually having Charlie testify, without anything other than law enforcement relating what they remember hearing about Charlie's trial and about Charlie's defense. Very unusual way to get it in. But just the overwhelming amount of information has been absolutely incredible. And by the way, that adoptive admission thing she's talking about, she only mentioned one way of the adopted admission. There was more than that that was presented by the prosecution in this case. Immediately after Charlie testified that he had been extorted, and following it, Donna wrote numerous people and said, the truth is finally out. Charlie has been extorted. Yes, that's right. That's what happened. It's correct. Daniel Rushbaum, the attorney for Charlie, is proving extortion. So the adoptive admission is a very real thing. She did adopt Charlie's theory that there was an extortion, and that I think is entirely accurate by the prosecution. So the part I'm really arguing about is maybe a little small, that it went bigger in terms of, it was a small misstatement, really. I did think that one thing was inaccurate, but overall, just absolutely incredible. One of the most impressive things is the way she took the arguments that we've been hearing from the defense, and she turned them around. And so, for example, argument we have heard from the defense, let's see where I started writing these down, was that the defense said that Harvey might have written some of the emails from Donna because they came from an email called Donna Harvey, and that she believes that Georgia Kappelman is saying she thinks that's false. The emails show, and she went through, Wendi says she's controlling, didn't quite use controlling, pretty close. Rob says she's controlling. Her emails show she was heavily involved. Her emails show she was drafting and working on Wendi's documents related to her divorce. I also thought super masterful was a discussion about how much the divorce mattered to Donna Adelson. We did hear from two witnesses yesterday who said this wasn't a particularly contentious divorce. It was mostly over, and there were just some fighting, mostly by Dan, not by the Adelsons. But everything she went through with Don, cataloging all the things Donna had said about Dan Markel, about being upset, about wanting the kids to move, just overwhelming evidence that for Donna, A, it wasn't over, and B, it wasn't small. This was a very hard fought, very contentious case in Donna's opinion. It mattered to her. And I think that's, it's undeniable. And I think that cuts the legs out from under the defense before they even stand up and get talking. They have this big argument, it wasn't that contentious. I just don't think there's going to be much way they're going to win on that point, given what we've just heard. It was laid out the evidence in a way that is very, very compelling. The talk about the emails related to the alienation issue, again, clearly that would have bothered Donna Adelson. I think it's impossible for people to believe that that was a small deal to Donna Adelson, given what she said. Even one of the jail inmates who testified talked about how sometimes Donna would accidentally call the grandchildren her children, suggesting she's a little too enmeshed, a little too close, maybe doesn't even understand exactly the line, but that goes around her role in their lives versus an actual parent's role in their lives. That she went through the timeline, and it was so strong the way she did that. She pulled out a few things I think that I had not thought of, that she had put into evidence, Georgia Kappelman had for the prosecution, that Wendi had actually stayed at the home that was being prepared by the Adelsons. It's ultimately the one that Wendi moved into, but suggesting the fact that Wendi was added to be allowed to go into the condo that was being prepared and that they were finalizing. She was on the list of approved people, that this was really a preparation so that she could be relocated immediately, instantly, as soon as Dan Markel was killed. And she even wrote Dan Markel about the visitation during that last week. I thought her explanation of the dates that she wrote was really strong. The dates she wrote Dan Markel about were, I believe, the 14th through the 18th. And it completely matches, dovetails with when the hitmen went. On the 15th, they rented the car. On the 16th, they drove to Tallahassee. On the 17th, they followed Dan Markel. And on the 18th, they killed Dan Markel. So that pattern shows this was the time frame. And Georgia Kappelman said, even though she was completely authorized, she had that week was already planned. She knew Dan Markel had the kids for the week, and she had Wednesday. Even so, she wrote about those specific days. Why? Well, the prosecution says the reason she wrote about those days is because it had to do with Dan Markel and whether he would be there for when the hitmen arrived. That's what she was trying to do, was make sure he was present and in town so he could be killed. And I thought that was really strong. I was intrigued that they did a little less with Trescott Drive and so forth this time around. It was mentioned, it was just less. I think that's because they have very strong evidence connecting Donna to the divorce, to the discussion about to motive, really, to all of the things around moving the kids to South Florida and why she would want to make sure that Dan Markel was out of the way so she could get those children. And I think they focused on that evidence, and it has been unbelievably strong. It has been an absolutely excellent closing argument. Extremely hard to follow up. And I will be fascinated to see what the defense does and how long they talk, because it's going to be difficult for them. A lot of their arguments are just not very powerful after that closing argument put together the facts in a way that showed the jury in a timeline in a really clear, coherent fashion, how you move from this point to that point, and how you set out Donna's guilt, how you set out the fact that it's clear overall that she did it, even if any individual point is not by itself evidence that would be sufficient. When you lay it out as everything together, it is sufficient. So that's the argument that she's making. I've been very, very impressed. She talked about that communication after the bump. That was very important because it was Donna's own words as she spoke to Charlie. So someone has come up to her on the street, handed her this sheet of paper about Dan Markel's murder, written $5,000 and a phone number on there and said, you need to pay us. Most people would have reacted differently. Her reaction was bizarre, and the state says it's inexplicable, that you can't put that together with a normal reaction. She calls Charlie and she's automatically talking in code, which doesn't quite fit with she went on to pick up the boys at school, but she's right down the same road, walk back to the house. Not sure she would have had a lot of choice about that. Maybe she could have gone a roundabout way. Maybe she did go a roundabout way. But the way she talks to Charlie, I completely agree with the state that it is bizarre. Like, she doesn't want to say anything about it. And yet Charlie begins to get her hints and the code that she's using. She does say, this TV is about 5. And it's really hard to understand what TV could mean unless it's a reference to the hitmen. The 5 pretty clearly about the extortion, and Charlie, as she pointed out, picks up on it. $5,000. He knew about 5 meant $5,000, that it was a reference to money. Whereas this TV is about 5 isn't clear at all. You wouldn't necessarily know that meant a reference to an extortion attempt for $5,000. She talked about the 2 of us and probably both of us being involved. That's really important for connecting Donna and Charlie, which of course, and the prosecution has said, now they may get up here and they may try to separate where they are from what their position is, what Donna has done from what Charlie did, from what Wendi did, and maybe they're guilty, but Donna is not. And the prosecution is saying you can't ignore her actual involvement in this, and separating doesn't make sense because she adopted what Charlie said, which was it was this extortion. And that's very fair. It is very difficult to separate them. I can see maybe a stronger argument with Wendi, but with Charlie, it's extremely, extremely strong. And of course, with Wendi, there's that very strong connection, not just to Wendi personally, to the boys, but also to the divorce proceedings, to the question of what she would be allowed to do in terms of relocation, in terms of custody. I am truly overwhelmed. It was that strong. It was really, really strong. It was strong after Charlie's case, and I think this is stronger than her closing argument after Charlie's case, which was incredibly strong. The fact that Charlie immediately knew who the ex-girlfriend Donna was referring to was, after the bump, all Donna says on the phone call with Charlie, and she doesn't see him until the next day, all she says is something about they asked about your ex-girlfriend, or they mentioned your ex-girlfriend. He's had many. He doesn't say which one. He has no reference, but he immediately calls Katie. And on a video I posted, or am going to post, I've honestly lost track. Anyway, but there was a video I did where I looked at what exactly Charlie said in that. And you can hear in the course of the conversation that is recorded with Katie that he suddenly realizes he has made a big mistake. Like, I was not supposed to know who that is. And he says, ex-girlfriend. And I thought that was, you were my last ex-girlfriend. And then in the middle of the conversation, he changes to, oh, and also, he has different reasons why it would be Katie, but none of them really make any sense. Maybe she referenced you. No, she didn't. She did not reference Katie. And yet he knows right away to call Katie. And those connections become a web that hook all of these players together, and a web that has now ensnared Donna Adelson. I'm thinking what she may do when she comes back is just a quick little, she only has 35 minutes. So she may just do about 5 minutes, turn it over to the defense, and then move on to her part. I wouldn't think she would want to just have stopped in the middle with an objection. It just looks odd. So she'll probably want to wrap that up a little bit, but give herself plenty of time so she can have time to respond to anything that the defense says that she feels like hasn't been addressed in the first part, and maybe anything else she wants to finish up. Now, when it comes to the defense, I am just absolutely fascinated to hear what they're going to say. So many of the arguments that they made, separating Donna from Wendi, Donna from Charlie, Donna is Team Markel, that how is she going to do that? It's going to be really hard when we have heard all of these statements by Donna about Dan Markel that are not just unflattering, they're insulting. They're actually very harsh. She's called him all kinds of names. And that was taken all the way up through close to the time of the murder. And Donna, unlike what we have heard from the defense, wasn't just moving on, didn't care anymore. This was unimportant to her. She still seemed very involved. The changing of the children's name, we knew about that in terms of its official change about a year later, but I thought it was fascinating that the Evite to Harvey's birthday party was listed the children's names as last name Adelson instead of Markel. That was interesting. Dan Markel was alive. He had not even been murdered yet, and yet the invitation called them Adelson. And those sorts of points, the state says those are indicators of motive. That what is happening here is little slips that show us this was planned all along, full intention, absolutely intended to do this. Let's see what else. I am truly, truly impressed. It was really just a remarkable, remarkable closing argument. Let me see if there's anything else I want to point out to you. She talked about Wendi's comment about her mother operating with emotional subterfuge. I don't remember that exact quote. It's very strong. If she said exactly that, that is very powerful. Rob talking about Donna's rigid and fixed ideas. I do remember that. And Rob saying, it's great as long as you're going along, but if you try to cross Donna, that's when it doesn't go well for you. And when we went through and Georgia cataloged all of the things that had been said about Dan Markel and about the relationship between Wendi and Dan, she talked about Wendi having been a hostage and a prisoner to Dan Markel. Those are very, very strong about the restraining order that Wendi should get against Dan, about the comments that were made about tell Dan he's aggravated you, now aggravate him. Tell him you're going to convert the kids to Christianity. Tell him that you are going to dress the kids up. Well, she said, even if we have to dress the kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms, I'll do that. And Georgia said, what are we seeing? We're seeing the end justifies the means. Moving to South Florida, relocation at any cost. All right, they're coming back. This is going to be remarkable. This is going to be absolutely fascinating.
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case, a blackmailer. And it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100,000 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more. They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled. There's nothing to worry about. Don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call, though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, "I'm out of the loop." How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money. So what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks. Okay. Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learned that Magdano was up there, Charlie says, "Oh, my lawyer ran into Magdano while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty." And Donna says, "Just like all your girlfriends." Well, why isn't she saying, "What do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us." All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness. And they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known supposedly who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. This is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magdanowa gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitmen. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay? It needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendi wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendi Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendi doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long, kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendi and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, you know, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Okay, on that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendi Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendi sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendi doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendi's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger's pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. And it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McBanoa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, That license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendi Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendi to help with business assistance. And when Wendi doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendi regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendi have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendi due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly. Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're gonna need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not gonna stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
thank you.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits?
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
All demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these will be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. Defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
So, wow, just wow, absolutely masterful, super well done. Closing argument by Georgia Kappelman. We're watching everybody file out of the courtroom now. We're taking our lunch break, and what we'll do here on the channel is we'll talk for a few minutes. We'll take a short lunch break ourselves. We'll come back. I like to do some polls around lunchtime. I want to know what you thought about this closing argument. I want to know the arguments you thought were most important out of what Georgia Kappelman made. Her final argument talked about the link that was set up according to the prosecution theory so that Donna didn't talk to anyone except Charlie. Charlie didn't talk to anyone but Katie. Katie talked only to Sigfredo, so that there was no communication around where one might end up capturing the other. Let me go ahead and I'll pull that out. Okay, there we go. In fact, I'll just remove that for now. So so she said, don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with this. She urged the jurors to not let the fact that there was this insulation between people be the reason that it could not be connected back to Donna Adelson herself. It was truly a phenomenal closing argument. It was interrupted by an objection right in the middle, which the judge overruled. And they actually had the jury go out, had the jury take a little break while they argued it, came back, and she did not seem to be flustered by that at all. She picked right up, back up with her argument. So I think it went very, very well. Absolutely masterful. Ether Bunny says, wow, just wow were my words exactly. Wow, just wow. That is exactly, yes, that's what it was. Absolutely an amazing job. Absolutely phenomenal closing argument. I would not want to be in the defense shoes right now. This is a very, very difficult case for them, and multiply that by the fact that they've just heard a really tremendously well done closing argument by the prosecution. So there's a lot to talk about over lunch. What I usually do is I have my notes highlighted once. I go through a second time so I can make them short and come up with some poll questions for you. That's what we'll be doing. We'll take about roughly 20 minutes. So that'll get us back here about 1:05 or something, like as close to that as I can get. And so don't go anywhere. This afternoon is going to be so interesting. What will the defense say? How will they do? Will they be able to point out reasonable doubt? Will they be able to convince a jury? So much left to figure out. So right now we're about to go. I'm going to have to share the correct screen. And all right, so we'll be on court break, and I'll be back in about 20 minutes. See you very soon. Don't go anywhere. Be sure to leave this up. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Well, hi, everybody, and welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. It was an absolutely incredible morning. I hope you were here with us the entire time because it was an incredible closing argument by the state in Donna Adelson's trial. We are on the final day. We are wrapping up. Closing arguments are today, and we heard from Donna Adelson's. Well, no, we heard from Georgia Kappelman, who represents the state in this case, in almost her entire closing argument. She had 2 hours. She has 7 minutes of it saved for a rebuttal after the defense has its closing argument. The judge told her he could give her a little extra time if she needed, but it was really fantastic. Interrupted briefly, but for the most, while there was an argument about a particular statement she had made, but then overall it just went straight through except for that small break. So now we are taking a little lunch break. The court is. They will be back soon and we will hear from the defense. It was such a powerful closing argument that I am just wondering what the defense is going to do. It's going to be very hard to come back from that. It was extraordinary, just extraordinary. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to get your opinion about some of the things we heard this morning. What arguments did you think were the strongest, the most important? So what I'm going to do is do a little poll and get your thoughts and opinions. By the way, would you please hit the like button? Let YouTube know, yep, we're here. If you haven't hit that yet, if you've already hit it, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so let's do a poll. I've been highlighting my notes, but honestly, there were too many for me to go all the way through at lunch without, I would have been back too late. So I wanted to go through some of what I consider to be some of the key arguments and see which ones were most persuasive to you. And a lot of these were counters to defense themes that we've heard. Like one was that the divorce wasn't really all that big a deal. It wasn't really all that contentious. And we heard from lawyers who said they kind of settled everything. And Dan Markel went a little off the chain toward the end, but mostly everybody seemed to be cool. So some of the arguments that I thought were really significant around this were Wendy's, we'll call this divorce was contentious and bitter, something like that. And the state's point was, it doesn't really matter what the lawyers thought about it or how many papers were filed. What really matters is what was in the minds of the people. And Donna here was very upset. And so some of the pieces of evidence they have for that would be like Wendy's interview, where she said, my parents have more reason to dislike. Oh, that's way too many. Okay, my parents dislike. I'll put it that. They don't give you very many characters, so have to kind of cut things down. Okay. And that Donna's wording, and by that, Donna, we'll do this too. We'll divide it into two. Donna's name calling for Dan. So she called him lots of names, not necessarily YouTube friendly. So we'll just leave it at that. And we'll also, I guess it's still too long. Okay. Parents just like, gosh, they really are tight on the number of characters you get. It's not very many. Okay. And so I said the name calling for Dan, and then her statements about Dan and religion. I'm abbreviating, but that would include her statements about how to upset him. She called him a religious zealot, called him fanatical and extreme in his religious beliefs, and suggested things like converting the kids to Christianity because that would really aggravate him, is what she said. And we'll add $2 million payment. Okay, so what I'm going to get is your opinion. Most important. I'm going to put that in. This is all very truncated and abbreviated. Hopefully people who are coming in afterwards will know what we're talking about. Most important point for state. We're going to put all that in. Okay, let's do it. Let's see what your answers are on this poll. All right, so while y'all are thinking about that, I also want to talk about the next point that she made that kind of countered the defense. You remember that the defense had argued that Donna had basically, everyone had given up on the idea of relocation. The court ruled and Donna moved on. Donna really was not the kind of obsessive person that the state was making her out to be. And what they did to counter that was they took it on into the actual statements of Donna moving up closer and closer to the time of Dan Markel's murder, including that shortly after, she called it outrageous, said it was just for now, could not believe the outcome, and then started what she actually called a plan of action, which would include that $1 million payment. And her statement that it is about winning and losing and don't let this ruin your entire life. So it's really grand statements about it. So let's see how many. Yep, we're getting in votes. Okay, so while you're voting on that, because I'm setting up for the next one that I want to do as well. So we'll have to run through these. We have a little bit of time, about 20 minutes, I think, till the jury gets back and they start on the defense. I cannot wait for the defense. I am so curious to see what they talk about and how they do, just how it goes. I'm assuming Zellman's going to do it since Jackie Fulford did the opening statement, but it's always hard for me to tell which one of them will get up. Jackie's done a fair amount of the trial. I would say probably, well, at least half, if not more than half. All right, so the defense. Let's see. I loved her phrase, yeah, super amicable. Something after she described something particularly bad. All right. Let's see. I'll let y'all vote a little bit more, but then I want to get on to the next one, which is different small facts that contribute to the idea that this was premeditated and planned in advance. And I want to get some of your ideas. All right, so how are we doing? When we hit about, I don't know, 500 votes or so, I think we'll call it. Y'all are real close to that now, so I might give you a little bit extra time because they're rolling in fast as y'all are looking through it. And thank you to Dawn Gone. Thank you very much. I appreciate the very nice gift for lunch. I have to do that another day. This was a quick lunch, but I appreciate that. And Lisa McElvain, I appreciated you. Your super chat. Thank you. All right. So I am going to, we're already at 5:50. It's moving fast. I'm going to call it and we're going to go on to our next one in 3, 2, get those last votes in 1. Okay. So let's see what your vote was. Divorce was contentious. What were the most important facts? Oh, so many notes. It's going to be hard to do the summary today. Divorce, contentious. And y'all say, okay, you thought Wendi's interview got the most votes. Wendi's interview where she said my parents had the most reason more reason to dislike him than anyone. So I hate having to abbreviate, but you only get that many characters. So 32% of you thought that was important. Statements about Dan and religion came next. And let's see, 28% of you put that next. Donna's name calling for Dan, and there were numerous, as we said, not all YouTube friendly, and that got 23%, and the $1 million payment. Interesting, because I think initially people would have thought that was the most important, but we did get testimony that wasn't necessarily all that strange. It might seem strange, but it wasn't unusual in context. People do that as part of negotiating. So that does make sense to me. Divorce contentious. Okay. So now let's go to the next poll. The next poll I wanted to do was about some of the significant facts related to premeditation, meaning everybody thinking about this in advance. Okay. Home in Miami for Wendi. Now, it's a little bit less direct than that. That's what we're going to be able to fit in here. But it was that they apparently were building out a house and they went ahead and put Wendi and Charlie, she said, both of them, on the ability to go into it. You had to list people who would be staying at the home, and they listed both of them. And all of that was completed and ready to go. It is, in fact, where Wendi moved in right after the death of Dan Markel. So this home was kind of ready to go. You don't have to believe it was set up for this, but that's one of the facts I'm going to talk about. Okay, so the home to move into, Dan's license number in planner. I would love to add Donna's planner, but there's not enough room for that. Okay. And let's see what else. The TV repair date, which coincided with the morning that Dan Markel was in fact murdered. And let's see what else. Oh, I'm real curious what y'all think about this one. Rob Adelson told Lacoste was secret. It's too long. I can't put everything I want in, so it'll have to be. What I mean is that Rob Adelson, Wendi called him right before Dan Markel's murder and said, yeah, I have a new boyfriend. It was like the Sunday before, I have a new boyfriend, but don't tell mom and dad. And that was particularly odd, the state said, because Jeffrey Lacoste had met her mom and dad repeatedly. The result of this was that Rob Adelson, when the FBI came and interviewed him, said, oh, she's got this new boyfriend. Could there be any connection? And it put a little suspicion on Jeffrey Lacoste. Obviously, ultimately, that didn't happen. Okay, so there you go. There's your poll. If it'll, yep, it went. Okay, I'm curious what y'all think. So the question, I should have put that in the title. Which of these was most important in your opinion? Which of these really made a difference for you in your thinking about the case? So y'all are voting. Okay, everybody lock in your votes as we move forward. Thank you, Annie. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. Do I think Wendi and Harvey will be prosecuted? I don't think Harvey will, although it's possible. It's possible, but he just has a whole lot less connection. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. I tend toward yes on Wendi, but it does depend on what happens here. And I don't think it's a definite thing at all, because there are some suggestions, especially in the way people reacted to the bump, that exclude Wendi, and to some degree Harvey, but really, really exclude Wendi, which could suggest she wasn't directly involved in this. So that makes it a lot harder decision for the state, I think. They have to consider, what do they want to do? So that's kind of, and if they lose this, and I think no one else gets prosecuted, that is the end of the line. Thank you, Laurie Loves Quilts. I really am so glad that you are enjoying it, and I appreciate your nice comment. And speaking of crafts, don't forget that this Sunday, we're having our members only live stream where we will be doing our crime and craft. So we're just going to talk cases, and then you bring your craft and you work on that, and we'll just all hang out. I'm going to be doing crochet, but you might do something different. People have been sending me their pictures of what they've been doing, and I'll show you what other people are working on as we're going. My daughter Anna is going to help me sort of run things so I can crochet while we talk. All right, let's see how many of you voted. Oh, it's coming in quick on this one. So y'all are voting, there is a clear winner. And it was a new fact, at least. Well, no, it's just plain new because they did not have, I hate to give it all away, but if you haven't voted yet, they did not give away, they did not have Donna's planner prior to the time that of the last trial. They got that in the course of doing search warrants after they arrested her. So that is kind of new. So I'll be writing this one down and we'll stop it pretty soon. We're getting big votes. Okay. Significant facts about, I always do that, about premeditation. Home in Miami for Wendi was it's not final. It's just the first one I wrote down. Dan's license number in Donna's planner. TV repair date. And Rob Adelson told that Lacoste was a secret. So let's see. Okay, we got the votes rolling in. I'm going to leave that up just another minute while I keep going through the notes and talking about what all happened today, because it was a lot. It was just a massive amount of information to combine and collate and dish out to the jury in a very understandable fashion. It truly was just a remarkable experience. Super, super well done. Another point that I did think was significant, I didn't even put it in the poll, was Lacoste saying that there were 2 occasions on which inexplicably Wendi was just suddenly a mess. And both of those dates happened to correspond with the exact date when the hitmen were coming to town. They came once in June, they came in July. In June, obviously, they didn't kill Dan Markel, but in July, they actually did. All right, well, we are zipping through our votes. I'm going to leave that a little bit longer till we get our next one all lined up. Some of these, okay, we'll go on to the next page. Well, I'm going to end this one pretty quickly. So lock in your final votes and we'll go to our next one. The next one, I think we'll do like day of the murder. Things that happen right around the day of the murder. Okay. Oh, gosh, y'all are running so fast. I don't want to stop people from voting, but lock in your final vote. Gosh, y'all are going quick. All right. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. Okay. We got a lot of votes on that one. So, and your answer is number 1, most important for you is Dan's license plate in Donna's planner. That was 48%. Next was the TV repair date. That gave you, no, that was number 2 for you. And the home in Miami that just happened to be ready in time for Wendi, 19%. And Rob Adelson being told Jeffrey Lacoste was a secret was less important for you. I completely agree with that. That requires such mastermind double thinking that I don't know. It's a stretch, I kind of think, because Rob Adelson, it has to be I'm going to tell you this, and meanwhile you're going to think this, and they're going to come to you. It's so many chess moves ahead that I don't know. I find that to be just more like coincidence. I don't know why she said keep it a secret. Maybe even though Lacoste had met her mother, maybe she thought they were getting more serious than the mother knew. Of course, she also broke up with him right around that time. So again, I can't explain it. I don't know. It required a whole lot of forward thinking by Wendi. All right, so we are now going to, and I'm trying to keep an eye on the screen over here, just in case they should suddenly go live, which they suddenly did this morning. That was a surprise. And so we jumped on super quick. All right, here's our next poll. It is going to be, again, facts on the day of the murder, or around the murder, okay? Around the murder. One is going to be Wendi drive down Trescott. I know this time I'm going to put most important for people coming in going, what is this poll? I don't understand. How am I supposed to vote? Okay. And then facts around the Wendi interview mentions Charlie. I'm going to say CH and and D, and I can't get them all in. I'm just going to say mentions CH and D, which is Charlie and Donna. And let's see. There is Sigfredo calls Katie first. And we're going to add in the wet and moldy cash Charlie statement. And by Charlie statement, what I mean is the testimony that came into this case, which is different from the testimony Katie gave in Charlie's case. In this case, she said that Charlie informed her that his mother brought the cash, at least some of it, that was given to her and that she used to pay the hitmen, and that his mother had washed it. So that was a fact in this case. So, I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to change it to Katie. Charlie said, Mom, wash cash. Can I fit that? Yes, I can fit that. Okay, there are 4 points. All right. What do you think was the most important? Y'all know a ton about this case. We have really been following this. Y'all know this case. We'll have to do a trivia on one of our members only. I bet y'all know everything. I won't be able to think of anything y'all don't know. Okay, so this is facts around the murder, most important. And your choices are, I bet I could screenshot this and that would be easier than writing this down really quick. Okay, so Wendy's drive down Trescott. That was a weird fact because it was odd that she was going to that liquor store. It was odd that she turned around without stopping. It was odd that she didn't check on her son or Dan Markel, even though there was crime scene tape near and around their house. Then there was Wendy's interview where she told about Charlie's joke and she told about her mom and dad and how they had every reason to dislike him, to dislike Dan Markel. Sigfredo called Katie first thing. Why would that be? According to the prosecution, so he could say, where's my money? It's done. It's a done deal. I want my money. And then Katie saying that Charlie said, Mom washed the cash. And I know it's not quite right grammar. It was what I could fit. Okay, so y'all are voting for, y'all are having a harder time on this one, by which I mean it's more divided. You're not sure. Very interesting. And I would agree with you. I think this is not a one answer fits all. I mean, there's a reason why she mentioned all of these facts, and it's the grouping of all of these facts, the piling up of all of these facts that starts to become the weight of the evidence, which is what the prosecution says means the jury should convict Donna Adelson. All right. There was also that comment by Rob Adelson when Donna called him and said, don't talk to the FBI. And he said, oh, well, I already did. They came to the house and I already talked to them. And she was like, and she said, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hung up. And it was the last time they ever spoke. That's just terrible, really. Okay, so Donna, he may not think so. I don't know. Donna started writing checks to Katie. That would be a big one. We'll put that on the next one. We'll just keep going. You know what? We'll do Rob Adelson next. That'll be one. We'll do Donna and the writing 44 checks to Katie, even though Katie didn't work at the Adelson Institute. And there was a really good argument that she made. What Georgia Kappelman said was, if Charlie had the right to write checks, he was an authorized writer of checks for that particular company because he was a part owner. So he could have written the checks if he had wanted to. If, in fact, he was being extorted and it had nothing to do with his mom, why would he involve her in paying the person who was extorting them. Why get her involved? He would do it himself. So she was already involved. That's why she didn't mind writing the checks and he didn't mind asking her. All right, so that'll be 2 of our facts. Donna, I want to say code, but it's really kind of more than just a code. It's Donna not wanting to talk on the phone. She put up a chart on the phone, by text. She wanted everything to be as secretive as conceivably possible. Let me show. Oh, there's a question here. Oh, and this is a good question. Let me pull that down. And Lisa's asking me, and this could have been on a poll a while back. I'm sorry, Lisa. So I guess what I'm asking is yes for this case. So Lisa's saying, okay, are these polls about in general what's the most important fact, or is this about Donna and Donna's particular guilt? These are all facts that Georgia Kappelman mentioned in her closing that were important, that lead to the evidence and the compiling of large amounts of evidence, even if it's circumstantial, that suggests that Donna is actually guilty. And so I would say I am talking about this case and Donna's individual guilt, but all of this can be part of that. So to answer your question, it's a really good question, and thank you for getting me to clear that up. That's how we'll do it, at least from now on. All right, so then I'm trying to decide whether to go with code words. I think that kind of fits with the doesn't talk about things on the phone or anywhere else. And let's go with the number 4 will be Donna's adoptive admission. So Charlie said in his trial that there was an extortion, that they were being extorted by Katie's friends who made Katie come over and demand from him money. And they said, we killed Dan Markel and we're going to do the same to you if you don't give us some cash. It was not entirely clear exactly what the threat to him was. Was it that they would cause him to be blamed for the death? Was it that they would hurt him, but somehow he would be harmed? That part was clear enough. So that was his theory of the case. And after he did that, Donna wrote to numerous people and they put them up, and we saw all of these text messages during the trial in which she said, now it's all out. At last, everyone knows. That's right. It was an extortion. He's finally, the truth is out. She made a comment that Dan Roshbaum has proven extortion. Dan Roshbaum being Charlie's attorney. So that'll be our number 4 for this next question. It was overwhelming, really. It was that the expression I hear is drinking from a fire hose. Like, it's so much you can barely take it in. It was really pretty powerful. All right, so let's see how many. Oh, wow, we have lots of votes here. Okay. All right. Oh, and it's so close. That is really interesting. What do you think is most important? It's not easy. They're all in. Honestly, it's a little bit artificial in that they all count, but I'm just curious of kind of what are the things that you're finding persuasive. Honestly, attorneys need to really look at this because it does give insight into what people think about something. Like, where are the facts that are really persuasive to somebody? People who have cases that are in the news where YouTubers are covering it, they should be following it intensely. They should be getting people in their office to follow these because they're going to learn a lot about how their presentation is going and what people really think about the facts. So, all right. So I'm going to stop it in just a minute. Our first fact currently on the poll is Wendi drives down Trescott. Wendi interview, and I know it's cryptic, but they don't give me many characters. So I just have CH, mention CH, that would be Charlie, and D, which would be Donna. And you know, I'm terrible at abbreviations. So do I hear, oh, they're coming back. Dang it. I wanted to have another poll. Okay. Well, let me get over there. They hadn't got sound going yet anyway. Or maybe I have it turned down. Let's see. All right. We'll back up just far enough to get back.
Basis
She certainly would not.
Okay, and they were told to come on back and get your stuff ready for your
It's
closing.
not
So here we go.
just the ones that are in evidence, Your Honors. It's also the other ones that we had requested to be put in evidence and submitted as court exhibits.
Well, these are items that are not in evidence. I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
Or anything that is not admitted at this time that cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the two calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense. And just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as an argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
They are trying again on the planner. They have really fought over that planner. They would like the judge to rule that they will be allowed to use, pull that out. They would like the judge to be able to rule that they can use parts of the
You can go to
planner
the jurors.
that weren't put into evidence. The problem is it wasn't put into evidence. So we will head over here and make sure we are all caught up. Did he say something? I don't see anything. He doesn't seem like he's having a sidebar. So, okay, we are there. All right, so and I'm going to go ahead and lock up our poll and end it now. So your number one, in case you wondered, was Wendi Drive Down Trescott with 37%. Your number two was Wendi's interview. No, that was number three. That was 27%. Katie and Charlie said mom washed cash was 28%. And Sigfredo calls Katie first is 6%. I would completely agree with y'all. So, actually, I mean, I do agree with y'all. I would put Katie saying that Charlie said his mom washed the cash is really high because of the fact that it connects her directly to the murder. I don't think this is going. Let's get that. Okay, here we go. It's about to happen.
Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing.
I'm very
Defense, you may
excited.
proceed.
Good afternoon.
Jackie.
It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So, it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendi. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony.
and criticized today for having two witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client. And what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendi, on the case for Wendi, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented, not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendi, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendi pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, you know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about 1.5 hours worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get. and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markel. Those two people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where are my numbers? That Catherine Magbanawala, Catherine Magbanawala is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document. And he says, Wendi Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendi Adelson. And doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe. And he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, relocation, relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendi Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. because the whole time Wendi Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendi Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing. And she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendi. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce, and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. and she and Wendi were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Jibbers, which Wendi Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendi testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendi testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge. One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, and point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson? Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendi did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing, not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator size safe that he has at his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 staple, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kids someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have thought y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanowa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the e-bite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the e-bite. Their witness that they called, Wendi Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an evite that Wendi says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendi Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendi, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendi did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McBanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed, they're stressed. Catherine McBanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about, but she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023 around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this? Could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation, notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Does that, where is the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendi Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody, but that's what Charlie decided to give. but you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you gotta ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here, and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor, and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to them on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitmen that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and oh, she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those 2 men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McDonald was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. Oh, and Wendi Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing them. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, do you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel. Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendi. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendi, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city. We can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate. She's failing to regularly facilitate which is marriage settlement agreement. Grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA, which is marriage settlement agreement, on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3 and 4 year old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping. Refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4 year old. And I can do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it, your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendi. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal and safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means, consistent with the right of first refusal, if grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed, and two, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is, from Wendi's testimony, that he continued himself, because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendi when Wendi needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was, for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendi. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something. And then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys. And she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes, and they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi, because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendi that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna. They say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available, if you've got a homicide plan? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you. Like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendi Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendi is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear. Want to hear?
Maybe you sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you wanna come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not gonna be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. 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 Love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, She was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call, let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed, because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc. And they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house What in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house. They introduced this. She had talked to him according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things, but it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson. My co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson, calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Bird. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there was an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markel was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markel, and now they're demanding money. And so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited, if I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her right around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanawa. It'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever that Charlie Adelson signed for his business because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
What is it? Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that you know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Nico for quite some time after your problem of more than resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem that it's had before. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through. this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Can I have just 1 second, please?
Oh, going to have a conference. Well, I can see from some of the comments in here that this may be an unpopular view. I think it's been an absolutely fantastic closing argument for the defense as well. They have a very different job. So the job of the prosecution is to put together the whole case, to show the evidence in its big picture form so that people can understand the case. This job, the job of the defense, is to narrow it down as much as possible, eliminate things, pull it down to just the facts related to this client, and ask the question, is there enough evidence? And I think she's done an excellent job of doing that, of saying, this isn't about Donna, that isn't about Donna, this isn't much, this has been overblown. The state...
The jury will take a brief break at this time. If you need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
Okay, well, they may actually...
Everyone can be seated. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
Okay, are we caught up? We are. We're all caught up. Okay. So I think they've done an excellent job of what their job is. Their job is very different from what the state is supposed to do. I told you I thought the state's was incredible, just absolutely incredible. And I think this has been very strong as well. I think Jackie Fulford has done a great job pulling things down to what is really true about Donna. I think she needs to get into in the remaining time she has, the sort of, I guess you'd call it detailed argument about the actual proof that the state has to make. What are the elements? What are the things the state has to prove, and have they done that? I think she needs to talk law with the jury coming up next. I'm sure she will, but it almost sounded like she was maybe reaching the end. I do think it's really important for her to talk about that. we are not far from jury deliberations because the state only had 7 minutes left. The judge said maybe a little bit more, but they had little time left. Here we've got the defense sounding like they're at least coming close. I do hope they'll address the parts that relate to the law. That's so important for the jury to hear from the defense on that. But overall, I mean, I think it's been an incredible day. We have seen outstanding performances by both sides, in my opinion. And I've been impressed by both sides and what they've done, given that they have different jobs. So I think we can't compare exactly, say, well, this one wasn't as good as that one, because they're doing two totally different things. And as each one was responsible for their job, they've done well at that. A couple of questions I saw through here that I want to address. Lisa had asked about can they tell the jury that, ask the jury, say, you know, surely if you've written an old email, then maybe you said something bad about your child's ex or about your ex, and isn't this something people do? They have to be careful about asking the jury to put themselves in the shoes of the defendant, but they can talk all around that. They can definitely say things that are similar to that. You know, they could say, you know, that's not uncommon. People talk negatively about their exes. They could say it that way, rather than ask the jury literally to put themselves in the shoes. Let's see. There was another question from, is it Pascaline? Somebody had a question in here that I wanted to answer. Oh, Ether Bunny is saying, talking about the defense asking to bring in the planner pages. You know, I do agree with you that the defense asked to bring those pages that were not in evidence because the state used it to misrepresent Donna. That is what their argument was. They did make that case. And what they argued was, look, they really made two arguments. One was that this was the rule of completeness, and if you're going to put this page from the planner in, you have to put that page in too. One of the arguments they wanted to make apparently was that Donna had a list of things she wanted to sell, but it wasn't new. It wasn't something connected just to the moment in time when she was about to leave for Vietnam. This was not her proof that she's fleeing. This had been going for months. She'd been carrying that list forward, thinking she ought to get around to doing that. And then the other thing we heard today, they actually did get an evidence because it was on the same page, something else in the planner. I've honestly forgotten what it was, but there was something else that they put in about the planner. I'll pop over. Somebody will remember that in the live. I'll pop over and one of you will say it real quick. There was something that was there in the planner, and they said, look, you know, right up here, you can see it. Since they got the page in, they got it. They also argued that something like leaving out the fact that she had repeatedly made this list more than once, not just right before leaving, misrepresented, gave the jury a false impression that she was heading out and selling her last worldly goods. We didn't hear Georgia say that in closing. We definitely heard it in the questioning. I don't know if they'll choose not to do that just to avoid any kind of appellate issue. That's possible. It is definitely the case. I agree with you that they did say that. Let's see. Jacob thinks the defense is doing the best they can given the facts. It is a tough case. I mean, it's a very, very tough case. Remember, anytime you're going to have a 98% chance of losing if you are the defense lawyer going into the trial. That's a huge chance. So for someone to get up and really give it their all, do an excellent job suggesting reasonable doubt and focusing the jury on certain key points, I think it's great. And I applaud her for doing a great job. As you know, I've already said I thought Georgia Kappelman's was outstanding. I think my word was wow, right? Wow, just wow. I can't remember who said, they said the same thing. It may have been Ether Bunny on that as well. Closing, definitely Jackie's forte, says Sal. Yep, I agree. It's really strong. If Donna is convicted, it won't be because of closing. I totally agree. And I definitely want to give a shout out to our mods. Really appreciate all the work that Marlon and Mama Pinks do. They just are so helpful to me. It's been a really great thing having them. Oh, and I'm glad you liked the experience too, Sal. And David, thank you so much for the super sticker. That is much appreciated. Detective Wisdom is a new member. Awesome to have you. DB Bentley, super generous super sticker. Much appreciated. And I am delighted you're going to be following us, Leslie, on closing statements and verdict watch. This is a case we've been following on the channel for, I don't even know, quite a long time, more than a year for sure. So as we covered Charlie's trial and back before that. So I'm looking forward to seeing the end of this trial and what happens and what the jury does. We talked about Lisa. Annie, not a fan of the defense closing, and I could see from the comments a lot of you weren't. I understand that. Oh, here's 2 cents speculating on Donna and her tattoo. And I agree. I thought the same thing. And she read out as Jackie Fulford is nothing if not bold, right? I mean, she came out in front. Dan Markel, what a great guy. And look what it bought her. It bought her the ability to get up first thing and say in front of the jury, you know, they just accused us of being negative about Dan Markel, of attacking Dan Markel. It would be the opposite. I told you in opening what a great guy he was. We put on evidence about what a great guy he was. We are not the ones who have said that. The state has said really very little about the victim in this case, but we came out and told you. So it gave her the chance to get out in front of that argument and say, that's not the way it is. And to reiterate that Donna is all alone. Luis Rivera put an X beside her. She's not even involved. She had nothing to do with this case. I think it's a very strong closing argument. I think it at least gives the jury something to think about. Can it compare to Georgia's? That's another question, right? They were both fantastic. I really am impressed with both. Let's see what else. But I thought the same thing, and that when she started reading out all the names, Donna and Calder, I'm like, oh, is this helping? Is this helping? But her point has been from the beginning of the case, she's not going to run from the negative. She is just not going to do it. Very brave attorney. And Grazing is saying that it's just grandma banter and not motive. So yes, I can see that being definitely the defense argument. A lot of that was, it was just things like somebody might say when they were angry in a divorce. And Jackie Fulford has done a good job of saying, you know, you these little things, they aren't motive for murder. They might be motive if you had more, but if all you got is the grandmother saying, you know, he's treated you badly, get out now, and he's horrible, I hate him. If that's all it is, that's a long way away from murdering somebody a year later. And I thought her point about the timing of the emails was extremely important, because the state did say the emails ran all the way up to and close to the time of Dan Markel's murder. And the defense is saying, not true. They end a good while before. And Donna definitely doesn't seem to be that involved or concerned anymore. I can't imagine she didn't care. But, one of the fascinating things to me is the way they're all handling Charlie's trial. I don't think Charlie's trial should have come in here at all. And certainly not the way it came in. I'm trying to keep my voice soft, so when we go back to the trial, it'll be more modulated. Sorry, I'm getting excited about this part. Why is Charlie's trial in here? More importantly, how is Charlie's trial in here? I mean, a good portion of what both attorneys said in closing, I'm not sure anyone said during the course of the trial. They're talking about Charlie's case, and they're right. They know Charlie's case. But this jury, I mean, they must be like, really? That was what Charlie said? That was what he thought? Because no one testified to that. There was one witness who talked about it for law enforcement, but these details, I don't think all these details were in there. And so the state having done that, Jackie Fulford just got up and said, like, at what point did anyone testify that 2 months after the murder, Charlie told his mother about being extorted? True. But did any witness say that in this case? I don't know. But I think Georgia didn't object because Georgia had said similar things in her closing. And I don't know. I feel like that case, I feel like that probably shouldn't be in here at all. And that's a super strong appellate issue. I think it is bizarre that it's in here. And yet they're both arguing it really hard. They're arguing Charlie's case and what Charlie would say and what Charlie's evidence would be. Very fascinating. I am particularly intrigued by that 2 months after the murder, he told his mother was being extorted and that it would save his life if you write the checks. Did that come in? I mean, of course, I remember when it came in, but I don't remember those details coming in. Maybe they did, but it's sort of odd that this person was talking about what happened in Charlie's case. Maybe both sides agreed to that and it was off the record and they all decided we're just going to ignore the rules of evidence. We're just going to have a witness come in and say everything they want to say about it. We'll all agree. Maybe that happened. I am fascinated. I do not know the answer. Kiki Cat, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. And Sherry Sykes, gifting 5 Lawyer Elite memberships. I appreciate that very much, as do the 5 people who are about to get them. So be sure to turn on your ability to get one of those gifted memberships. Our mods will put in the chat how you do that. That is above my pay grade, but they know exactly how to do that. All right, so looking over here, see if y'all have any questions. This has been the most incredible day from a lawyer's point of view. This is like watching the Olympics, I guess, for a lawyer. And yeah, we're a little nerdy. I'm okay. I can buy that. I can accept that. But it's just to watch people at the top of their game doing a really great job for their clients. That is really an honor to be able to watch that and to just appreciate what they are doing for their clients and how this all works inside our justice system. Really amazing. If you do have some questions, throw question marks at the beginning and that will help me. Oh, thank you, Dave. Just saying thank you. I appreciate it. When the defense said, it was right there. You had a question. When the defense, it keeps going away. There are too many chats going through. Marie is asking me something. When the defense said they can see where everyone everywhere, I can't keep it. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I have to hide that comment or something. I can't keep Marie's comment on there. So Marie, you have to put it in. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but they're popping around and I can't see. I can't grab hold of yours long enough to read it. I do try to read them before I put them on the screen or anything, just in case someone has said something inappropriate. Why a break? Probably because the jury is exhausted. It's been a long time.
Get the timer back in the correct position.
Sounded like there was I don't know. I don't know why they exactly took it right then. Thank you, Donna Becker. I appreciate that. And Campbelltown 17, also much appreciated. GSD's Dog Mom, or GSD's Dog Mom, is wanting a lawyerly true crime cookbook. Read risotto. What all can we have? Let me put. Yes, that could be very interesting. We've already got our green chili chicken enchiladas from Lori Vallow Daybell's trial. We could definitely have banana bread from this trial. We could have a true crime cookbook. We absolutely could. Not one that I would prepare and that I can't cook, but those who can, we could definitely do a cookbook. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think we should. This was one of the finest lines. I loved this line, Campbelltown. She's a meddler, not a murderer. What a great line. Both of them just great lines, totally quotable, totally memorable. These are great lawyers. I mean, it's an honor to see this closing argument. To me, I'm honored to be here, and especially honored to be here with you. I'm honored that you're watching with me. It is very appreciated. Thank you all for that. So I imagine he just, while they were on a break, he thought, let's make sure in case anybody needs a little break that we give them the chance. I think we are closing in on the end of defense, and there's not much time left for the state. So then we are off to jury deliberations. It's going to be, who knows? I mean, with Charlie's trial, they were back within a matter of, was it 3 hours, something like that? What they'll do today, I don't know. Is Selman going to finish up? Maybe he's just getting things set. I mean, it didn't seem like they finished. They finished with she's giving him hints, not code words, but it seemed like they were in the middle. So I think that there's more to come. I do really strongly think they have to talk about the law and what those elements are and address the question of first-degree murder and whether that's too big a charge. It doesn't fit the facts known about Donna. I think that's really where they have to go for their last bit here on the closing argument, because that's where they, if they are to convince a jury at all, that's where it is. That's where they convince a jury. Oh, I was supposed to be answering questions over here. Got carried away talking. Meddler, not a murderer. That was a great line. That was a great line. What is this long break about? I think they were doing a sidebar and the judge just said, let's give everybody a little break so we don't run into anybody raising their hand in the middle of closing argument and needing to go out. I think that's all it was. Okay, I'm looking for the question marks. I'll probably abandon putting them in since I couldn't get Maria's. All right, Romina is asking me, they're jumping around. It's driving me crazy. Is it normal to have this many objections and pauses during closing arguments? Very rare to have any. I think there's only been one true objection, but there have been pauses. You're absolutely right about that. And no, it's not normal. It's considered super bad form to object in someone else's opening, and even worse to object in their closing argument. Sometimes you have to, but if you can possibly avoid it, it's just considered really rude, inappropriate, and so people try very, very hard not to do that. But of course, if they don't, and they should have, there's no argument they can make. They simply didn't do what they should have done. This has just been an incredible day. Incredible day. We have seen amazing arguments, and I am really wondering how the jury will come back. I know you are too. As soon as the jury goes out, we'll do a poll.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Wolford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had after the bump, right? Do you have that?
After the mother had
The transcript.
I'm not sure what
of
was
that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll, and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter.
That was the Dolce Vita transcript, I think.
And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, so my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you. Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about. Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So threatening, I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here and you're going to do something about it. That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markel being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously, if you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Danny? Danny. Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Senora Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes, yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail?
Right, I did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with it. You know exactly what it, listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just gotta listen to me.
You need to
You gotta,
ask who this person looks like, or what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely, I don't know who he is, I am out of the loop, it is not me. If I can help, I would help, I mean, that's what.
just like I told you, listen to me, just like I told you that day, we know that your family has a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get that 100K for myself.
You know,
All I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you know, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tasso told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren, it is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused it. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not gonna go away, because Tasso told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Spend 5K, that's all we were asking for.
I
Don't do that?
I don't know who Sappho is. You don't understand.
We know you don't know who Tasso is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows stuff. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tasso. I know you don't know who Tasso is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you that, you want to send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money. Get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends.
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, we know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not making any sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me, you know, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother's pastor, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then he.
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
You talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah. Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this. And 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything. I know everybody. I know what happened. And she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words, and one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted, he has to pay this money, he has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me. So I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters. It's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the 1st degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markel be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First-degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date. Combine or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before, no evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markel. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. Says you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Would you put that one? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says good for single/multiple entries. That it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that. So he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted. And it's worse. And here's the thing. The state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on. This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing. I think you got to hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed. And the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented. And just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges. And they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Danny Markel was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is. They think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not, but maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. You know, I'm gonna sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendi Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Ms. Fulford, State, you may give your rebuttal.
She has 7 minutes. The judge said he may give her a little extra, but she used almost her whole 2 hours in her first opening statement. This is reserved for the end. I think she'll go past 7, but we'll see.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. I haven't. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The 2 of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the 2 of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The 2 of us actually means it does not involve the 2 of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendi didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendi suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. What's the other side? What do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Wendi, oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendi, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendi looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendi did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role, not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. It's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
So she's asked for a sidebar, probably to ask for a little bit more time. And part of the reason that they would want to do it at sidebar is because the judge said he would give her a little bit more, yet the defense had a cutoff point. I don't think the judge forced it on him. The judge didn't say, 2 hours, your time is up. But, they obviously need to talk about it and see what will be agreed on and what will be controversial with the defense. So Georgia trying to pull all the threads back together. Certainly she had a brilliant closing argument. So that's not lost. That's not gone. She's trying to pull together some of the points and respond.
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover. But what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. So these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. Problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendi and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendi is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signator, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we've lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates. Please let the bailiffs know. I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats. Only the jury instructions and your notes.
We're gonna take care of the headphones and all that.
I'll send you a bill. Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay, Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged, and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. I'm aware. There's the instructions.
Wrapping up, the jury has
Verdict
gone
forms on
out.
there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
So they're getting everything together in the right room and taking the exhibits, and they're just organizing everything so the jury can have some space and can make its deliberations without being interrupted. So we're here. We have reached it, the end of the Donna Adelson trial, and we are now waiting for the jury. We are officially on verdict watch right now. We heard absolutely unbelievable closing arguments today. Just top of their game, amazing closing arguments today. Each side did its job. Their jobs are very different, and they very skillfully executed on their jobs. So it was, the jury has a lot to think about. I have no idea. I see people asking, when will they come back? I never know. I don't know that I can say. This morning, I would have said right away. But I look at the time, it's almost 4:30, and I think they're gonna go back exhausted. And if I were they, I would say, let's stop 5 or so and let's come back in the morning. That's what I would say. So that would just be me, but I would want to wait until the morning. I'm gonna hit the sound on that and pull that out so we can just talk about what has happened today, because oh my gosh, what a day. What a day. One of the finest closing arguments I've ever seen by Georgia Kappelman. Just phenomenal. Mastered a large amount of evidence that has crossed multiple trials in 11 years, put it together in a beautiful package, explained it to the jury. And then we got to Jackie Fulford acting on behalf of Donna Adelson. And her job was something entirely different. It was to narrow it down. Instead of show the entire weight of the evidence, instead of showing everything that could be used all put together to convict, it was to strip it away and say what's left, what is really about Donna Adelson. She did an excellent job of that as well. And then, of course, we moved into the rebuttal argument by Georgia Kappelman. The judge gave her more time than he had said he would. Seemed to give her a fair amount, maybe like 12 minutes. And I mean, she had 7 minutes left, but then he gave her time on top of that. So my thinking was it was probably maybe 12 minutes or something. In that last part, she seemed kind of off her game at the beginning. I think she was trying to respond. And then toward the end, she got back to the point she wanted to make, what she wanted to say overall. So just unbelievable day. So here's kind of what I'm thinking we're going to do. I definitely want to do a poll and see what y'all are thinking. Now that you've heard both sides and the argument, I want to know what you think. What is your opinion? And we will go guilty and we will go not guilty. And what I'm going to be asking you is about murder, first degree murder. This is different, obviously, from conspiracy or solicitation. But we're gonna go with the first degree murder. What is your opinion? The jury is out. The jury should not be influenced by anything we do right now. So I'm wondering, you've heard the evidence, you have heard the closing arguments. Now, what is it that you think? And we will get your opinion. It was a very rousing set of closing arguments, and my guess is that it's given people who were kind of on, I would say, on the guilty side, I would say it's given people pause and made people think about what exactly was shown about Donna Adelson. So that would, to me, that's what I would guess, is that the closing arguments have had some effect and some impact on some of you, which means that the jury is going to get back there and somebody is going to have been affected by that as well. And they're going to be talking to everybody else on the jury. So I don't know. I'm not going to make a prediction. I usually, after the jury comes back, I'll tell you what my thoughts are personally. But I'm curious about your thoughts. We'll let this go for a little while. Y'all are voting fast. You have opinions. You are really clear on this. So I think what we'll do, we'll start off with some questions. At some point, I'm going to do a recap to sort of lay out what both sides have argued during the day and explain all of that. And we're going to stick around. We're not going anywhere until the jury goes somewhere. So we will be on verdict watch. I'm sure I'll take a break here or there, but overall, we're going to be on verdict watch, and I'm not leaving. We're going to wait together, and what you're waiting to find out, I'm waiting to find out. I want to know as well. All right, so let's do some Q&A, and there's some, who do I need to say thank over here? Let me make sure I do that. I can't remember if, oh, I know we did. Megan is saying, Donna telling the blackmailer that they're stressing her out is hysterical. I totally agree with that. Her assuming she really thinks this is a blackmailer and someone who's a member of a gang, honestly, her reaction is peculiar, whether she thinks it's the government or whether she thinks it's a blackmailer. Either way, she seems overly calm and conversational with them. It really didn't make a lot of sense to me either, but I'm not sure it helped one side or the other. It just was very unusual. I didn't picture it being, that's not how I think I would act. You would think if it was someone extorting you, you would be afraid because they've threatened to kill you. So you would be afraid to just say things to them. Things like, oh, you're stressing me out. And just the sort of casual nature with which she approached them. Also, if you think this is being recorded by the government, you would think you would similarly feel that way. I don't understand Charlie's approach, which seemed to be like, if it's the government, it's absolutely no problem. We're all great because the government can do exactly what it has done with Charlie, which is put him behind bars for the entire rest of his life. That seems like a pretty big threat to me. Cutley, thank you so much. Cutley is a longtime big supporter of the channel, and I'm very appreciative of Cutley, and thank you for your comment. She's all in on getting a cookbook together. So we probably do need to do that. I would agree with you. Grillsy Lou Bear thinks this has been quite the closing argument. Two lawyers who understand the art of the closing statement. I totally agree, but Grillsy is going in for Georgia on the win. Let's see. Donna Becker has gifted a lawyerly membership. Thank you. Thank you. And for whoever YouTube randomly awards that to, you can join us on Sunday for our crime and craft. Bring your craft and do send me a picture beforehand, and I'll show everybody what people are working on so we can kind of share that. I'm doing crochet, but you can do something entirely different. Whatever you want to do. Thank you, JKC. That's very generous. And I so appreciate that you've enjoyed the coverage. This is my first time ever covering a trial live like this. And it's been really a great benefit, I think, to have y'all along and talking about it with me. I've really enjoyed that. So thank you so much for the encouragement on that. Much appreciated. Oh, thank you. Virginia thinks I should be a professor. I think that I probably did miss that boat early on. I probably should have done that. I think I would have loved being a professor. I do agree with that. Janet asked about how long the jury deliberated with Charlie. I think it was 3 hours, Janet. I think that's how long it was. It was not long. And if they start pushing and wanting to stay till 7 o'clock or something, maybe they're doing that just as Charlie's did. I think we finished earlier with Charlie. I mean, I don't remember the jury getting the case this late. 4:20, that's really late to get started with your deliberations because the jury's going to be really tired. I would be after hours of listening to people very intensely covering an enormous amount of information that you've been listening to for more than a week. I think that would be, I'm tired, so I would think they would be too. Mildred thinks that Wendi is donning an Abe Lincoln beard and a stovepipe hat to sneak out of the country. Maybe so. Maybe so. What was the Abe Lincoln reference we got? Why am I blanking on that? There was an Abe Lincoln reference somewhere in the case. What was it? The beard. Somebody was supposed to wear the Abe Lincoln beard. What? Y'all are going to have to remind me. What is that? I'm blanking on that. Quick, I'm going to check over in the live chat. Somebody will remind me. Oh, I'm your professor. Thank you, Villanelle's Boots. That is appreciated. Somebody's going to remind me about what the beard was over here real quick. I don't know why I'm forgetting. Rob Abraham Lincoln. What's that? Yeah, of course. It would be a Charlie thing, right? Talking about the beard. Of course it would be Charlie. Charlie's verdict came back around 5. See, that makes sense to me because the jury is at 5 and they're like, let's just go ahead. We've already got it. And they move forward with that. That makes sense to me. Charlie was telling Katie the bump would wear a disguise. There you go. There you go. That was it. Thank you. Who was that who told me? That was Mel. Thank you, Mel. That you were absolutely right. Yeah, I remember that. Charlie was saying, yeah, we're going to have this guy who came up to my mom wasn't even wearing a disguise. He was, and we decided it would be like an Abraham Lincoln beard. I don't remember all the details, but I think we were a little punchy that day. Anyway, the person wasn't wearing a disguise was the point Charlie was making. Instead, the bump was just a guy walking down the street, walking up to Donna Adelson. All right. Mountain Man 2 says the judge expressed levity after closing out of character. I believe he'd been eyeing up jury reaction and was well pleased. Only my hope. So the judge, he is very serious, right? When he is approaching the way he approaches the trial and the attorneys, he's very buttoned up. But yeah, I think he has a different side probably. I think that's probably his courtroom persona. Thank you, Lily Rose. And Melanie L is new to the channel, but is a new fan. Well, we are really glad to have you along. So glad that you're a subscriber. And if you haven't subscribed, we would like you to subscribe too. Please do. Nina wants to know if every single count is life without parole. So let me, I lost my chart when we had the blink. I don't know what that was, but we got it back. So it was okay. Not that. Let's see if I can stop that screen and not that. Don't want to do anything rash. Here we go. Okay, there we go. This is a little chart that I did for y'all based on looking at the statutes to take a look and see what are the rules around whether or not she will be convicted. Like, what are the elements that the state has to prove in order to prove Donna Adelson is guilty of these crimes. And right off the bat, this morning, first thing, lines 2 and lines 3, poof, gone, vanished. Lines 2 and lines 3 were, first thing, defense came in and said, we want to strike the lesser included offenses of second-degree murder and manslaughter. An unusual request. Normally, the defense would push for that. But they were saying, no, that's not what we want. We want just first-degree murder. So the judge said, state, you have an opinion? And they said, okay, and that was done. So all the jury has is first-degree murder, and then go down to line 4, conspiracy to commit murder and solicitation to commit murder. So looking through it, and I was saying this morning, I'm not a Florida attorney. I found it difficult to tell about conspiracy and solicitation. Now, first-degree murder has a mandatory life in prison without parole, is what it appeared to me. And I do need to say this is not legal advice. This is just some research I did so we could talk about it today. But as to the other two, so the question was, it's based on the first-degree murder. And first-degree murder, of course, can be a capital offense. But it was charged in this case as first-degree murder. So is it's 1 degree down if it's something that is a lesser included offense. Or so if, let me rephrase that. Conspiracy could cover lots of different things, right? You could have conspiracy to murder. You could have conspiracy to commit an assault. Conspiracy just means more than one person got together to do this. So it doesn't mean anything about the crime. So in this case, it's conspiracy to commit murder. The way it's normally sentenced is 1 degree below whatever the normal amount of sentence would be for that crime. That way it can be adjusted based on what exactly the charges are. It's not every conspiracy is life. That would be irrational if it was conspiracy to, grand theft auto, something like that. So what they do, but what I was having trouble telling was, is it, and we may have a Florida lawyer in the group who can talk to us a little bit more specifically about it, but I could not tell whether they were saying that it was going to be a grade down from the capital felony, if it could be charged like that, or only a grade down from the way it was actually charged, which was first degree. So I wasn't sure if it was life or up to 30 years. All that to say, I'm not sure. That was a super long way of telling you I don't know. But I tried to figure it out. I was trying to explain to you why I was not able to get an exact answer on that. But I think no matter what, the important point for this is any of these are life in prison for Donna Adelson. And it's life in prison without parole for Donna Adelson because of her age. Also because of how difficult prison is on people and on their health. So there's no possibility, even if she got 30 years or if she got in the manslaughter 15 years, none of that would have made a difference, in my opinion. Okay, we're going to pull that out. And we can talk a little bit more about the charges later. I think that's something people will probably want to know about too. But let's see, where were we? So that was Nina's question. So no, every single count is not life without parole. I should have done crime trivia or crime TV. Like I have often said on this, where is Court TV? Where is my offer from Court TV or Law and Crime? What's the deal? But honestly, I must say I'm having a really great time with y'all. This has been really a lot of fun. So thank you, Nancy. And NMC is a new member. Welcome. We are really glad to have you. Can't wait to see you on Sunday. Be sure to send me a photo of what you're going to work on for our crime and craft. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. I'm really appreciative. Y'all have been very gracious and gentle with me, especially for my very first time, but y'all are always very kind. I know that other channels have like really mean people. So I'm very grateful for y'all because y'all are very different. It's a very different crowd and much appreciated by me. So Lily Rose is wanting to know if Donna can get convicted on the lesser conspiracy charge, but not the first degree. So yes, she could be convicted of conspiracy to do that, but there has to be a first degree. I'll just go ahead and say murder. There has to be a first degree murder or it doesn't count. So there does have to be that. Why is this flipped upside down? That's going to drive me crazy. Okay, there we go. So yes, they are separate charges and she could be convicted of conspiracy and not a first degree murder. But there has to be a first degree murder because that's what the conspiracy charge is based on, is first degree murder. All right, let's see. I'm going to head over here to the bottom and see if there are some questions that have come in. And I've been getting some really awesome pictures of the projects y'all are working on. I have to pick up crochet for the first time in several years. I had to stop it when I got such bad arthritis in my thumb. I couldn't keep going. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be my chance to get back into it. I was I'm trying to remember, like, how exactly do I do those stitches again? It's been years now, several years. All right. So VAC Stories is predicting, oh, that's the next thing we'll do. When do you think the verdict is coming back? Let's see. Oh, gosh, a ton of people have voted. And you're still voting. So I'm not going to pull it down because y'all are voting fast. And this is the big one. What do you think? We have definitely a large percentage, but based on that, I mean, it's possible it can be a hung jury. Usually jurors will talk to each other and work it out if there's an overriding sense that the majority feel a different way. It does depend. And Jackie Fulford pushed them. She said, go back there. I want you to be asked. I want you to do the things that are, I want you to stand up to somebody. And Georgia Kappelman also told them, there was some point, I don't remember what it was, one of you will probably remember, where they said that she turned to the jury and she said, look, ask them about this. If somebody back there is saying, well, I don't know if she's guilty, ask them, how is this not a confession? And pointed to one of the pieces of evidence. And so I have no doubt if someone says not guilty, that someone will say, how is this not a confession? That will be something they will lean forward and ask that exact question. Okay, so Yeah, I agree with C. Lynn Adams that the defense made some good points today. I thoroughly agree with that. I think they did. I think they did a really good job. All right. So I'm trying to decide whether we should go ahead and do our wrap up so I can go ahead and walk through our summary of the day. I may do that next. We've got so many different things we could cover. I wanted to talk a little bit about what the elements are too. So let's see, what are the things we want to do? We want to do some more polls. We want to do our summary of the day. And we want to do questions because those are fun. And what else do we want to do? I guess that's it. I thought there was something else I said. I'm obviously tired. It has been really tiring being on and talking all day. A lot. It's a lot to try to focus and remember what people have said and try to get it right because I want to be accurate. I really do want to be accurate. I don't want to tell you in a recap that they said something and that isn't what they said. So there's a lot to remember. All right. So how are we doing on the poll? And we may put it up again later because I do want to ask some other questions too. Nope, people still voting. So I'm not going to, this is the big poll, right? This is the one where you get to express your opinion. And I feel like you're entitled to do that because you have watched the evidence. You have watched the trial. You actually know what was said. So your opinion is valid. And obviously, if you were on a jury, you would go back and you would listen to what other people said and you would examine the evidence and all of that would happen. But since what we are here is kind of like a very large group jury, but for your vote, it has to be just what you think and what you believe. So y'all are really all in all kinds of views, is what I can see. Okay, so Gardell C is saying if Donna is found guilty and ends up being incarcerated with Katie, who should be afraid? That is such an interesting question. Would Katie need to watch out for Donna or would it be the other way around? I don't know. I think that would be certainly that'd be an interesting dust up. Hopefully they will be housed separately and hopefully there won't be an issue with that. It did sound like Donna was starting to make some really good jail friends right up until she realized they were all testifying against her and taking everything to the state. Right up until then, it looked like really good friendships were forming. And then things took a turn for the worse. All right, I think what I want to do is, Lily Rose has a question. What's your opinion of the defense case? I felt like they hardly put one on. I did feel like it was brief, that they did not do a lot during the course of the case. It was so short. But I thought the closing argument was fantastic, that it pulled together the threats that they have been sort of laying down weaving throughout the trial. So I felt like it turned out it had more validity than it sounded like at the time, but it did seem really short and like things didn't quite work out for them the way they wanted it to during the defense case. That I definitely would agree that didn't seem like it quite worked out. Sandy, do juries typically start with a poll on where they all are? I think, Sandy, that the majority of juries do. Sometimes a judge will ask them not to do that. It's not every jury would do that, but I kind of think the majority do. Just a straw vote where they say kind of where do you stand? Because what if everyone said guilty and then what is there left to discuss, right? Or what if they all say not guilty? Then they could save each other some time. So I think they just kind of get an idea or what are people leaning towards. But some judges will actually tell the jury, don't do that. Get everybody's views out before you lock yourself in with an opinion. Because, of course, once somebody expresses an opinion, even in an anonymous poll, once they write it down, it can be hard to move off that opinion. And Dave is saying that was an excellent point and issue for the appeal, allowing Charlie's case and Donna's trial. I do not think that was done properly. That did not work out right. I don't know how that even happened, but yeah, Dave, that's how I'm feeling too. I don't feel like that was quite right. Barb, thank you very much. I appreciate your super chat. Thank you. You know what I think I'm going to do? I want to go ahead, and here's why I want to do this. We don't know how long we're going to be here, right? And I definitely want to do questions, but I know that if I get too tired, I won't be able to do the recap. So there will be no recap for the day if I don't go ahead and do it. So what I want to do is go ahead and sort of talk about what I think were the key points during the defense closing and during the state's closing to give us an overview about it. And then we'll come back and do some questions. Hopefully I'll be able to do that and I won't be too tired, but I'm afraid if I don't try it now, it'll just be, I don't know. They said some stuff about something. Anyway, it was all really good. Thanks for watching. That is about where we will be. So let me do that. Let me go ahead and get started on that. And I may break it up into pieces and stuff so that we don't have to do it all at once. Checking out this, y'all are still voting. It's still going up. Y'all are very excited about this vote. So come on in, vote as you wish. I think we are headed in a definite direction, but there are people on both sides. And honestly, I don't know if before the closing, it would have been these numbers. I think Jackie Fulford did a tremendous job of exactly what her job was, which was narrowing the focus to just her client. So let's get started. I'll do a little bit on what happened. Today started off with, I should at least do the, hi y'all. And this is how it is if I try to do a video instead of a live stream. With the live stream, I'll just talk to y'all, but somehow when I do a video, I can't get my words out. Anyway, I'll pretend I'll do this so I can cut it out, but I'm not going anywhere. We're staying live. So hi, y'all, and welcome to day 9 of the Donna Adelson case. We had absolutely incredible closing arguments. Georgia Kappelman could not have been more at the top of her game. Her closing argument was so strong. And then in came Jackie Fulford for the defendant, for Donna Adelson. She also was strong, but they were so different. You had the prosecution putting together this massive bit of pieces of evidence from years, from the bump, from what happened on the way up to Dan Markel's house, from before that, from the divorce, putting it all together in a way that was so compelling and really arguing that this massive weight of evidence was going to take Donna Adelson down. It showed she was guilty. Then you had Jackie Fulford doing the exact opposite, stripping away anything not related to her client, narrowing, saying, the jury, you should only look at this because it's only a question of whether or not my client is guilty. You don't care about anyone else in the world. Your only job today is my client and whether she's guilty. So they were both fantastic and for very different reasons. They were headed in opposite directions, pulling against each other. It was Battle of the Titans today. It was truly phenomenal to see these two closing arguments. The day started off with a major surprise because we were expecting to have 5 charges against Donna Adelson. There was the charge of murder in the first degree and 2 lesser included offenses, second-degree murder and manslaughter. Instead, and then conspiracy to commit and then solicitation to commit murder. Instead, what happened was, first thing, the defense came in and said, forget those second 2, the lesser included. We don't want the jury to be charged on second degree or on manslaughter. Now, normally, the defense is the side pushing for lesser included charges, hoping that at least someone will pull off a juror. Maybe somebody will think, okay, yeah, I don't know first degree, but maybe second. And then there will be a lower penalty for the person who's being charged. But this time, the defense was saying, we want those out. The judge asked the state what they wanted. They were okay with that. So bam, we were down to 3 charges against Donna Adelson. First degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Those are the charges that the jury, which is out right now, is going to hear and going to decide. It was carefully limited and narrowed. So this will be, we took a vote early on, like, what did you think about that? And most of you felt like it was a mistake for the state to have agreed to that. 62% of you thought that. 37% of you thought that it was probably a good move for the state to do that. Now, classically, the state is pushing for for the higher end charges. Only if they feel like they might not win do they push for the lower charges. And usually it's the defense that wants those lower charges. So that it was all reversed today, but both sides ultimately decided, yes, we all agree, both sides agree, we do want those taken out. First degree murder is all there is. My thought was that for the defense, it seemed like a good idea because Donna Adelson is looking at facing more than her life in prison, no matter what, because of her age. And so she's not getting out. She could get a 15-year manslaughter, and that's going to be probably will exceed her life expectancy in prison. Your life expectancy is shorter in prison, largely because of medical care and other things like that. So it was a shock, but we immediately had a narrowed case. And I'll skip over in general what the charges were. The general explanation the judge gave the jury was, you need to find for first degree murder 3 things. Dan Markel was dead. The reason he's dead, it was caused by a criminal act of Donna Adelson, and it was premeditated killing. Premeditated means it was thought about in advance, not something after the fact. This was in advance. So we moved straight then into closings, and I'll just skip over the rest of that. They are charging her, by the way, as a principal, someone, in other words, who was one of the people. In other words, she did not have to have actually wielded the knife, in this case, the gun. She instead is charged as a principal, that she may have paid or promised to pay. And the person who does that is guilty of all the things the person who actually committed the crime did if they intended the crime to occur or to help commit the crime, and the crime in fact was committed. So we moved straight into closings, and the state started out with Dan Markel, calling him a father, an Abba, a dad, that he was someone important to his family, and that it was absurd for the defense to even argue or to hire experts that would say there was not a contentious divorce, that it was definitely contentious to Dan Markel, to Wendi Adelson, and to Donna Adelson. Maybe the lawyers who testified on behalf of the defense don't see that as contentious, but everyone else personally involved did. That the defense called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt Dan Markel was, and yeah, he was, but that's because what was most important in the world to Donna, what she had said was the one non-negotiable for Wendi in the divorce, was also his non-negotiable. His non-negotiable was those 2 little boys, so was hers. The defense, the prosecutor said, was arguing that this was just not that big a deal divorce. How then do you explain, the prosecutor said, Wendi coming in at the very first interview within an hour of the time, or hours of the time that Dan Markel was shot, and saying that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else? Not used to a year ago, but now they love him, but in general, right now, have more reason to dislike my ex, Dan Markel, than anyone else. In fact, according to the state, Donna's biggest problem was Dan Markel. And Wendi was told things by her mother. In other words, Donna said to Wendi things that would sort of bear this out, like called Wendi a hostage and a prisoner, using very extreme language. And that Wendi used, in this case, described her mom with things like operating with emotional subterfuge. And that Rob, Donna's son, talked about her rigid and fixed ideas and how she wouldn't come off those. that Donna's arguments were major, and they were the way she talked to Wendi about about this divorce and the custody was very heated. She said things like, "This is major. If you don't get this agreement that you can move to Miami, it will ruin your entire life." This didn't sound like somebody who was thinking of this as just a small deal, not really that big. It sounded like she was very serious. Her defense, one of her defenses, was that she liked Dan Markel, but the prosecutor said, look, she's right, and that she was not that involved in the divorce or the separation or any of the disputes around the custody. And then the prosecutor said, well, what about this one email she writes? For example, she says, I'm sitting at a table working on Wendi's petition for relocation. Obviously, she's involved in it. This is not something that's like Wendi's problem, and Donna is detached from it. The defense was also argued that she liked Dan Markel, as I said, and the prosecution says, well, she said he was fanatical and had extreme religious beliefs, that the way the defense is defending her doesn't fit with the emails that you see. And I see we're changing our guilty, not guilty here on our vote. I should probably close it down because you're going to hear the defense side too. You're going to hear both. So maybe it'll go, well, we'll watch and see if it starts to go up then. I don't want to shut it down until y'all have had a full chance to vote. So the defense says it wasn't that important. Well, it was to Donna, says the prosecution. The defense says Donna gave up on relocation after the judge ruled against Wendi, and said, look what she wrote. She wrote it was outrageous, that it was just a ruling for now, that she could not believe the outcome. And she immediately began a, quote, plan of action, which included giving up to $1 million to Dan Markel to get him and convince him that he could relocate with the boys and they could all move down to South Florida. She told Wendi, it is about winning and losing. Stand up to him and don't let this ruin your entire life. The defense suggested that Harvey may have written some of the emails or text messages, emails from Donna Harvey. It was an email that they shared. But the prosecutor said, well, you can tell from the emails, it wasn't. You can tell from the emails that it was specifically Wendi. It was specifically Donna who was writing those and not Harvey. And that Donna believed that the ends justify the means. She would do whatever it took to get her way on getting the boys down to South Florida where she could be involved in their lives. That the defense is arguing that she gave up on that all the animosity stopped at the time of the divorce. It's about 6 months before the murder, though. There was an email they put in where Donna wrote, wow, is he on drugs, after reading one of the pleadings that Dan Markel had submitted, and called him that bastard. There were more bad names that they included. And after reading them, Georgia Kappelman said, yes, super amicable, sarcastically, meaning this is really a hard fight. This is not a group that is getting along. The defense doesn't make sense. So you do have to hold on. Before you change your vote, you have to hold on for the defense. So the prosecutor also pointed out that even before Dan Markel was killed, the Adelsons had a place that just happened to be completely ready for Wendi to move into. In fact, she and the boys stayed there just the week before Dan Markel was murdered, when they were down visiting her mom and dad for Harvey's 70th birthday party. Their final option, the prosecutor, Georgia Kappelman, argued, was a hitman. And the request to harm, which may have started out, became murder. Now, that request to harm may be a bit of a problem because first-degree murder obviously is not just a request to harm. It has to be more than that. And remember, one of the prisoners also said that Donna was surprised when it became murder, that she had not intended that. That was nothing that was mentioned by Jackie Fulfer, but I think it might have been a benefit if they had. So the prosecutor pointed out that the make, model, and license plate for Dan Markel were all in Donna Adelson's planner for 2014, which could mean she was the person who provided that to the hitman, because when they went to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, they knew all of those things and they were able to follow his car. Wendi had two periods too, right when the hitmen were up there, when bizarrely and for no explicable reason, her boyfriend at the time, Jeffrey Lacoste, said she just all of a sudden was a nervous wreck. He didn't know why. And Wendi also told her brother, Rob Adelson, about her new boyfriend, Jeffrey Lacoste, and said that Lacoste was her boyfriend, but don't say anything to mom and dad. She was keeping him secret for now. And Rob Adelson said it was odd because they didn't really have that kind of relationship where she normally would send that to him. And on top of that, it seemed odd that she was keeping it from her mom and dad. When the FBI stopped by to talk to him, he told them about this secret boyfriend. And one of the things that Rob had thought was, okay, my mother must not know about him, so I better tell them about this potential person out there who might have committed this crime, this boyfriend of Wendy's that's being kept secret. But in fact, it didn't make any sense because Lacoste had met Wendy's mother multiple times, because every time he went over to take Wendi out, Donna was there with the boys. So it was clearly he knew them. So why did Wendi tell her brother that she was hiding Jeffrey Lacoste? Charlie also was, and following up on that, shortly after the murders happened, Donna called Rob Adelson, her son. They weren't terribly close at that point. They saw each other's son, but she called him up and said, don't talk to the FBI. If they come to see you, don't talk to them. And he said, oh, I already did. And she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She hung up, and that is the last time they spoke to each other. So Charlie was talking to Katie about the murder, and while talking to her, he excused himself several times. And according to Katie, he came back into the room and said, I was talking to my mother. And they several times then, I do need to make sure I'm over here that I can see the court. Oh, so they're just playing back closing argument. Okay, that's totally fine. I don't want to miss if they come back and I'm not telling you. Okay. Sorry, let me get my screen back up. There we go. All right. So Charlie goes in and out of the room, and he tells Katie, I was talking to my mom, and then so she believes his mother is involved. That's why he would say that. And he also said when he came back in at one point, it needs to happen now. Again, Katie understood that to come straight from his mother. That's what she testified. Shortly before the murder of Dan Markel, there was an Evite sent to Harvey Adelson's 70th birthday party. It went to Wendi and to her boys. Both of the boys were listed as Adelson last name, even though their last name really was Markel. So the prosecutor believed, well, that could be more evidence that this was planned in advance, that this was premeditated. And the TV as a theme throughout the case was important to the state. They talked about it several different occasions. Charlie made a joke early on. Multiple people heard about it. Multiple people testified to it, that he was going to hire a hitman to take out Dan Markel, but it turned out buying a TV for his sister would be cheaper. So instead of hiring a hitman, he bought Wendi a TV. That was a joke he made. There was also a communication where Wendi, supposedly anyway, according to Jeffrey Lacoste, her boyfriend, said to him, can I tell you something? my brother actually said he was going to hire a hitman. It wasn't just a joke. But the TV became a theme there. It also was why Wendi had an alibi for part of the morning of Dan Markel's murder, because from 8 to noon was blocked off as when the TV repairman would come. That very TV that Charlie had bought her, that had gotten broken. She said one of the boys threw something and it hit it and broke it. So the TV repairman comes out. The appointment is made that morning, but it's a window. It's not an absolute time. And the defense says about this, what kind of alibi is it? If it's from 8 to 12 and they come at 8 and you're through at 8:30 and the murder's at 11 or 10:30, then how is that an alibi? It's not a very good one. But the prosecutor believes it was the alibi. Then later, after the bump happened, when Donna and Charlie are talking and she's telling him that this bump has happened without trying to actually tell him that the bump has happened, that Donna is using the TV as code because she says, this TV is about 5. And Charlie immediately picks up on that and says, $5,000. They want $5,000. So he knows about 5 means $5,000. And again, they've used the words TV. So the prosecution, the state, also talked about Wendi and that really bizarre trip down Trescott Drive that she took. Here's Wendi's story. Wendi's story is, I had to buy a bottle of bourbon for a party that I was going to. So I went to this one liquor store, which I had been to before, which was near my old house. It wasn't the one closest to her, it turns out, but that was the one she had been to before. So she just automatically went to it. She normally might follow the larger road, but instead took a cut through past her old house. She gets a little bit down the way and sees it's blocked off with crime scene tape. So she turns around and goes back out and goes the other way, goes to the liquor store. The reason for the crime scene tape is that Dan Markel has been shot. The prosecution is convinced that Wendi Adelson went down Trescott Drive because she was looking to see what had happened. Had Dan Markel been shot? Had anybody found the body? What was going on? She found out and she turned around. Wendi says she just was going her normal route to this one liquor store. It was 6 of one and half dozen of the other, maybe a little slower going down this side street where she used to live with speed bumps, but the distance was no further. So that's essentially the debate between that. Then there was the stop where Donna stopped by Charlie's house right on her way home. Donna, let me back up because there are multiple facts in here that you need to know. Wendi gets pulled into the police for an interview. This is immediately following Dan Markel's murder. They go and find Wendi at a restaurant where she's eating out with some friends. They pull her in, they tell her what's happened, and she gives her mother a call, tells her mother what's happened. The defense says Donna seemed shocked and very surprised and actually had the jury put headphones on and listen to that interview. Then Donna sets out along with Harvey, and they're going up to Tallahassee to be with Wendi. Wendi says to them right there in the interview, Mom, come down, get in the car. But actually she tells them, don't get in the car because you might be upset, but drive or fly, get up here somehow, but don't drive while you're upset. And so Donna and Harvey start up to Tallahassee to be with Wendi and the boys. On their way, and they are driving, they go by Charlie's house. Do they stop by the house? It's a debate. The prosecution says that Donna said to Charlie, sent him a text saying, outside your house. And he said 10 minutes. He would be home in 10 minutes. The prosecutor believes that is when Donna drops money off at Charlie's house to be paid to the hitman, actually brings it into the home. She meets Charlie there. And one of the pieces of evidence of that is that it took Donna and Harvey longer, an hour longer to get to Tallahassee than it would if you drove straight. So they must have stopped or done something along the way. Katie Medbanwa, who is charged with hiring the hitman, gets to Charlie's house, and she gets to Charlie's house and she says he is amped up. He's already there. She's going to be with him that evening at his house. He meets her at the door with a gun in his hand. He is amped up. He is not himself. And that night he gives her the cash. The next morning when she wakes up, he says, I put the cash in the trunk for you to pay the hitman. And she takes that money and takes it to the hitman. She says this cash was wet and molded when she opens it up a couple of days later. And not just that, but it was stapled in one corner. And that's how Charlie kept his money. We heard from numerous people. He would staple $100 bills together in stacks of 10 and for $1,000, and he kept them stacked that way. That's exactly how the money that was paid to the hitmen looked. So Donna, shortly after this, and actually shortly after, meaning a couple of months after the murder of Dan Markel, begins writing checks to Katie Medbanwa, the person who had been Charlie's girlfriend. They're now broken up, but Katie is the one who hired the hitman. And Donna starts writing checks to Katie, not personal checks, but checks from the Adelson Institute. But Katie doesn't work for the Adelson Institute. These are checks, and now Donna and Charlie will say they were extortion checks being paid to Katie. At the time, they might have said that they were because she worked for the company, but everybody now agrees Katie didn't work for the Adelson Institute. These were written as some form of payment to Katie. The state believes it's payment, ongoing payment for the murders that the Adelsons had ordered, the murder of Dan Markel. So June Chinda and actually Rob, the son of Donna Adelson, both are in agreement that no one else in the family seemed to really be concerned about who had killed Dan Markel, even though in theory, maybe Wendi or the boys could be in danger, but no one seems to be worried about that. So June Chinda, who was in a relationship with Charlie Adelson at the time, said that no one was curious at all, and certainly Donna wasn't, about who killed Dan Markel. And Donna even said to her at one point, I don't know, and I don't care. It doesn't concern me. The bump was, of course, an enormous piece of evidence for the state, one of the most important pieces of evidence. Charlie said that I did abbreviations. I hate it when I do that because I'm like, wait, who? Charlie says, oh, read Dan Markel. I don't know. I know now. Okay. Charlie says nothing about Dan Markel, even though his picture is in the paper. And so here, okay, now I know what I was writing down in my cryptic notes here. After the bump, Donna is walking down the street. A man walks up to her, hands her a newspaper article that is all about Dan Markel's murder. And this murder includes, on this sheet of paper where with the article is a number, and the number $5,000 and a phone number. And the person who walks up to her says, you've taken care of Katie and Tato. Now it's time for Tuto. And I call this number. You owe us $5,000. Pay me $5,000. And Donna immediately calls Charlie Adelson, her son. And at no point does Donna say, this is about Dan Markel. They handed me this bizarre article about Dan Markel. What were they thinking? What was going on? Instead, she talks very cryptically. She tells him we need to talk in person. She doesn't want to talk on the phone. She wants him to come down and meet with her. And she says, this is about the two of us and both of us. And this is the point at which Donna Adelson says, if anyone on the jury back there wants to acquit Donna Adelson, make them tell you how that is not a confession. When Donna Adelson says to Charlie, this is about the two of us, this is about both of us, How is that not a confession? And so I don't doubt that someone will utter those very words today. So Donna is saying to Charlie that she does not want to tell him anything about this, but he keeps pressing her. He's pressing her. So that's when she says, this TV was probably about $5. And Charlie immediately knows this is about $5,000. He says, they asked you for $5,000. He knows more than the word should be conveying, the state is saying. Innocent people, Georgia Kappelman said, don't talk in code. And TV is a code for murder for the Adelsons. Donna says the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend, but she doesn't tell Charlie who. Yet somehow, without knowing who, he immediately calls Katie and seems to realize in the course of that conversation that he has made a mistake, that he doesn't really have a reason to have called Katie. He offers a few, but none of them really make a lot of sense. The prosecution also thinks it makes no sense that Katie Medbanova supposedly said, well, we knew Charlie was going to pay up to a third of the $1 million that was going to go to Dan Markel to convince him to move down to South Florida. So we knew Charlie had a third of $1 million, and we thought, we want that. Charlie, however, when he is, according to his theory, when he's extorted the night of the murder, Charlie goes to his safe, doesn't have a third of $1 million. And so he gives Katie what he's got, and then the checks keep coming to Katie. That's going to be what the prosecution calls a layaway plan. Donna adopted this. The state called it an adoptive admission. What they mean by that is that Donna has admitted this by adopting what Charlie said. And they put in numerous text messages where after Charlie testified at his trial saying that this was an extortion and that's how this had happened, that he wasn't involved in the murder, instead he was extorted, that Donna wrote numerous people and said, the truth is out. Now everyone knows. Charlie's attorney, Daniel Roshbaum, has proven this is extortion and adopted that theory. So she couldn't back off it now. That was the state's argument. That there was also a very damaging statement that Donna made to June Umchinda. The state says that Danny haunted her from the grave. And June Umchinda, Charlie's girlfriend at the time, said Donna was just a mess, that she was crying all the time. So after the bump, the way that everyone on the Adelson team handled it was they resisted it. They did not go get cash. They did not open their safe. They did not fork over $5,000, even though in theory, it was the exact same people extorting them. They just didn't pay. And Charlie threatened that you'd better kill him, that they only wanted $5,000, and yet he's threatening that level of response. And last time, he just paid $130,000, so it doesn't really seem to fit. That he buys a gift, a nice gift for Sigfredo Garcia, one of the hitmen, even though supposedly this guy is extorting him. One of the best quotes I thought from the entire, from the morning was, never have you ever seen two people so happy to be investigated by the FBI for first-degree murder? And that is how it seemed after the bump. It seemed like Donna and Charlie thought that was great. They were all on board. Thank goodness it was only the FBI and not any kind of gang member. After the bump, Donna stopped writing checks to Katie. So again, that doesn't really fit with the idea that this is extortion. However, it does fit with the fact that Rivera and Garcia were arrested shortly after this. Donna wrote a script, and we now turn to the two witnesses who testified against Donna. They were two cellmates for her. These were people who had been in jail with Donna as she was awaiting trial, and they also were in jail awaiting trial. So for one of them, the one Donna called her jail daughter, Drina Bernhardt, Donna wrote out a script which could be used and would be something that she could use to explain exactly what had happened. The general theme for both of these witnesses was that Donna had come to them and Donna had tried to talk them into testifying falsely about Katie Medbanowa. They were supposed to come in and say, Katie, while in jail, they both met her as well, that Katie confessed that, yeah, it was all an extortion scheme. It was never anything where we were hired to commit a murder. This was just a plot where we were getting money out of them. So that particular script was written in Donna's handwriting. So the prosecution says, this is Donna trying to fake a story. Now, Donna says these people came to her and said, hey, Katie confessed to us in prison. And they're lying now. And the reason they're doing that is to get a reduced sentence. They're trying to get away with something. Then there was the very, very damaging statement that Donna supposedly said to one of the two inmates, Patricia Bird. According to Patricia, Donna confessed to the crime. Donna said they never meant it to go as far as murder. They were trying for something less than that. But yes, she was involved in the actual murder itself. There also is that text message or email that Donna writes to Wendi after Charlie talks about the extortion. And she says, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long. And does that make sense? Georgia Kappelman asked the jury. I mean, think about it. They let Wendi move down to Miami with those two precious boys, even though they supposedly are being extorted by gang members who live right there in Miami. Why would they do that? And then never, ever to warn Wendi about that doesn't make a lot of sense. One of the things Georgia Kappelman said at this point with absolutely no objection, so I don't think there could be any argument about this. She said, the extortion defense didn't work for Charlie. It didn't work for Katie. And well, she didn't even use the extortion defense, but didn't work for Charlie, and it shouldn't work for Donna, which to me sounded sort of like, hey, another jury has already voted against this, so you can vote against it too. But there was no objection, so I don't think that could be an appellate issue. It did raise a red flag for me. Donna also told Wendi she could be buried in her bar mitzvah dress. Why does this matter? Because the big question is, when Donna flew to Vietnam, she got a one-way ticket, she got a 90-day visa, and was she planning to come back? Was this just clearing her head, getting away, or was she planning to flee the country? After all, she had researched non-extradition countries that wouldn't send her back to the U.S. So at this point, the statement, bury me in the bar mitzvah dress, the reason that matters is a bar mitzvah was planned for Wendi's youngest son that January. If Donna was coming back, maybe it was not an actual fleeing the country. If Donna was coming back, maybe all that was happening was she was literally clearing her head, as she had said. The bury me suggestion, though, suggested that maybe she was going to be dead before she could ever wear the bar mitzvah dress. That was a prosecution argument. So one of the other great quotes from the morning was, don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with this. And what the prosecution, what Georgia Kappelman was talking about was that they siloed themselves so that Donna only talked to Charlie, and Charlie only talked to Katie, and Katie only talked to Sigfredo. That way they could insulate themselves. There were fewer people who could talk about their involvement. So there was a little break. We moved into the defense closing. We did do a few votes. Here were your votes. The number one of the divorce contentions, what you thought was the most important was the one where Wendi was interviewed and said her parents disliked Dan Markel more than anyone else would. As far as significant facts about premeditation, You thought that Dan's license number being in Donna's planner was huge. 48% of you thought that was the most important. And when it came to facts around the murder, a lot of you were influenced by Wendi driving down Trescott, but also coming in strong was Katie saying that Charlie said his mother washed the cash and that's why it was wet. So let's go into the defense closing. Now, let's see where our vote is. I'm curious if people will switch. We were at about 72, I think, guilty or 75, maybe 25 on not guilty before. Having run through the prosecution's case, we are now at 80 guilty and 20 not guilty. I'm not totally sure if you can even change your vote, but I think you can. Anyway, we'll go through this and it'll be kind of an interesting test. What do you think about this? Does it change your mind? The defense closing I thought was excellent. It was so different from the prosecution's because it was very narrow. It was designed to focus a jury in on just the narrow things related to Donna Adelson. They talked about they started off with sort of being upset, outraged that they have been accused in Georgia Kappelman's argument of attacking Dan Markel. And she pointed out, I will say, we talked about it at the beginning. One of the first things she said was, hey, she taught, boy, I'm tripping over my words. Okay. She started out saying Dan Markel is a great guy. It was a huge loss to lose him. And so for us to have lost him is really bad. And she said, we told you that from the beginning. And we told you what a great guy he was. And we put on witnesses who talked about that. So you can't say we attacked Dan. I am sure that's part of the reason they did that. She wanted to be able to make that argument at the end. She said the state had made the dissolution case an issue. We had to respond to that. And so a lot of the things we've been accused of are things we had to do because that's our job. The state put that on. We had to tell you the other side of it. I think the most important point they made was the argument that the state has characterized these things for years. They have called this a bitter custody battle. So we brought you the people who would know. We brought you the people who are still alive. Dan Markel is not, his lawyer is not, but we brought you two lawyers, a lawyer involved in the case, a lawyer who was an expert who could talk about the case, and Wendi. And they all told you it really wasn't that bitter. It was a divorce. No divorce is pleasant. No custody battle is pleasant, but that's what it was. It wasn't all that big a deal. Quote from Jackie, "This is all theory and motive and no evidence that my client committed a crime." If Luis Rivera is to be believed, Jackie Fulford for Donna argued, if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, he said that Wendi Adelson was the one who wanted her kids. He knew who Charlie was. He knew Katie and Sigfredo Garcia. But when asked about Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, he said they're not involved. And he put an X by their names. Not involved. Don't know who those people are. And he's one of the hitmen. Katie, completely not believable. She lied repeatedly, said the defense. And then, so you can't trust the things she said. She comes in and she says that Charlie said my client was at his house, Charlie said she brought the money there, but you can't trust Katie because she was proven and admitted by the state to have lied repeatedly. She changed her story over and over again. The state has pushed on the theme that relocation mattered, that it was the most important thing. But in fact, the relocation, this is the defense arguing, the relocation was done for over a year. No one was really involved in that yet. No, at this point, no one was really all that balled up in it. And there's no email whatsoever showing Donna was continuing on a rampage about it or even talking about it after July of 2013, a year before Dan Markel was murdered. Then the emails that are proof wouldn't have happened even the ones in July of 2013, those emails where she talks about let's aggravate Dan Markel, let's dress the kids up like Hitler Youth, let's tell Dan they've been converted to Christianity. None of those would have happened but for the fact Wendi had her mother stay outside the hearing and then never revealed to Donna that Wendi had actually agreed to the relocation. She actually said, fine. Oh, back to court. Oh, no. They're not back to court. They're going over what the closing arguments were. Okay. I'm on a razor's edge here. We will pop over immediately should there be any word from the jury, even a question. So, and at this point, we did get several hints from the state throwing Wendi under the bus, throwing Charlie under the bus, or at least saying, if they're involved, don't look at us, but not defending them, certainly not defending them. And Jackie Fulford admitted some of the stuff Donna wrote, those emails do suggest some crazy stuff, but she didn't know that her daughter had agreed to relocation. She had no idea. She thought her daughter was upset by it. And granted, Donna said ugly things about Dan Markel during the divorce, but it actually, very ironically, the defense, Jackie Fulford, put up on the screen all these bad names that Donna Adelson had said about Dan Markel. She put that up. Normally, you would expect the prosecution to do that, right? It was a big surprise, but she stuck that up there and she said, here are all the things she said. We admit that. But these are not reasons for murder charges. These are the kinds of things that people say during a divorce. And she's a huge talker. She cannot stop herself from saying things. She told us that twice, that she's not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on. But even so, all the evidence against her is that as of July, she was mad during the course of a divorce. And a year later, a 3 or 4, maybe not quite a year, half a year, 3 or 4 year old said she had called Dan Markel stupid. And where in this, Jackie Fulford said, is there murder? Where is there enough animosity to go out and kill somebody? The Charlie Adelson evidence came in over our objection. Jackie told the jury, he's not on trial. And here's pretty close to a quote. I tried to get it just right. You may be thinking Charlie did it, and you may be thinking Wendi did it, but that is not relevant to my client, to whether Donna Adelson did it. After all, Charlie admitted that he took $130,000 in cash out of his safe and then he gave it to Katie. So he's admitted a payment to the person who paid the hitman, according to the hitman. So you may be thinking he did it, but that's not Donna. Katie is now telling her 6th different story. And why? She admits she wants to go home to her children. And Jackie Fulford said she's willing to prosecute an innocent woman to do that. Katie wants us to think that this money sat in her closet, but she had no idea how much money she was paid. I remember when she said that, I stopped the stream. I'm like, I don't believe that either. I do not believe that she did not know how much money she was paid. I think Jackie Fulford did have a point there. Luis Rivera said that the money was stapled. Well, that points to Charlie, said Donna's team, but he never mentioned it being wet. Only Katie did. And Katie can't be believed. Katie says, Charlie says Donna washed the money, but we don't believe Katie. This is the defense. The whole wet thing, she said, is just nonsense. Furthermore, the Donna doing the Evite thing with the boys' names changed to Adelson, she said it was Wendi who did that Evite. It wasn't Donna who did the Evite. And I will say that Wendi did testify that she had to help her mother do that Evite. That 2023 planner, where there was a note in there that to cancel disability insurance. And the prosecution said, could it be that they were canceling disability insurance because Donna and Harvey were going away and there was no reason for them to come back? And Jackie Fulford says, first of all, could it be is not the standard. Could it be is not beyond a reasonable doubt. So that doesn't even count. But also, how about the reason for this was that Charlie was no longer needing disability insurance because he's in prison for life. And I will say, what is a retired dentist who's already 80 years old doing with disability insurance? He doesn't need disability insurance. So I agree that it does seem, frankly, more likely Jackie Fulford's statement that it was probably because Charlie had gone to prison and he didn't need his disability insurance. So as far as the birthday present for Harvey Adelson, Markel being killed, that's not a birthday present for a 70-year-old man. And there's no evidence that it was. This is just the state coming up with a theory, says Jackie Fulford, says Donna Adelson's attorney. This is just a theory that Rob rarely spoke to them, Rob Adelson, their son. So his comments about that, about Donna, his comments that Donna said things to him or that about the party, all of those have to be discounted because he had barely seen them 2 times in 2.5 years. This was a guy with an axe to grind. He was there for only 1 day when he came for the party. And Rob doesn't know anything. He lives in New York. He's clearly estranged from the family. So negative comments he makes about his mother, those aren't really relevant to your decision today. Great line. She's a meddler, not a murderer. This was Jackie Fulford saying, look, Donna Adelson may meddle in her kids' lives, but she's not someone who murdered them. A meddler, not a murderer. Really good line. Jackie Fulford said, look, they proved that Charlie Adelson paid the cash. They proved that Wendi wants her kids back. They proved that Wendi even wrote that she hated him, but nothing about Donna Adelson. They didn't prove that Donna Adelson committed this murder. She wrote emails giving her daughter advice for mediation. Where's the crime in that, they said. And I'm checking over here. I continue to check over to make sure we do not miss anything. I don't want to miss. Obviously, we don't want to miss if the jury should come back. So where's the crime in that? What's wrong with giving your daughter advice about her mediation? Who cares? She told her things like negotiate. And Jackie Fulford said, shame on her for getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Shame on her for making sure Dan Markel actually followed through on paying things that he had committed to paying in the divorce. And as for that bribe that the prosecution has talked about, that $1 million to relocate, that's not illegal. 2 different attorneys told you that's normal in one of these divorce cases. There is money exchanged and people reach agreements. And that grandma motion, she put it up and she said, nothing in here says anything about unsupervised visitation. Nothing says that Donna is no longer going to be allowed to have unsupervised visitation with her kids. It doesn't say that. And she read it out and the words weren't there. And then you had Dan actually leaving the kids with Donna twice, once for a full 2 weeks at a time, and including just 3 days before he was murdered on July 11th. And she brought up the infamous banana bread that Donna had made for Dan when he let them babysit. He was going to be out, needed a babysitter, so he called on Donna to do it, and she made him his favorite banana bread. This, another good quote from Jackie, us sitting here is actually unbelievable. They both had just phenomenal quotes. I can't tell you how good these closing arguments were. They were excellent, very different as to what they were trying to accomplish, and both absolutely excellent. Donna, she really disagreed with the idea that the geek squad coming to repair the TV would be any kind of valid alibi. First of all, it was for a window of time. And so sure enough, in actuality, Wendi didn't have an alibi for the actual time of the murder because the man was gone by then. But in addition to that, they were asked the question, would you be willing to accept a sooner time if available? And they said yes. She said, who is setting up an alibi would just be like, sure, ruin my alibi. I don't have a problem with that. Wendi's interview, during Wendi's interview, they talked about that moment in time. And like I said, they had the jury put on the headphones and listen to the moment when Wendi tells her mother that Dan Markel has been shot and is not expected to make it, and tells her, calm down, before you drive, don't just get in the car. And the victim advocate testified at trial that Donna was shot. So at this point, she then moved into one of I thought the most important points that was made during the defense, which is they're unable to actually place the phones for Donna and Harvey at Charlie's house. And they're also unable to place them hitting off the same tower that Charlie was using. Now, the prosecution has a really good point that outside your house, that text that Donna sent sounds like Donna is outside Charlie's house. During Charlie's trial, the argument that Daniel Rashbaum made for Charlie was that outside your house might have meant driving by on the expressway, because Charlie's house wasn't very far off the expressway. So she could be like, oh, we're outside your house now. That's where we are on our route to Tallahassee. But I think that argument's maybe a little stronger on the state side. That is hard for them to explain. But I think the point about the phones not hitting off the same towers, that is a valid point and was interesting. The way Jackie Fulford dealt with the text outside your house is, do you have any evidence of her being outside the house? Well, yes, the prosecution says the text is evidence that they were outside the house. I felt like that was maybe a miss on the defense part. And she did point out that right there inside Donna's planter, there was Charlie's garage code. So she could have just gone on in. Why did she have to wait outside the house? If she was there, she could have just used the garage code and gone on in. The two prisoners, obviously, the prosecution believes they ultimately have told the truth, but the defense believes that they just want a deal. They will say anything. They will do anything. Now, at this point, Jackie Fulford began talking more about what Charlie's theory had been. Both sides talked about Charlie's theory, and frankly, I question whether it was properly admitted into evidence through a defense witness, one of the law enforcement. But it's in. Charlie didn't testify, but she said that Charlie first told Donna 2 months after the murder happened that he had been extorted. That was why she began paying those checks to Katie, to save her son, to keep him from being harmed. And in order to protect him, she went ahead and paid those checks. Neither of them, in Donna's mind, had anything to do with the murder. In Donna's mind, this was all an extortion. So I think we covered all of that. She also talked about Charlie telling Katie that he couldn't understand why they had called his mother. Like, he could see them calling Wendi, he could see them calling him, but why would they call Donna? And saying to Katie, I'm going to keep you on full time. You're going to keep getting your checks. And the defense believes that really separates Donna from Charlie, and whatever Charlie was doing, whether it be extortion, whether it be murder, Donna knows a lot less. And they felt like the conversation that Donna had with the agent when she called the number for the bump suggested she had nothing to do with it. She told him repeatedly she had nothing to do with it, and she didn't know what this was about. And he kept forcing her, they said pushing her would be a better word. 5 times he tried to get her to pay it, tried to get her to admit it, failed, could not get her to do that 5 different times. And Adelson said, Donna Adelson said, if you know, go to the police. And Jackie Fulford said, why would she do that if she believes that she's guilty of a crime? Why would she be either happy that the police have found out, or why would she want them to go to the police? Wouldn't that be risky for her if they know she's actually involved in a murder plot? Why would she say the two of us, both of us? Jackie Fulford says, well, the reason she would say that is because she knew her son was being extorted. The two of us know about the extortion, and I'm writing the checks to Katie to protect you. So that's why it's the two of us. This is another quote from Jackie Fulford. This isn't a train. This is a case for first-degree murder. That's not an exact quote, but Georgia Kappelman talks about the train of communication, starting with Donna and moving all the way down the chain till Sigfredo would talk to Luis Rivera, and said this isn't a train. This is like a very serious thing. Unless you have actual evidence that Donna Adelson committed this murder, then you no, are we going? I'm checking. Know that I'm checking. We will not miss it. So she's saying that you have to have actual evidence if you are going to convict of first-degree murder. This is a big charge, not a little one. As far as the flight to Vietnam, she said, you heard from people who were her friends, you heard from her attorney that she was considering unaliving herself. They were very concerned about her mental health. She was supposed to get away for a significant period of time because she needed to clear her head. And what kind of search was it anyway? When they came to the condo where Donna and Harvey lived, they missed the safe. They never even looked in it to see if there was stapled cash, and it was small. How's it going to hold $130,000? And on top of that, they never actually looked in the luggage that was sitting right there. What were they taking with them? Did it suggest they were going to be gone for ever, or why didn't they look in the luggage? But probably the biggest point I would say they made, certainly here at the end, was the length of time it took to finally arrest and charge Donna Adelson. She went through 2014, a murder, 2015. They're looking at bank and phone records, 2016. They're doing the bump. And then she's not arrested. And you go 2017, 18, 19, et cetera, et cetera. They go all the way through that period and they don't arrest her. They go through Charlie's trial. They don't arrest her. And then finally, on the day she's arrested, the agent is driving down from North Florida to the Miami area, and he doesn't know yet. They still haven't decided whether they're going to charge her, whether they're going to arrest her. And they wait, and then they sit there watching her as she's sitting, waiting to board the plane, and they watch her for 20 minutes, and they wait until she's in the breezeway. And Jackie Fulford said they wanted a dramatic arrest. They wanted to be able to say she was trying to get out of the country. And that's just nonsense, says Jackie Fulford. She had no idea that there was anything. In fact, the state didn't know there was a warrant for her arrest until shortly before this, like maybe that afternoon late, they finally got it. So it wasn't something that they had already known about. She's not fleeing that. She doesn't know it exists. Even the state didn't know it would exist. So the state responded. It was a phenomenal closing by both the state, unbelievable, and then by Jackie Fulford for Donna Adelson. And I do want to add one more thing she said at the end. She said, now, if you get back there, might you sit there and say, might you suspect Charlie? Yep, she said. And potentially Wendi? She said, well, she's the one who said she hated him. But that's not your job today. Your job is Donna, and Donna wasn't involved. And most importantly, the state didn't bring the evidence that Donna was involved. So I'm curious where everybody is in our vote. Oh, it's pretty much locked in. Okay. Still people voting, though. I'll leave it open until I finish talking about this, and then we'll close it. So the state came back with a brief rebuttal. The judge gave them a little extra time. They asked for some after they hit the total 7 minutes they had left. The judge had given both sides 2 hours. So I assume the defense said, go ahead. And she went for a while, probably maybe 20 minutes total, something along those lines. And at first I felt like she was trying to respond point by point, and I felt like she was off her game, but she really wound up at the end. She said, yeah, this case, the defense is trying to say that this case is about bad words, as if the only thing evidencing Donna's guilt is that she called Dan Markel some bad words. And she said, I acknowledge, Jordy Kappelman says this for the state, this is death by 1,000 cuts. This is powdered sugar. That was a reference to powdered sugar being on a kid's face, which would tell you which kid it was who ate the powdered donut. Even though they aren't confessing, you can tell because there's powder left on their face. She's saying this is powdered sugar, but that's because we have to look at all the individual pieces of evidence. She was too smart to just leave behind a smoking gun, but she did make some mistakes. And so those are where we have to put that's where we have to put our attention. We have to look at what was causing the overall view. If we look at everything all put together, is she guilty? And is it a lot of small things? Yes, but it's a lot of them. And that's my point. She leaned into that outside your house text as showing that Donna was there. Plus Charlie said Donna was there that night. So she could have left the money. She said again, Donna Adelson will justify whatever means to get to her end. And her end was to get those boys to South Florida. She said, yeah, I acknowledge most murderers don't look like that, but the evidence shows you that she is a murderer. Don't let her appearance influence you in any way. She wrote a script for someone to tell a false story to you, the jury. She tried to erase Dan Markel. She stroked the checks to Katie McBanoa. You don't have to believe the arguments they're making to you here today. And with that, the case ended. It was so dramatic. It was some of the finest closing arguments I have ever seen by both sides. I thought they were phenomenal. I thought they were, and I generally do, I admit, say the attorneys did a great job. I admit that I am biased in that direction, but I really did think that these were amazing. They were so well done on both sides. And I think they give the jury the full picture. And so we can feel confident that the jury has heard all of the evidence and that the jury has been shown the evidence in the light most favorable to both sides. And in our nation, that's what we believe enables a jury to make the best decision. So with that, I want to go ahead and ask you if you have any questions. We'll move to a Q&A section. And there are a lot more people with super chats over here I need to say thank you to or answer questions for. So let me run through those and then I will get back over to questions. By the way, maybe hold off putting your questions in because I won't catch them if you do it right this minute. But if you would put question marks at the beginning, that'll help me spot them in the chat. Oh, well, thank you. What a nice comment, Yakar T backwards. I really appreciate that. I'm trying to Tracy backwards. Okay. Thank you, Tracy backwards. I appreciate that. That was very kind. And Nina is feeling bad for Donna. The state waited 11 years and has no direct evidence, but she did hate Dan, but no proof of her wanting him harmed. All true. Oh, by the way, I said I was going to end the poll. Okay. I think we have a ton of votes. Although, wow, people are still voting. You know what? As long as we're still kind of going up, I think this may be the largest poll we've ever had here on the channel. A lot of people voting. So we'll keep it up. No need to stop it if people are enjoying it. All right. And oh, great. Tracy Backwards is a new member. We are really glad to have you. Gabby is thinking that Donna is possibly guilty. I think that's what the word isn't there, but I think we know what you mean, Gabby. But that she doesn't think the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the standard, right? The state has to do that or Donna is declared not guilty. It's not innocent, it's not guilty. So that is exactly the point. Great point. I try to read these right before I pop them up, so I don't put up anything I regret later. Please, okay. All right. I think this is totally fine. It was a little bit longer. Susanna, who is an attorney, and has written a lengthy, very detailed thing for me to respond to. Thanks a lot, Susanna. Please discuss that Donna can't both believe Charlie's extortion story and concede that Charlie lied about it. If the extortion is a lie, Charlie didn't invent it until years later. It was invented to deal with the wiretap evidence. So that is one of the things Georgia Kappelman argued. She did talk about the fact that this whole extortion story came up late in the game, that when they were talking to the people for the bump, when Charlie talked to Katie in the restaurant, when they talked on the phone, they weren't saying it's another extortion. They weren't really talking about the word extortion at all. And in fact, Donna Googled extortion versus blackmail just a week before Charlie's trial. The prosecution takes that to mean they were just coming up with the theory a week before. I thought it could just be they've been using a different word for it. It could have been a bit longer than that. And she was informed by Charlie, yeah, it's actually, Mom, you have the word wrong. It's not blackmail, it's extortion. So, yeah, I think what Susanna is saying it is a good point, that the prosecution believes there's contradiction here. If Donna really believed that there was an extortion, Charlie came to her and said, I'm being extorted, you've got to write these checks on my behalf, then now she's saying Charlie lied about it. But I did think it was possible she could think, or could argue anyway, that Charlie came to her and said, I do believe I've been extorted, and she believed him. And not until she saw his trial and saw the evidence against him did she come to doubt him. But that is kind of hard, because at no point has she said that, or even really did the defense argue that. So I do agree that that's not really an argument that's been made here. So thank you. KS, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's a very kind comment, KS. Thank you. Mitt Spunky, how are you? And thank you for the super sticker. Always good to have Mitt Spunky in. Hey, we've got a couple of new members who I hope will be at our Sunday Crime and Craft, bringing their craft, whatever they're going to do. And we're just going to talk true crime cases. Patricia and Martha are both new members. Welcome. We are glad to have you. You can always join by hitting the join button down by the name Lawyer Lee. Unless you're on your iPhone, you have to go in through your browser. Your YouTube app won't work. You can also use your computer, and that'll work fine. Some kind of applicable dispute with YouTube. So, and you, Highlands Barb says, the demeanor and energy of defense counsel is a bit off-putting. From the outset, the Georgia Kappelman for the prosecution has built more rapport with the jury. And you are not the only person. I saw a number of comments as we were listening to the defense lawyer. I saw a number of comments like that. I mean, you're not the only person thinking that. I thought what she did was really well done. And primarily, I thought that because she was addressing so well a very difficult case. I mean, this is so hard. There is a lot of evidence that the prosecution put together, that the state put together. It was lots of little pieces of evidence, and addressing that is difficult. And she was doing, I felt like, a really impressive job trying to narrow the focus down to her client and to pull all the rest of that away and to eliminate as much as possible. I thought that was well done. But you were not the only person who thought that. So I appreciate your perspective. Sarah is a new member. Awesome. Glad to have you. And so is 77. I like that name. So it is good to have both of you as new members. All right, so let's head over here and see what questions y'all have. If you could put question marks at the beginning of your question, that would be great. That will help me spot it. I'm way back up. I can see there's a long way down to the bottom, so I'll have to fix that in just a minute. But I see Creepy GP asked me, does the judge go in the jury room? No, the judge is not allowed to go in the jury room during the deliberations. The bailiff can't go in. Every now and again, you will see a case getting overturned and retried because somebody will go into the jury room. But it's supposed to be the jury only, and they're supposed to come out and tell somebody if they have a verdict or a question. I'm going to zip down to the end because I did say to hold off on questions. Oh, it's a long way down. I had better hit that button. Okay, I'm going to back up a ways because it was a while ago and see where the question marks are, where they start. Okay, there we go. Bex in Wonderland is asking, did the judge ever tell the jury about the two defense? No. What a good point about the two defense. I'll put this up so y'all can read this. Did the judge ever tell the jury about the two defense sequestration errors? And if Donna is found guilty of the two lesser charges, would it be a life sentence for her? So, okay, two different questions. Let's start with the first one. Did the judge ever tell the jury about the two defense sequestration errors? And no. And that was, remember, there was going to be an instruction to the jury about that. He said, I'm going to instruct the jury about that. And the defense said, well, we might object to the wording of that. And he said, well, we'll work that out. And they didn't do that. That is an excellent point. I'm guessing maybe people forgot about it. It could be they thought it was kind of a nothing and they just decided, forget it. Or maybe even thought maybe it would be problematic to do that since the second witness testified it did not affect anything. She did not know she didn't change her opinion and it didn't affect her. So that would be my guess. One of those two, either they forgot it or maybe it could be they decided it just wasn't worth it. But that's a really good point. I thought about that during the instructions and then I'd forgotten about that. So I'm glad you pointed that out, Bex. If Donna is found guilty of the two lesser charges, would it be a life sentence for her? So let's pop this back up. This little chart I did for y'all talking about the charges. Remember, first thing this morning, charges 2 and 3 gone. So forget those. Second degree murder and manslaughter are no longer on the table. First degree murder that's mandatory, life in prison without parole. The other two, conspiracy and solicitation, I had trouble telling, and we're hoping a Florida lawyer will pop in and tell us the answer to that, whether it was life or up to 30 years. And so I think that as far as Donna being guilty of they're not truly lesser charges in the sense that they're in lesser included offenses of, say, first degree murder, but they're separate charges, but lesser in the sense that the penalty would be less. But I am not sure whether it's life or up to 30 years. In practical terms, that doesn't matter for Donna Adelson because of her age and even because of her health. We are on verdict watch, Life with Bear. Yes, we are. We are waiting for the jury right now. They've been out right about an hour and 40 minutes. So they went out about 4:20 and they were going to put them in one room and arrange to have the various exhibits put in there. So that first little bit wouldn't even count while they got them situated. But I wouldn't be surprised to hear pretty soon, one way or the other, do they plan to stay? Do they plan? What is their plan? We may hear something about that. So thoughts on the jury instruction law that if Donna planned the murder, isn't that a leap for the jury? A lot of proof that she was in on it after, says Ronald. So certainly I think the prosecution is saying she was not just planning, she was the mastermind. And I'll pull this out or remove that. And oh, there we go. Okay, that she was the mastermind. She was the one behind this whole thing. But the defense is, just as you say, narrowing the focus on what's the evidence that she was the principal, that she paid for, or any of those things. There is some evidence. The question is whether the jury believes the evidence. They've got Katie saying that Charlie says she brought the money to his house. So she brought the money to pay the hitman on the night of the murder. And she even washed it. That's a tangible physical connection back to Donna if what Katie says Charlie said is correct. So it's all possible. There is evidence in there, but they have to believe that what Katie said was correct. There's tons of other evidence. There are lots of pieces. That's just an example that I'm trying to say. So what are the appellate issues? Oh my goodness, that's a huge question, Michelle. I really would like to know a whole lot more about how the decision was made on the way that Charlie's case came in, because that seemed highly irregular to me. I am still questioning how exactly that came into evidence without Charlie testifying. And it seemed like a very odd way that it came in. In fact, it seemed to me that new facts about it that were true were being presented in closing argument, things that the jury might not have even heard during the trial. So it seemed to me that would be a huge issue. I imagine they also have some things they would have liked to exclude that came into evidence. For example, the prisoners who testified about, I think they tried to keep those excluded so that they would not be allowed to testify. It ended up coming in. I think there are questions like that, but I'd have to sit down really, Michelle, and think about it a little more to think about what exactly those issues might be beyond the two that I just mentioned. Asking Javon is asking about the sentence she's looking at, and it depends on which charge, but in practical terms for her, she's looking at life in prison. That's just the bottom line. Let me head back over here. Is there anybody? Yes. Okay. Mountain Man 2 says, when you are in a hurry to get out of Dodge, you don't strap a china cabinet to your back. You pack a quick rag bag and make like my pants and split. So yeah, true. She wouldn't have been packing anything. But what if there was a ton of cash in there? That's just an example. What if there were they were selling jewelry, or at least they were thinking about it. That was written down on her list of to do. But what if there was some really expensive jewelry in there? I mean, I would like to know more about what that was, what was in there. I am surprised they didn't look. I don't know if they felt like maybe they didn't have the right to. Maybe it wasn't included in their warrant. They didn't say that, but that was the only thing I could think of. Bex is a new member. Welcome. We are glad to have you, Bex. Okay, headed back over for the questions here. They need. Oh, okay. So, Mary Lee is asking me, can you please explain when you said that they need to find her guilty in order for them to find her guilty on the other two counts? If I said that wrong, I think, Mary Lee. What I was saying was they have to find that there was a first-degree murder to find she conspired to commit the first-degree murder, or she solicited the first-degree murder. I don't think that's a stretch. I think walking up to a man in his garage and shooting him is a first-degree murder. So the question then is just really the conspiracy or the solicitation. But it's not that she has to be guilty of first-degree murder in order to be guilty of the other two. So I may have misspoken, but that's what I meant to say anyway. Marlon wants to know, how long can they deliberate for today? Marlon, our very hardcore, always here, bless his heart, very grateful to him, moderator, wants to know how long can they do. What he really is saying is, how long can they deliberate for today? Which I don't blame him. He has got to be exhausted for all the work he's been doing. Mama Pink's our other moderator. So grateful to both of them. And the answer is it's up to them, and we don't know. There's no set time. So I don't know. I don't know when they'll be through, but they don't have to come back at any certain time. Usually at a certain time, the judge will check in to find out, do you want to stay? Do you want to go home? What's the plan here, so that people can begin to make plans? But, you know, he would love nothing more than to get this case over with and to have it be decided. So if they want to stay another hour or two, he's probably all in. Occasionally there'll be a reason they can't. I remember in the Bill Cosby trial, one of them, that the jury wanted to stay and the judge had to say, no, you can't, because it's overtime for all the employees and they can't work past a certain time. So we've got to call it and have everyone leave the building by a certain time. So sometimes they might intervene. I don't think this judge will unless he absolutely has to. So Jamie asking me about my opinion, but although really she's asking me, what is your opinion about what the jury will decide? So, you know, I always say at this point when people ask me that, I always say, if you're a betting person, then the stats are like 98% of the time in a jury trial, there's going to be a conviction. So I'm going to go with there's going to be a guilty verdict because boy, do I have a strong chance of being right. Does Harvey see the kids and Wendi? I do not know, Fifi. That's an interesting question. We did hear that Wendi had not spoken to her mother since the week following Donna's arrest. So long time. But I'm thinking Harvey still would. I don't know what the reason for that was. Whether she decided it was too risky to talk to her mother might say some things on the phone that would be recorded. Oh, no, sorry. I'm gonna get you. Wait, something's happening. Well, what? They did a sudden change of screen down here, and I thought maybe we were at the moment in time. But no. Let's see, what is next? Are we on verdict watch? Yes, we are. Life with Bear, RIP. We are, in fact, on verdict watch, and we are waiting to hear what the jury will decide. So Quincy also wanting to know, yep, we are on verdict watch. You know, Juju asked about Florida grandparent rights. I know that the Markels campaign for grandparent rights, and part of their story was, look what happened to us. We have been cut out of the lives of our grandchildren. We should have rights too. I don't really know what happened with that, whether there was legislation that got passed that enabled them to do that, because it does seem like they have not been allowed back into the lives of the children. So I don't know if that's because the way the law was written no longer applied to them, kids' age or something like that. But it is a terrible thing, just a terrible thing that there was that separation. Just what a disaster for all of them, because the Markels should have been involved in their lives. That should have been important to everyone. And it's very sad that that didn't happen. Sarah Bell wants to know they're deliberating tonight. They are indeed. How late they'll go, we don't know. We can't predict that. But yep, they are deliberating right now. Okay, Mrs. Maka is asking us a poll whether we think guilt was proven or if we think that she is guilty. When I wrote it, I was thinking, what is your opinion about whether she should be found guilty of first-degree murder? That was the way I intended it when I did that. So that's my thought on it. And when we close that one out, we'll talk about how long you think the jury will be out and some questions like that. Looking for question marks at the beginning, because that will give us, that will show me you had a question. Jay Young wants to know, is conspiracy to commit murder a current alternate charge against Donna? Yes, it is. It absolutely is. And the elements for that, let's see if I can make this any bigger too, because that is kind of hard to see. But I'd like you to be able to see what the conspiracy is. Okay, see, a person who agrees, conspires, combines, or confederates with another person or persons to commit any offense. So conspiracy could be to commit lots of other crimes as well. In Donna Adelson's case, it's conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is, you can see it defined at the top, unlawful killing of a human being and premeditation to effect, cause death. So a person who agrees, conspires, combines, or confederates with another person or persons to commit the unlawful killing of a human being, premeditation to cause death. So that's what the conspiracy charge would mean. She does not have to be guilty of first-degree murder to be guilty of conspiracy. She doesn't have to be guilty of conspiracy to be guilty of solicitation, which is soliciting someone to commit the offense. So if you command, encourage, hire, or request specific conduct. So if she commanded Charlie to do this or encouraged him, or if she hired hitmen, requested specific conduct, which would constitute first-degree murder, that any of those would qualify. So that's just a little chart I did. Let me pull that out. Alice wanted to know when I think the jury verdict will be. Okay, when they went back at 4:20, I thought, well, there's zero way it's going to be today because they don't have enough time and they're going to be tired and really exhausted from the barrage of information today. Those were very passionate closing arguments. They were chock full of facts and information. It would be difficult to process for absolutely anyone. And this jury is desperately wanting to do the right thing, to make the right decision. So I thought, well, they couldn't possibly, not even maybe, make a decision today. It's going to be probably tomorrow. However, here they are at 6:20. And the primary reason to stay late would be if they think they have a shot at finishing it up tonight. Otherwise, they would probably break, come back tomorrow. That's my theory, and it totally depends on the jury. So different juries will handle things differently. All right. I think I'm going to close out that poll. I think we're hitting, I see some votes still coming in. It seems a little slower, but I want to go back and I've got a bunch of other stuff I want to ask y'all about and get your opinion on. Okay. We'll do another question or two and then we'll go back to that. Had Donna flown out of the country in the interim years before her arrest? She said yes. We got information from several witnesses that they frequently traveled with Donna to other countries, that they outside the U.S. in other words. One of the things Donna had said at a hearing was that she had gone to non-extradition countries. But we didn't get that in this trial. Nobody came and said that in this trial. Donna herself could have said that, but no one testified who could actually say that. Fifi wanting to know, does Wendi talk to her dad? I'm curious about that too, but I don't know. Didn't they hug on the way out? Am I remembering that right? Didn't she stop and give him a little kind of small hug on the way out? I seem to remember that. I remember it wasn't like a really deep, great to see you hug, but it was, I think she hugged him. Do you think Jackie is acting like she's a bumbling old lady like Donna to get sympathy? I don't think so. I thought she did a great job, Bon. You know, I'm always an apologist for the lawyers. You know that I am. I always think the lawyers do a great job. But I particularly thought that here. I thought their closing arguments were great. And I thought Jackie's argument was fantastic, just like Jordan Kapelman's was extraordinary. It was just so good. I thought they were both really, really strong. So I don't think so. I think she's doing her job as an attorney. That's my view. Oh, I'm glad you like the chart, Maria. Let's see. We talked about that. I'm going to hide that comment. Oh, thank you, Miss Nell Scraps. You have the best mods. Thanks to you and them for the great coverage. Thank you. That's a very lovely comment. I'm sure that Marlon and Mama Pinks really appreciate that. They do a lot of work. Hours and hours of work. Oh, yes, I will definitely share my opinion on this case after the verdict. Definitely will do that. There could be more indictments, you're right, but there might not be. So I'll go ahead and share my opinion after the verdict. I wait for that so people can come and feel comfortable talking about the case. I try to give you both sides. You can make up your minds. The people who watch this channel are unusually intelligent, and they are able to do that and make up their minds. The jury is it late? No, it's not late because they sometimes did trial until 5:30, but it's kind of late. So I would say they're reaching the point where they're staying late. And they had lunch brought in for them. I see Superfuzz asking about, well, what about dinner? And they may well have dinner brought in for them too. That's a possibility. Rebecca Fisher asking me, does the prosecution get any say in whether the defense can drop the lesser included charges? Well, they did today. I think that's sort of here's how it went today. The defense said, we want to drop these. The judge turned to the state and says, what do you have to say about that? And the state, okay. And so the judge said, okay. And then they all dropped it. And so it's a much simpler jury verdict form for the jury. It's just guilty or not guilty on 3 different charges. We will see. defense did argue that they thought the not guilty should go first when it was going to say first degree murder or second degree or manslaughter or not guilty. They wanted the not guilty first. You may remember that's how it is often in other cases, but the judge said, well, that's not how we do it here in Florida. So it's going to be at the bottom. But now it'll just be two choices, so it will be less. All right. Okay, that's Rebecca's question. I've already answered that. I'm looking for question marks at the beginning. And here is one from Freddie's cat. Yes, Freddie's cat. Didn't it feel to you that both the prosecution as well as the defense testified to facts that had not been provided through witnesses during the trial? I did think that. I especially thought that with the issue of Charlie's theory of the case. I still just don't get that. I don't really see how that came in or why it came in legally. I don't understand its place here or exactly the way that it got put into evidence didn't make a lot of sense to me. And I definitely felt like new facts were coming out about that in closing. They weren't inaccurate. It's just that this jury hadn't been told them. They were true about Charlie's case. Okay, let's head over. Gosh, y'all are voting fast. I'm going to end the poll anyway because I want to do some other polls. So, but I think people are enjoying coming in and voting on this. So that's why I'm hesitant to shut it down. If people are liking to vote on that, I definitely want you to be able to vote. And I want your opinion known. It's still going up. I don't want to cut it off. I don't want to cut it off. If people are enjoying voting, that's the whole point, right? To let you express your opinion. All right. Jenny's Wonderland asking, what time is Crime and Craft on Sunday? So our members only live stream on Sunday will be at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And you bring your own craft. If you can, send me a picture in advance of what you're going to be doing. And we're going to show those on the screen so we can all see what everybody's working on. I'm doing crochet. I think people have very different things they're doing, painting and things like that. I used to do furniture refinishing. That was really fun too, but that's a little too hard to do while doing a live stream. So I think I'm going to go with crochet. Guess if you're back here sanding a piece of furniture trying to talk true crime, that would be awkward. Charlie's trial was a major subject, and how is that? No hate here, asked me, and no hate here. I don't think it was right. And what particularly bothered me was in closing argument, Georgia Kappelman says, well, Charlie's jury, it wasn't quite that overt, but in Charlie's case, he tried to make that argument and he lost. And now Donna's trying to make that argument. That's almost hey, there's already been a jury out there that's found this to be false, so you should go along with them. And that wouldn't be allowed, but it wasn't quite the way it came in, and there was no objection from the defense. So the whole way that Charlie's trial got treated, or more importantly, Charlie's theory, was very surprising. I wondered if they had some kind of agreement or discussion about it in all those sidebars we weren't privy to. Maybe that's where it all got worked out. But it did seem very surprising to me. All of that did. Catherine asked about the makeup of the jury. I don't know. Great question. Can't answer that one. Let's see. I'm looking for the question marks. Here is one from Sorabel. How many hours are they allowed to deliberate? Well, Sorabel, usually the judge lets the jury set the standard on that. If they want to keep going, often the judge will let them keep going. At some point, he's going to offer dinner. He's going to make some arrangements so that, they need to call anybody? Because remember, they were supposed to leave their phones and stuff outside. So at some point, they'll work out some of the physical details. Usually sometime about maybe 7:30 or so, the judge would reach out to the jury and say, do you want to keep going? The exact time and what he says will depend, but he'll check in with them and make sure that's what they want to do. So, okay, Mel, thank you. I appreciate this, that it was 8 men and 6 women, and the 2 alternates who were released were women. is what Mel has heard. And therefore, we would have 8 men and 4 women on the jury. So thank you, Mel. I appreciate that information. Yeah. Andy, why did I find myself feeling sorry for Donna when they were asking her to testify? I did too. I guess because I was relating to how I would feel if I were in that spot, and I would be so indecisive. It's such a life-changing decision, and it's really difficult to make. I think it's a really hard one. I'm watching the poll. I think I'm about to close the poll. Are you ready? Last minute. We've had plenty of time to vote, right? But I think I'm going to go ahead and bam. We're going to end that one and go on to our next poll. So let's see how you voted. It is a whopping guilty 80% and not guilty 19%. If you're noticing, that is not 100. That's because YouTube rounds. So it was 80 plus and 19. It was like not enough to reach 20, but then again, it was a little bit more than 19. So that's what I would say it would be. That was, what is your opinion? And that was, and I asked about first degree murder. So thank you. We had a ton of people vote in that poll, and I really appreciate your input and your thought. And it is pretty overwhelming. A vast majority of you are believing guilty. Now, next poll I want to ask y'all is, what do you think about whether we're getting a verdict today? What are you thinking about that? When will verdict come in? And I'm going to give you, and if they come back, no fair changing your vote, but verdict would be today, which I think would be very likely to be pro-prosecution if it's that fast. Tomorrow, I'll do, let's see, tomorrow's Friday, so I'll do hung jury, and I'll do could take a while. So just indicate something other than tomorrow. Okay, let me know your thoughts on this. When do you think this is coming in? When will this be done? Can I edit it and add a question mark? I cannot. All I can do is end it. So y'all just have to vote without the question mark at the end. I will trust y'all to be able to figure out there should be a question mark there. Okay, so and it's coming in hot. We are getting a bunch of votes real quick. So I will let y'all vote on that, and I will head off. Thank you for your vote on the guilty, not guilty. Overwhelming majority, 80%, are going with guilty. Diane, yes, we've answered that question. We've answered Diane's question, I believe. We had it over here. Highlands Barb had asked a very interesting question. Why did the state agree to drop all lesser charges? Her complicity after the fact seems irrefutable. Half a loaf versus none, still life for Donna. Typically, the defense likes to include lesser included offenses, hoping they can bring people down from the places where they might receive a bigger penalty. But if the state, first of all, believes strongly that it has the evidence for first degree, and it doesn't want to tempt jurors with something less, because sometimes a jury will compromise. They might look at it and say, let's say 2 of them are like, I'm not sure she's really guilty. And then 10 of them are saying, well, of course she's guilty. What's your problem? Then they might settle. Many people think juries sometimes settle on a verdict somewhere in the middle. So, okay, well, maybe it's not first degree. Maybe we could all agree on second degree, or maybe we could all agree on manslaughter. Well, the state believes it's first degree. So they want to focus the jury's attention there. And so they might do this to push this, to suggest to the jury, you really, really need to work on first degree. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate that very much. It was indeed my very first ever Gavel to Gavel live. So thank you all for being with me. I've had a lot of fun. It has been quite the adventure. Okay, Lauren Crime is asking me, in hindsight, do you think Donna made the right decision to not testify? Yes, I think she made the right decision. I know that there will be second guessing if she is convicted. Of course, there would be, right? She will question whether she did the right thing. I mean, you saw Georgia Cappleman in closing. Is Georgia Cappleman trained as she is in cross-examination, experienced as she is in cross-examination? Donna Adelson, having testified now at like a couple of hearings with just a handful of questions, that's all she's done. And how are they going to balance? How is Donna going to do? The answer is she's going to be horrible. It's going to be an utter disaster. And you heard what her own attorney said twice during the closing argument, that she really is somebody who talks and talks, just goes on and on. Does that remind you of anyone? Anyone? Of course, we're all thinking about kind of Charlie Adelson. So could she have done this testimony successfully? I don't think so. And I think her lawyer brought all the best possible arguments for her. I don't think she would have added anything. So I believe that this is their best shot. If our poll is any indication, it's not maybe a successful shot. It's not going to succeed, but I think it is actually, that was the right choice. I think not testifying was definitely the right choice. Good question, hard question. That's what I'm thinking. Why don't I have the most reasonable option? What have I left out, PK? What did I leave out? It was today, tomorrow, hung jury, could take a while. What did I leave out? You have to tell me. You have to spell things out for me, PK. I don't know what I left out. This is just a win. When will the verdict come in? How do we have? We have about. No, we could have some more votes on that. We'll leave that one up a little bit longer before we switch to our next one. But I do have some other stuff I want to ask you about. Okay. Is anyone watching Wendi? Asked Dawn M. Is she a flight risk? We did learn in testimony in Donna's trial that a federal agency not named was asked to see if Donna Adelson purchased a ticket to leave the country. And when that happened on Friday, they notified the state of Florida, and the state of Florida on Monday, that was when the lead investigator drove down to South Florida because they were deciding, would they indict her or not? They were making that final call. They had not done that. They had not charged her. That was still to come as he was driving down. They did it that afternoon, and he arrested her that night as she was boarding the flight. So that started on a Friday as soon as they learned of the possibility of the flight. And they learned about that because they heard that jail call between Donna and Charlie, in which Donna said that she was looking for a non-extradition country. She didn't know she was on the jail call. There's an appellate issue. Okay, she did not know she was on the call to the jail. She thought it had ended. Charlie was off the line, and it had happened repeatedly throughout the day. She would say hello, hello, and he would be gone. So she thinks the phone is dead. She thinks she is no longer talking, and she turns and is talking to the people in the room. That's what gets overheard. That is actually a huge appellate issue, I think, that she can argue that once the phone cut off, once Charlie was off the phone, she terminated her permission to record her, something along those lines. So I think that could be a real issue. I think that might be an appellate issue. So back to the question about Wendi and whether she's a flight risk. They had a reason to push for that. I don't know that they have a reason. Other than that, they were not in a hurry. It was a week after Charlie's, and they hadn't even made the decision. As Jackie Fulford pointed out, they hadn't made the decision. They had not actually applied for, or they hadn't gone before the grand jury. Nothing had happened. So they weren't in a hurry. I don't know that they will be that much of a hurry for Wendi either. But could she move? Maybe. She's got kids, though. They're in school. Seems less likely. I'm thinking no. that I'm thinking the chance of flight or the risk of it seems not very likely. Charlene. Asking, do you think Wendi and Harvey will be charged? Everyone would like to know. I think if Donna is convicted, especially if it's fast, I think it's pretty likely Wendi will be charged. There was some stuff about Harvey, but less. So I'm thinking no. The one thing that I wonder about with Harvey, there was some stuff around the inmates and whether he was sending stuff to them. It appeared that the state actually considered charging that against Donna at one point and decided not to do that. I'm assuming if they couldn't get enough evidence that they wanted to charge Donna with that, that they also wouldn't charge Harvey with that. But maybe there's a possibility there are more charges out there where it might happen. This would be very fast if they came back right now. That would be very, very fast as jury verdicts go. It's, after all, I mean, it was 8 days of testimony and then a full day of closing arguments, and they didn't start till 4:20. So if they come back today, that's real quick. That's a very rousing response, one way or the other. Is there a time limit before it turns over until tomorrow? No, I wish there were. I wish that they could tell us, right now, yes, they're going to stop at 7:00. And if they haven't reached a verdict, then that's that. If they say not guilty to first-degree murder, they can't convict on the subsequent conspiracy charges, asks Destination New York. So, no, that's not true. They could convict on one of the subsequent charges, conspiracy or solicitation, and not convict on first-degree murder. So those are three separate things. They could say not guilty to first degree and still go with conspiracy. You know what? I think, I know this will be frustrating. I would like to take about a 3-minute break because we have been going since lunchtime, and just a really brief break. Don't worry, I will be back. I'm going to put up I'll stop that screen and add our take a break screen, but I will be right back. 2-3 minutes, something very quick. Just give me just a minute. Okay, I am back. It's good to have a short break. Has been a long day. It's been a long week and a half, really, but it has also been enjoyable. So let's hop back in. Let's see where we are in our poll. We'll go ahead and we'll call it now. So go ahead if you're about to vote. Vote quick, and when you think the jury will come back. And okay, ending it. All right, so let's see what you think. Your votes are, it should pop up at the bottom here for me. When will the verdict come in? And tomorrow is 66% of you. Today is 19%. Hung jury is 8%. And could take a while, got 5%. That would be anything more than Friday, basically. So, all right. Well, that is good to know. And 8% of you are thinking, well, it could be a hung jury. That's real. I've seen that there is, and I should come over here and pop it up on the screen for you to read it too. Let's see. There it is. Deb K, member for 15 months. That's awesome, Deb. Thank you. Much appreciated. And Alyssa is a new member. We are glad to have you aboard, as is Tim. Don't forget, on Sunday, our crime and craft. So bring your craft and send me a picture in advance so we can all know what you're doing. You don't have to send me a picture, but if you want to, you can. Gina is asking me, I've heard about this and it's come through my YouTube feed a bunch, this clip of Donna. And for some reason I was always, I can't watch it right now. So I haven't seen this clip about Donna when she was on the Wheel of Fortune. So she said something to Pat Sajak about managing her kids' lives. Highly ironic, right? Since now she is on trial. And one of the primary allegations is that her intense desire to control her kids and grandkids' lives led her to actually commit a murder. So very ironic. That is, you are absolutely right. That's interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that. And I'll have to go back and find it and watch it. All Ellis, thank you. You're a new member. Fantastic. We are glad to have you. Okay, I'm going to go down to the bottom. I'll just go ahead and go all the way to the bottom. And yeah, exactly. Lori Daybell was on a James show, and was she on that same show? Was she on Wheel of Fortune too? Or was she on Jeopardy? I don't remember what she was on, but I think she was on Wheel of Fortune, wasn't she? Maybe there's a thing. Could there be some connection to Wheel of Fortune and, murders? Is there something, are we uncovering something big here? Could that be a plot in our next true crime novel? All right. So I'm looking for question marks at the beginning because that's how I'll spot you in the chat here. And know that you have a question as opposed to a comment, because sometimes people just want to comment. I'm going back up because I'm just now asking. Okay, here's Jacqueline asking me. Okay, y'all have very good questions. So I wondered about this too. Why do you think Jackie Fulford did both the opening and the closing when it's more common for a pair of attorneys to each do one, which is what we saw the prosecution do, and which it is more common? There's no way to know since it's just a personal decision between them. She was obviously really good at closing. Maybe they should have put her with that one in the first place, and maybe they realized that partway through the case, or maybe Donna just felt like she'd handled this witness or that witness and she would be the best to do it. I don't know. Maybe, one of them had been ill. There could be thousands of different reasons, but I did wonder about that too, because I was assuming it was going to be Zellman getting up and doing it just because Jackie had done the opening. But boy, was she fantastic. She did a really good job for Donna Adelson. She did. I mean, if Donna is acquitted, I think it's going to be in large part due to that closing argument. And if she is convicted, I think it's going to be in large part due to that closing argument. I'm telling you, that's how big those closing arguments were. They were really really good. The way Georgia Kappelman amassed and put the evidence together in a way that was just something that the jury could easily understand. Amazing. And the way Jackie Fulford pulled in all the different facts, spliced them apart, and drew everything down to just Donna. Also well done. Well done. It as well thinks Lori Daigle was on a game show. I don't really know Lori Daigle. I don't know that case as well. But I will tell you what, maybe there's some kind of game show connection. Authorities need to be looking into this. Maybe there's a danger there that we should all be aware of. Okay. I see someone asking, are the kids of Dan Markel now Christian, says Fifi? And I would say not. They had bar mitzvahs, so I would say not. I think that was just sort of a kind of a talking big thing from Donna, like, let's tell them we're going to do extreme measures, as opposed to something she actually intended to do. I don't think she would have done that. They also are practicing their Jewish faith as well. Maybe less so, because she did make comments about Dan Markel being on the extreme, being a religious zealot, I believe she called him. So she obviously felt he was too far in the observant and she was less. LD asking, what's a hung jury? So a hung jury is a jury where some people would vote one way and the others would vote another, and they can't reach agreement. Meaning they tried, they got back there and they tried to resolve it and they could not. And the judge finally just has to say, okay, you can't decide the case. You are a hung jury, and hung between two sides of something. They can't make a final decision. They don't all agree. Sometimes it might be 6 on one side and 6 on the other, evenly split. Sometimes it might be 11 on one side and 1 on the other, like only one person is a holdout. Either way, it would still be considered a hung jury, because they weren't all, they were not all together in their decision about the case. And there are a lot of steps a judge will take before writing off the jury that spent all this time listening to this case. That's not in anyone's interest to end it right yet. Superfuzz is asking about Donna on the Wheel of Fortune. I don't know any more about it, so someone will have to answer this in the chat for you. I don't know the answer to that one, Superfuzz. But I am looking for question marks at the beginning, so I'll know what you want to talk about. You admitted the option, I don't know, in the poll. Oh, that was the other option. Well, thank you, PK. I did. I did not put in, I don't know. I guess I was forcing you all to make a decision one way or the other as to what you thought. But truthfully, for all of us, it would be, I don't know, I suppose. All right. We can put up another poll. Let's see. Were you, how to phrase this? I want to ask you what you thought. I'll put it this way. What did you think of defense closing argument? Extremely persuasive. Somewhat persuasive. Mildly persuasive. And maybe we'll add one of not persuasive. And you can tell me what you are thinking, what you thought. Okay. So we will see what you thought. I'm going to start doing, I think, a screenshot of these. That would maybe be faster than trying to write those out. That's also really annoying. We'll see if it works. Okay, I've got my eye over here to see whether we end up with the jury coming back. If the jury goes past 7, that indicates to me, one, the judge will probably check in and say, do you want to keep going? What's your plan here? But also, that indicates to me that they're in serious discussions, as in might actually make a decision tonight, which would not be my first thought. As I said when we first came in, there's no possibility they would do it today. It's so late in the day, it'll be tomorrow. But I don't think they would keep going if they weren't making some progress, either toward reviewing evidence they wanted to review or something like that. Susie Pittman, will you do this again? I probably will, Susie. Obviously, I can't do this all the time because it is really exhausting, but I did enjoy it. My favorite part has been going to trials. That's been super fun, and watching with you on this has been amazing. It's been so interesting to have your feedback and talk about it as we go through the trial. I've really, really enjoyed that. So yes, I think I will do it again. I also really like going in person to the trials. That's also exhausting. I should probably stop doing that. It's expensive and it's really exhausting, but it is a lot of fun too. All right. Do you think they will allow Charlie and Donna to see each other since he's here, maybe for the last time? Asked Grace. I do not think they will allow that. They're not going to permit an inmate to inmate visit. I am with you. I think they probably should. I mean, it will be the last. If Donna's convicted, and then this will be the last time that they see each other. So I can see a compassionate reason to allow that, but I don't believe that would be done. It would be complicated. It's going to require guards from both sides, and it's going to be complicated. Looking for those question marks. Oh dear, game show contestants are narcissists. Now that very concerning. So maybe there is that connection with maybe someone should do a study. Maybe one of Brian Koberger's classes was covering that. The game show murder connection. Oh, thank you, Patricia. What a nice question. Dad is doing really well. He's been out of the hospital for about a week and a half now, so that's good. But he's doing really well. Thank you for asking. He's doing great with physical therapy and all that. He's doing real well. I appreciate your asking about him. So, KS, we did talk about those 2 lesser charges being dropped, and I think the prosecution agreed to it because typically that's kind of a more normal thing for the prosecution. The surprise was that the defense wanted them dropped. My thinking was the defense just figured, what does it matter at her age? So let's just, our best shot is convincing the jury that it doesn't quite meet the level of first-degree murder. So let's go for it. So I think that's what it was. Anime, new member, so glad to have you. Looking forward to having you on Sunday when we have our members live stream. Yes, the prosecution did have a say, Catgirl, on whether that second-degree murder and manslaughter got dropped. The judge turned to them and asked, and they agreed to it, and so it was agreed on. The judge said okay and struck it out. Did he have to do that? Did he have to get their permission? I don't know, but he did. So it went through pretty quickly and pretty easily. It was ironic because they spent all this time yesterday, arguing over the jury charges and the instructions related to each of these. And then today they just pulled all that and it shortened the jury instructions. They were really remarkably short. Usually those are so long that I think they're almost useless for a jury. I feel terrible for them. Somebody just reads all this really intense law to them, and they just sit there, having it wash over them. It seems terribly unfair to ask people to do that. Some judges will not let the jury have the actual jury charges. Now, I think the better practice is send the jury charges back with the jury because they need to be able to read those. It's impossible for anyone to keep that stuff in their heads. It's very particular and they need that. Okay. Who taught me to crochet? Asked Kanjamam. Well, interestingly, I'm making sure this Nope, they're not on the trial yet. So I learned in a class at school when I was in high school. It was just a 2-week class. This isn't it, is it? Nope, nope. Sorry, I'm all ready to go when I'm very excited in case we find out more. So I took a class, it was a 2-week class, and learned a little bit about knitting, not about crochet. I think we had 1 week of each, but I never did anything about it. Then that disease that shall not be named on YouTube, but I think they're over that now, COVID hit. And so here I was at home and I'm like, I always meant to take that up again. It's been low these many years and I never got back to it. I think I'm going to start. So I was, ordering yarn. And that was like the big excitement for me for, all this downtime, like yarn, I got some new yarn. So I started and I just watched videos on YouTube. This is exactly how I learned how. I kind of remembered, but it had been so many years, I didn't have a strong memory about how to do it. So that was how I got back into it. I started with knitting and then switched over to crochet, and I liked both. So that was the deal. My mother didn't crochet, my grandmother didn't. They didn't know anything about that. That wasn't their thing, but it is a lot of fun. So, Tracy wants to know, is it unusual for a prosecutor to handle multiple family members accused of a crime? Indeed. There aren't all that many cases of multiple family members accused of a crime. So just the whole concept is unusual. Will Georgia likely prosecute Wendi if she is arrested? I think so. One of the reasons that it would be such a good idea for the state to assign Georgia Cappleman to it is that she knows the case. The cost of her getting up to speed is way less than for somebody brand new to read through all those documents and come up with their theories, read every deposition. She's been there. She knows what the depositions say. Sure, she'll have to refresh each time she goes into trial, but at least she starts with the base of knowledge. So yes, I think they would be crazy not to reassign her to that. And Sarah Dugan actually did the cross-examination of Katie McBanama in her trial. So the two of them have been on these cases for quite some time. They really do know the cases, and yes, they should definitely be reassigned. Mildred, good question. Mildred is asking me, did we ever figure out why the transcript of Wendi's testimony was docketed right after her testimony and not after the trial as part of the entire transcript? We did not. I was very surprised by that because I don't ever remember just a piece of testimony being docketed in the middle of trial. That usually you would do that when you want to refer to it in an argument, and then no one referred to it in an argument. So I don't know what that was about. At the end of trial, the entire case will be transcribed, and that will be available for the appellate court when they do the appeal. So I was very surprised to see that being in the docket. I don't know why that was. I wondered if they needed it certified or something, if somehow they needed that extra, it's been filed with the court in order to do something with it. But we didn't see that I'm aware of in this trial. Let's see. I'm trying to remember exactly where I ended over here. Oh, thank you, Deb K. She says she's learned so much from this trial, more than any other I've watched. I know it was taxing, it was, but hope to do this again. I feel like we have all become better friends. This community is awesome. That is so nice to hear. I love that. Thank you, Deb K. That is awesome. I love to hear that too about people enjoying the community, because that's a really great benefit of YouTube. And it's particularly a benefit that you can get in a live that you can't get when somebody has a static video. So I'm glad you really like that. That's great. Anime Freak, who we just talked about your question, is a new member. And B. Warren is a new member. Welcome. So glad to have you. And Ida Shaw, or Ada Shaw, I don't know which it would be, Ada or Ida. Thank you. I'm so glad you enjoyed the coverage. I think I will do another trial. Why don't we, let's vote on that. Let's do trial you would most like to have covered. Okay. You would like, did I have a poll up there? That's why I can't do one. Okay. Let's see where you are on this. Oh, we got over 1,000 votes. So I'll go ahead and call that one. Okay. So what did y'all think about, you thought, so you're split. 31% of you say not that's right. I was going to take a screenshot of it so I don't have to keep copying these over. I think that will be easier. Okay, screenshot. Not persuasive, 31% of you. Mildly persuasive, 26%, somewhat 24%, and extremely 16%. So the vast majority of you, about 70%, 69, felt like it was in the persuasive category, at least a little bit, but about half of you thought not way persuasive. You voted in the bottom half of that, either mildly or not. So thank you. That's good to know. Very important feedback, I think, for the attorneys and also about the case, I think. So let's talk about trials you are most interested in. Okay. And this will be super interesting for me to see where exactly y'all are on this. So I'll tell you a couple I've thought about. Corey Richens is one. Sheriff Steins is one. And I'm not sure if I have his name spelled correctly, but Mickey Steins. And then let's see. How about Rex Heuermann? He is the Gilgo Beach accused killer. And what else? Oh, let's do Luigi Mangione. Let's just see what you have to say about this. Oh, I'm going to take out Luigi Mangione because I'm going to put in, what is it? Sarah Grace Patrick? Is that what it is? I don't want to look it up. Does anybody have that? Can you pop that in the chat really quick for me? What is her full name? I got to go down to the bottom to see where y'all. Shanna Gardner, that's a good one. Luigi is federal and it will not be broadcast. Shanna Gardner is a good one. Okay, I'm going to put Luigi in because I see a split in. So I'll put that in and then we'll add Shanna Gardner. And we'll also add Sarah Grace Patrick, or I'm trying to remember her name. She is the, is it TikTok star, Instagram, something like that. And she is accused of murdering both her parents. She's only 17 years old. It's not that far from where I live. So let's see where y'all are on these. We have a current front runner, but we don't have that many votes in. So I'll let y'all vote a little bit on that. Mildred is betting the jury has ordered dinner. One thing I think the wise judge does, and this judge has already proven himself to be wise, is provide food. The last thing you want is people getting hangry and then getting in fights and not agreeing about something that they otherwise could agree on. So 100% food. And this judge brought snacks. So we know he's already attuned to the idea that you don't want the jury breaking down over something as simple to fix as just providing a meal. So I think they will. I think them going this late is a sign that if he doesn't call them in soon and they make their choice to go on, then I think they're going to decide tonight. Okay, so y'all are voting on this. And so far there is a front runner with a secondary as well. Brian Walsh, that is a good one. I will add that to our next poll. Ryan Walsh. Oh, I said to put in the name of that person and then I got distracted and not looking. Courtney Plenty, Wendi Adelson. Well, Cat Love, there is a possibility there will be that. That's not impossible. We will have to find out. Shanna Gardner. Courtney Plenty. Barry Morphew, that's a big one. Barry Morphew. Courtney Plenty. Okay, we'll do another poll in a minute after y'all finish voting on this one, and I'll get some ideas of kind of where y'all are headed. You know what would be a great one to cover? What if Alec Murdaugh got a new trial? Because I think he ought to. I know, an unpopular opinion, but that is my opinion. I always thought getting those financial crimes in was too much. I felt like they overdid that. And then on top of that, I felt like when the one juror said she had been influenced by what had happened with the Becky Hill, the clerk of court, I thought any one person says that, that's it. To me, that's enough. So I don't know. I've wondered about that. Oh, that would be that is one of the most interesting cases I've covered. Absolutely crazy, interesting trial. Somebody, it zipped by. I don't know who said it, but somebody didn't want to watch Murdoch again. I understand that. He's definitely never getting, unlikely to ever get out of prison in his lifetime. But the only question is, what are the charges that keep him held there, as opposed to whether or not he gets a new trial for this particular case? Yeah, Sheriff Stein says a lot going on. That is not just an ordinary little trial, is it? There is a lot going on in that. Mortal Clown thinking they won't put Stein's trial on TV. And I don't know if you saw, the prosecution moved the trial. The prosecution doesn't move the trial. That's not the prosecution. That's the defense that moves to move the trial. But no, the prosecution wanted to move the trial out of that area. It's like, well, that is really crazy. That is very different. Well, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I've already said thank you, but I appreciate that very generous gift from Ida Shaw. And Nydia also saying a thank you to the moderators, which I would definitely echo. Definitely appreciate them. K&J Mom, brand new member. Super glad to have you. Girl Ryan agrees with me on Murdoch. On our now I have a compatriot, but Girl Ryan and I have an unpopular opinion. I don't think the state actually proved him guilty. They proved him a terrible human. But not murder. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking too. So, all right, I'm going to go. We got pretty many votes. I think I'm going to go ahead and end this one and put in the next cases. So I'll take my little screenshot here. Oh, well, I'll wait till I'll end the poll and then take the screenshot. Okay. Let's see, capture. Okay, so y'all went with Corey, Steins, Rex Heuermann, far drop with 17%, and Luigi Mangione even further drop with 12%. What was interesting was I did a few posts on Luigi Mangione over on X, which I had posted on like never in my life. So I don't really use that platform very much. I know, I feel like I should, but I just don't really use it. So anyway, I did post. They were hugely popular over there. So I did a couple of videos over here on YouTube, and it's like, no one was watching. I thought, I don't understand. That's so strange. But there was a very different interest level in it. Okay, so let's put up some more of the cases that we were talking about. Okay, so this is another 4 cases, and you'll decide. Cases I'm interested in, and we'll call it part 2. Okay. And we will put Shanna Gardner, Brian Walsh. Some of these names, I'm not totally sure. Does he have an E at the end? Does he not have an E at the end? I don't know. I think it's Shanna Gardner rather than Shannon, but Barry Morphew. And I will add Courtney Clinton because a bunch of people mentioned that. So we will see where you stand on this. And probably some of you are like, well, why do I have to pick? Just because that's the way the poll works. I can't help you with that. They won't let me do a, first pick, second pick kind of thing. Okay, so we'll let you vote on that and give some thought to what really is interesting to you. I will say that huge interest to me is Corey Richens. It has been from the beginning. So I definitely will be covering that there is talk about they're not going to have it broadcast, but it's in Park City, Utah. Do you know how expensive it would be to stay in Park City for a month? That is just out of the question. So that would really make it difficult to cover that one. We will have to see. That would be super pricey, but I would like to see it. I would very much like to see that case. Zachariah Anderson's appeal is coming up too. I don't know that case. John, I couldn't tell John or Jan. I have to take my glasses off for that one. So I don't know that case. I'll have to look into that. Thank you for telling me about it. That's a new one to me. Okay, so let's go with a new round of questions. If I didn't answer your question before, put it in again with some question marks at the beginning, and we'll keep talking. It can be kind of a variety of things. We can talk about, if you want to talk just about our future cases we can talk about that. But if you got some stuff about Donna Adelson, we can talk about that too. In fact, we'll do a few questions around Donna Adelson's trial next about some of the information you found to be persuasive, not persuasive, some of the new evidence. Ooh, I want to ask you about the jail inmates. Definitely want to ask you about your opinion about that, because that's pretty controversial, right? I mean, that is, did you believe them? Did you not? So we'll go ahead and vote on this. We'll vote on it for a while, and then we'll switch over. So, okay, your votes are rolling in, and this is really helpful to me because it helps me know what would interest you. Okay, okay, here we go. Angie asking me, this is such a good question, Angie. Yeah, Angie is in Australia, and remembered I was going to bring my dad on, but never saw it happen. Looked for it, but didn't find it. So, no, I asked y'all for questions. We were going to do the 90th birthday, and the truth was that right at that point in time, Dad went in the hospital. And he's been in the hospital sort of several times since then. And he just hasn't been, I didn't feel like it would be a good thing. You know, I didn't feel like it would be a positive, happy thing. So I just felt like it didn't work. I wanted to do it very much. And I think we had our questions. I think he was ready to go, but it just wasn't, it's not at a point when we can do it. Hopefully he'll, start feeling better. I think we're getting a lot of stuff under control, and hopefully we can still do it, but it never did happen. Thank you for remembering. I really appreciate that. And he did turn 90 and is doing great in general. So thank you very much for your question and for remembering too. So Ingrid asked such a complicated question about if you know a murder is planned and you don't report to police, can you be charged with something? That's really complicated. In general, you might not have, it kind of depends on who you are and how you know about it and what you know. So I don't think I can just answer that as a blanket, but it's a very interesting question. It's just too complicated for a one-off on that. What new evidence against Wendi do you think came out in this trial? Says Cat Love Dreaming Peach. Okay, you know what? I'm putting that question to you. Let's go into chat because that's worth its own video. And I have some ideas, but I would like to know what you think is key new. And it doesn't really work for a poll, right? But let's get your thoughts. Let me get down there quick while I'm saying this before y'all start putting it in. What is key new evidence against Wendi? And part of it would be the new text messages that we got with Donna that were later on. I didn't think they were hugely damning or anything, but there were some communications more recently. I thought her refusal to talk to her mother after Charlie's conviction, actually, that's probably that's probably a safety net for her. That was probably pretty wise. Okay. Yes, she did move to another state. I don't think that would be considered necessarily, though. It's not flight because she can easily be brought back. For that matter, she could be brought back from Vietnam. Donna could have. Let's see. I'm looking for anything y'all are saying about Wendi. I'm wondering what you think. Yes, that's a good one, Mildred. Wendi did not tell Donna and Harvey that she stipulated to not relocating. That was a really good argument by the defense. It almost seemed to me like Donna had said, "What?" when that was shown on the screen, and they then made that argument kind of mid-trial. But I thought that was a good one. And Vivian is suggesting there might be more. Sure, there absolutely could be more. There could be things that weren't admissible in this trial or in Charlie's trial that could be coming out. Absolutely possible. Anna wants to know if I think the prosecution made a mistake in putting the two inmates on the stand. No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody, if people don't believe them, I don't think it supports Donna. I just think the jury ignores them and they move on with other points. The ex-boyfriend. So do you mean Lacoste? Or do you mean Miguel? Or do you mean Dave? I don't think Dave was a problem, but Miguel, the fact that there was that zinger, remember when Don, at the very end of Wendi's testimony, Donna's attorney says, "And what about when you went to Puerto Rico with Miguel? Huh? What about that?" I never understood. It almost seemed like a threat from Donna. Like, I know a lot, but I never understood how that was all that damning for Wendi. It seemed like it was in Donna's mind, but I didn't understand exactly who he was or why it was so damning. Let's see. I'm looking through here to see how come the investigators don't record in jail. That was Daisy Jane is asking me this. Here, I'll pop it up. Daisy Jane is asking me the question about the investigators and why they didn't record in jail. So it was one of the defense investigators who, and actually both defense investigators said they did not record. One investigator said that Donna's attorney told him don't record. And the other one said that she just didn't take her recorder, so she did not record. Not so much that she intentionally didn't, but she didn't take it and she took good notes instead. But as for why would the defense attorney, why would Donna's attorney tell them not to? It may be because they weren't sure about what they were saying and they didn't want to make a record of it that could be played at trial. Just my theory that they didn't really know what would be said. All right. Yeah, the script on the notebook is Donna's, and so is the planner. I don't think you can get Wendi on conspiracy. Okay. I didn't see any new evidence against Wendi, says Laura. There were some text messages, though, early on that were between Donna and Wendi that I think would be new. But I think what Laura's point is, she didn't really see anything that kind of amounted to, something that would make it more likely they would prosecute Wendi. So how long do you think it will take the jury to come back with a decision? Asks Mama Don. Well, I have your vote on that. Oh, well, that's why I don't do screenshots, because then I don't have the vote. So I had your vote on that, and you have voted, and you said, let's see, was it this one? Oh, no, this is trials you were most interested in. Well, maybe I did write it down. 66% of you think tomorrow. 19% today, 8% hung jury, and 5% think it could take a while. So my vote is if they continue to stay and don't leave, it's tonight. But if they go home for the night, then I'm with the tomorrow crowd. Wow, how about that? I wait until I get the answer and then I go out on a limb Predict it. Yeah, made y'all vote, but I'm not taking a position. Yeah, that's pretty unfair, huh? Okay, let's see where we are. Okay, in our voting over here on the poll for which cases you're most interested in. So it's looking like a strong winner. I'm going to go ahead and end that one. It's looking like there's a strong winner around Barry Morphew, but you're also interested in Shanna Gardner. That's a case that frankly is a lot like this one. People often call it, another Adelson case. So if you were interested and fascinated by this case, you will probably be interested and fascinated by that one as well. And of course, we're going to be covering more than one case. So it's not like we're literally picking one. I'm just kind of finding out where your real interest is. I had planned to do a series on Barry Morphew when I kind of headed off into, I guess that was around the time of the James Craig trial, or maybe that was Brooks Halleck. I don't know. I go down these rabbit holes. I've said before, I find everything really interesting. I like all of the cases. So it's hard for me to narrow and focus. That's what y'all are helping me with. Oh, thank you, Vicki. What a nice note. I appreciate that very much. Annie Legg is interested in the Amber Spradlin case, and I have seen some coverage on that, so I know the one you're talking about, but I don't know too much about it. Lots of strange things and cover up, and in Kentucky, not far from where the Stein case is. Well, I will just say that having covered the Brooks Halleck case, which was also in Kentucky, there were some strange things in that case. So I can imagine that there are more strange things to be uncovered in other cases. I don't doubt that. Brooke is suggesting the elevation could be bad in Utah. Okay, I have never been to somewhere like Park City, so I always get sick. Oh dear, that sounds bad. So, but it's too expensive. There's no way I could do that. That would be really pricey to stay in or outside Park City for a month. That would be crazy. So I don't know though, if they don't cover it on trial, if it's not broadcast, that's going to be a problem. Goldie, thank you. Much appreciate the super sticker. Okay, so let's do another poll. I had this perfect idea from Donna Adelson. Oh, I wanted to ask you about some of the new evidence that we had and what you found really important with the Donna Adelson. Most important evidence in Donna's case, put it that way. Okay, so we had new emails. Let's do it this way. Donna edited divorce docs. That's all I'm going to be able to fit in. Divorce, or not, maybe let's say custody. Custody docs. It's not quite right, but anyway, I'm stuck with not too many characters that I can use. Okay, so she actually got in there and edited those. She was involved in the actual process of going through the motion for relocation and the loss of it. Let's see, what else? Some of the key evidence that was new. Oh, I was going to ask you about prison inmates and what they said. Katie said washed money. And I say new because this was the first time Katie said it, because that is not what Katie said at the last trial. But they didn't get in good cross on that, so that is what's in the trial. Oh, is there anything else? Oh, how about we'll do Vietnam, because that was new in the sense that it wasn't in Charlie's trial. Okay, let's get your opinions on that. So what was kind of influencing you, helping you make up your mind in Donna's case? And I'm not going to write it all down. I'm going to do my screenshot. Save time. And thank you, Purple Grits. Also much appreciated. I guess at some point, would I just fall asleep here during the live stream? Or would we call it at some point and say, well, the jury keeps going, but we don't? I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. What are the rules here? This is my first time doing a trial live. So y'all will have to tell me what the rules are on this. I'm not really sure. Ooh, interesting to me the way the vote is right now. That is not at all what I would have thought. Fascinating. I always enjoy hearing getting y'all's opinions on this. I learn a lot. I think it would be so useful for attorneys to have this. Honestly, a really wise attorney would hire people like me to cover their case and get your comments, because your comments are gold. They're so important. Thank you, Kimber, who is in the pickleball life. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Gretel, thank you to you. All right, we're getting our vote in. Got pretty many votes. We'll let it go a little bit because I want to know what you think was really important. And I am a little bit surprised on this one. The next question I'm going to ask you is about the prison inmates and what you thought about them. And I think we'll do like believable, not believable, thought the opposite, not sure, something like that. And by thought the opposite, what I will mean is that you thought that what they were saying was so unbelievable, you thought they were literally lying. It flipped the other way. Does that make any sense? Neuropsych Tina, good to hear from you. And thank you. She's been a member for 15 months. We are very glad to have you as a member and also as a subscriber. Thank you. And David Hackett is a brand new member. This is awesome, having lots of new members come in. Everybody looking forward to the Sunday true crime and crime and craft is what we're calling it. Okay, I'm going to let it go a little bit, but I'm about to call it, I think. I'm so intrigued by this. I want to talk a little bit about it. I'll tell you what I would have thought on this one and get some of your comments about why you thought this. Well, I mean, I know why. It's obviously very important to Donna and unique to Donna. It's not something that applied in any way to Charlie. It would apply to Harvey, and yet they didn't arrest him on the way out. And so he was, honestly though, why is it any more dangerous for Donna than for Harvey? Neither one of them had an indictment against them at the time they were leaving. Anyway, maybe it isn't. All right, I'm about to call it. So last vote. Last votes, lock them in. Okay, here we go. All right. Most important evidence in Donna's case, and I mean, overwhelming amount here. 56% of you voted for Vietnam and Donna's attempt to leave the country. So that is absolutely fascinating to me. Donna edited the custody documents as 17%. Katie said she washed the money as 14%, and prison inmates as 11%. Really interesting. My personal high choice would be Katie said that Donna washed the money, delivered it and washed the money, because that was a direct connection between Donna and the money that went to all of the people who were involved in the actual, the two hitmen, put it that way. So I always kind of discounted Vietnam because I thought it was a little bit ambiguous. The non-extradition treaty country, that was not ambiguous, but just the leaving the country and the fact that she wasn't actually charged with anything at the time, to me, did I think she was coming back? Maybe occasionally, but I think she intended to move. I think she was out of here semi-permanently. She might visit, but she would never live in the U.S. again. That was my opinion. So I would have put Donna editing the custody documents maybe second. And let's go ahead and do the prison inmates, because I don't want to say any more on the prison inmates until I have your vote on that. Okay, so I want to know, I'm getting caught up. I don't want to forget to look over here. It does seem different. Are they off the air? Oh, no. Maybe they're just on the air for purposes of waiting for the jury. Better find out. Okay. So prison inmates, what do you think? Opinion. Okay. It's going to be believable. Hurt Donna. Somewhat believable.
Mystery. Apparently the verdict is in.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you for telling me. We can't miss that. Well, we can always tab back and see it. It'll be a surprise to us. But why is it not showing? I know you can't answer that. So it's not on that feed. It's not on this feed. All right, let's try a different. I think if the verdict's back, it's pretty clear what it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be in doubt. Okay, my goodness. Okay, they're filing in. Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm going to put this up. I'm trying to get it in a different format. So, is everybody filing in? Oh my gosh. But I'm going to try to get it in a different format. I'd like it differently. Nope. I think we're going to have to watch it like that. Okay, anybody else nervous? I'm always nervous at this stage. I'm not even trying the case. There we go. Truth and transparency. Thank you for your comment. I'm Atlanta at the Delphi trials, and she has a good question about charging Donna before Wendi. I think the state has been doing it in the order that they felt they had the strongest evidence. So I think it was wise to do Donna before Wendi because I think they have a stronger case. They got a better shot at this. And they don't think that they have as strong a case against Wendi, but I think if this is the quick verdict that it is, then I think Wendi could well be lined up next. That's my opinion. So we'll see. I think each time they think, okay, our case is stronger, and that's what they conclude. Okay, so they're shaking hands. Good job, they're saying. She looks sick. She looks very sick. That's how I would feel too, I think. But she does look like ill, like pass out level ill. So there's no sound on it yet. Make sure I'm right. Yep, I'm right. So they don't have the sound on in the courtroom. People just filing in. So there's no court proceeding going on. Back to truth and transparency's question. What if a juror believes Donna didn't know until after? How would you sway them? So I think the prosecution has done an excellent job showing how Donna's involvement and enmeshment in the divorce led up to everything. So I think that it's that chronology that they set out, that timeline that they set out, that really opened up the case for the prosecution. I mean, obviously, the defense believes exactly what you're saying, that a juror might believe that she didn't know until later. That's what they pushed for. They pushed for maybe she found out after the fact, but she didn't know. She didn't know anything right then and there. Okay, so we are waiting with bated breath for the verdict in the Donna Adelson trial.
The verdict is published. I want to make sure everyone understands whatever the verdict will be in the case. I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that you either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand?
Welcome, Cat Love Dreaming Peach, new member. Glad to have you. And Rue, thank you for the super sticker. That is appreciated.
Please bring in the jurors.
And of age female, it is. The verdict is apparently in. The judge has warned everybody, no displays, including Donna. So here we
Please
go.
remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time. If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? No. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself?
I'll comment on this at the
Before
end.
the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Okay, well, that was certainly dramatic. There's absolutely no question about that. My personal opinion is if you are convicted of first-degree murder, you are entitled to burst into tears and to put your head down on the table and cry. That's my opinion. It is your God-given right to put your head down on the table and cry loudly. This is the biggest thing that will ever happen to you in your life. And I think you're entitled to cry. And I don't think it's reasonable to ask somebody not to cry. I don't think that's fair. And I don't think it's reasonable or even possible. I think that's unrealistic.
Please bring back in the jurors so we
My
can conclude
opinion.
their portion of the trial.
Now, is she overdoing it? I don't think so. It seemed pretty spontaneous. Anyone in the gallery saying something, that's another issue. But the defendant herself actually being convicted, my view is she can cry. That's the way of it. And thank you, Pascaline. You woke up in time for the drama.
Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
So they're going to turn it off since they're using names while they poll the jury and ask each one if that is their verdict. Now, shaking her head, that's a little bit different, but crying, to me, is a spontaneous reaction. She shake her head no, that's maybe a little different. I will say I've never seen a display quite this much, but typically it would be more likely to be men at this point, just statistically speaking. They don't have the sound on. Oh, they're still doing the names.
To you, before you are discharged, please listen carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening.
There you have it. Donna Adelson, guilty on all counts, guilty of first-degree murder, guilty of conspiracy to first-degree murder, guilty of solicitation of first-degree murder. The jury came back in an astonishingly quick, let's see, it would have been about 7.
As to the jury's verdict, with the jury having found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges of the indictment, is the defense asking for a pre-sentence report on counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that our client's okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson wasn't sentenced right away. We're asking for the same courtesy.
Very well. Court then will set a separate sentencing date.
Can I inquire whether the family members that are present would like to give victim impact now or at the future date?
Go ahead.
So that's Dan's mother, Dan Markel's mother, you see right there, talking to Georgia Kappelman. So
It's fine. Right there in front of the lectern.
So this is, I assume she's going to be making a statement, victim impact statement right now. That would be so weird to have to bring your
Please, can
victim
identify
impact statement.
yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark. Sorry?
I'm worried you're gonna trip.
Okay, I already did. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may make your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father, Phil, and his sister, Shelley, share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar, and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, A Mother's The Unveiling, A Mother's Reflection on Murder, Grief, and Trial Life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy, to feel purpose, and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family's story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about him and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendi. She rented the house, and Dan came home and he found that Wendi and the boys were gone with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendi to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendi could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family, and her younger child, Wendi, has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McVanowis, Freda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markel name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markel family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markel Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave, in his father's history, and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelsons' involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who love Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice, the justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markel.
Thank you, Ms. Markel. Are there any other victim impact statements this evening?
Well, that was hard to watch on every possible level. And here comes Mr. Markel.
Please could tell us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Phil Markel. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendi, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent. But they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days, she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markel. Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman? With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to. As to the 3 counts the jury has found the defendant guilty of, I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but the sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date. She is remanded for sentencing at this time. Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm. For a case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Students October 4th, Your Honor.
Leave that is 10/14, is that correct, Ms. Dugan? October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom 3B. Tricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC so they are aware that the PSI needs to be completed as soon as possible. Thank you. We are in recess at this time. We will reconvene on October 14th. Have a good evening, everyone.
There you have it. That was unbelievable. That was about as much drama as you would get in a sentencing. That was so, and not even a sentencing, verdict. That was so intense. I'm going to leave it up. Last time Georgia Kappelman went out and made a statement to the media about her. I'm gonna pull it out, but I'm gonna keep watching. Last time she made a statement that sort of insinuated that she might be going after someone else in the case. It wasn't really clear at that time exactly who. Everyone obviously thought Donna, but maybe Wendi as well. So let me pull that out and make this a little bit bigger so we can talk. Donna Adelson found guilty on all counts. Guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy to first-degree murder, solicitation of first-degree murder, guilty, guilty, guilty. Incredibly fast, 3-hour and 20-minute verdict was my calculation. From the time they left the courtroom, and they didn't even have the room set up for them yet. So this was an extremely fast verdict, unanimous as it had to be. And Donna Adelson was extremely upset. She immediately burst into tears before it even started. The judge told her and told the gallery, no outbursts. And he turned to Donna and said, that means you too, no outbursts, no displays of emotion or effect as far as the jury's verdict is concerned. But she could not help it. And the minute that the jury came back and the first verdict was read, first degree murder, guilty, she burst into tears. You could see immediately, it was instantly, she said, oh my God. And she started to put her head down, and the judge actually, having already received the verdict, but before he polled the jury, he sent the jury out and told her again, to stop. I said at the time, I personally think that's unfair. I think if someone is convicted of first degree murder, I think tears and putting their head down is a pretty reasonable reaction. In this case, I certainly understand his desire, not to the judge's desire, to keep an orderly courtroom. But at that point, the jury has already made its decision. So obviously it's best to let them get all the way through polling the jury. You don't want anybody to stand up and change their minds. I do want to throw that out too. There was a good question in here asking about what's the point of polling the jury if the verdict is unanimous? CJS asked. One of the things, and the reason why the side that loses is asked that question, is everybody has to stand up and say it. What if there's someone who is kind of a holdout and they were kind of pushed into it, and they say, Judge, I'm really not sure. That's really not my verdict. I'm not there yet. Then the jury has to go back and begin deliberating again, or there has to be a mistrial depending on kind of the posture of the case. But I have never, ever seen that happen in all of my years as a lawyer. And yet that is normally what happens. Normally the side will say, yes, I want the jury polled just to be sure, just in case there was a question. There wasn't. It was absolutely unanimous, but that's the answer to your very good question, CJS. The big open question is Wendi. What does this mean for Wendi? And Breeze Coyote asked about, will Wendi take a plea? I doubt very seriously that Wendi will be offered a plea. I imagine that if she's going to be arrested, that it would go through a trial, just as we saw here. I don't think it would be something where the state would offer her a plea. But do I know that for sure? No, I don't know that for sure. As far as the likelihood of Wendi being arrested, I think it increases dramatically based on what happened here. It was not just a verdict against Donna Adelson. It was also a verdict that was very quick. It was immediately unanimous. It took just barely over 3 hours. And that is a quick verdict and indicates a resounding victory for the state that the evidence was sufficient. It's not exactly the same evidence because Wendi was not involved in the bump. And that does change things. It's something the state has to consider, but I think there is a possibility that the possibility of Wendi being involved increases. Right now, I think that's much higher than it was 12 hours ago. So I think that now, as far as Donna and the conviction, I think after closing argument, I don't think there was much doubt, in my mind anyway, that the jury would go with the decision that Donna was guilty. It was an unbelievably compelling laying out of all the evidence. I thought the defense argument was excellent also at isolating the parts that related to Donna. Nonetheless, I just thought the way Georgia Kappelman laid out everything was brilliantly done, powerful, and ultimately it clearly won the day. Wasn't even close, right? It was a fast, easy verdict. Was not something they deliberated over for days. It wasn't all that controversial. So but I will say this, that sentencing was extremely hard to watch. Not even sentencing, I keep saying that. The victim impact statements, normally you would have them sort of coupled with the sentencing, but they allowed them to go ahead and do them today. It was not just the realization of the impact of this on the Markels. I thought that what Dan Markel's dad said was so powerful because he looked at not just the damage to his son and his family, he looked at the damage to the people who had harmed his son. I thought that was really beautiful and powerful. He looked at Sigfredo and Katie's family. They don't have any parents. Luis Rivera's family. They don't have a dad. Charlie Adelson's son doesn't have a father. And all of these things came from this one unbelievable event and decision. And I thought that was so powerful, so well done. And I think it will impact the judge, of course, as he makes a decision. There's not really a true decision here. It's an automatic life without parole for the first-degree murder. So the judge wanted to just go ahead and get that part over with. The defense asked him to wait while they checked on and dealt with their client, since she clearly was extremely upset. And it was hard to watch that too, because for me, I see all of them as individuals and humans, and she clearly is deeply emotionally impacted by this. That doesn't mean it wasn't just. It just means that justice is sometimes extremely difficult. It's very, very hard, and it's hard on everyone. And it was hard on Donna. It was extremely hard on the Markels, and it took them 11 years to get to this point. And they may not be done yet. There may or may not be another trial to come, or even more than one trial to come. We don't know the answer to that yet. What we do know is this closes a chapter, even if it doesn't close the book. Let me make sure that I have thanked everybody over here. Marta saying, well, if she just got life in prison, crying is the least I would be doing. I definitely would be wailing. I think that's what I would be doing too. I can't remember exactly where I was, so I'll just start here and say, thank you, Sharon, for your super sticker. I am pretty emotionally impacted by that too. That was hard to watch. That was, even though you know the case and the facts, and even if you believe strongly in justice, to watch that and the impact on people, it's very emotional. Luca, thank you. Super generous gift, and I'm very appreciative. And Grazing, thank you for your very generous gift. Do you believe in power rev for closings? Well, Georgia Kappelman does, and it certainly worked for her, but it was a lot more than just the color, right? She was extremely effective, just an impressive closing argument and presentation. Phenomenal lawyer, phenomenal. Thank you, Jana, in Georgia, no less. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoyed that very much. Mama Pinks, one of our mods, has been a member for 18 months. Awesome. Thank you, Mama Pinks. And thank you for all your work as a moderator. And she felt there was enough evidence that's already under oath to indict Wendi at this point. And I appreciate your comments. And I think a lot of people agree with you. And a lot of people wonder if there is yet another shoe to drop. This is like a centipede, the shoes that are dropping. So many different shoes have dropped already, and there may be more to come. Fletcher Boy wants to know who's next, Harvey or Wendi. I think Wendi comes before Harvey. There's just less with Harvey. It's not none. We got some little hints in here, but I think it's Wendi. And the big question they have to ask themselves is, can they do this without the bump? Because she did not end up getting pulled into the bump. So can they still do it? Do they still have enough? That's what they're going to be asking themselves. Wendi needs to resurrect Johnny Cochran. There you go. That's who Wendi needs, Rue. There you go. She needs to be asking, does the glove fit, right? And if it doesn't fit, they have to quit. So maybe she'll find Johnny Cochran. So good point. Well, I'm at the end of what I can do for today. It was more emotional than I thought. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for following with me. It was my first time doing a live stream. It was very challenging, but I really appreciated your being with me, and I enjoyed watching the case with you. So thank you, everybody, and I will see you very soon. Probably not tomorrow. We'll see.